It was a Friday when I first read about it. Hindsight is always 20/20, but looking back, I should have walked away. From the moment they offered to pay me for participating in what they called a wellness study, I should have walked away. But when you're desperate enough to consider medical trials as a source of income, you're probably vulnerable enough to ignore warning signs that would be obvious under normal circumstances. But desperation has a way of making terrible decisions seem perfectly reasonable. The advertisement appeared on one of those local community boards where people sell furniture and advertise services. It looked professional enough, with a proper logo and contact information for what claimed to be a private health research company. They were looking for participants between 30 and 50 years old to take part in a study examining the effects of lifestyle changes on mental well-being and cognitive function. I had recently been made redundant from my job at a marketing firm in Leicester, and the severance package was running low after months of unsuccessful job applications. The study offered decent compensation for what seemed like minimal effort, involving regular health assessments and lifestyle monitoring over a period of several weeks. The initial screening process was thorough and professional. They conducted comprehensive medical and psychological evaluations, asking detailed questions about my health history, family background, and current life circumstances. The researchers seemed particularly interested in my stress levels, social support systems, and coping mechanisms for dealing with difficult situations. They explained that the study was investigating how environmental and social factors affect mental health outcomes in people experiencing significant life transitions. As someone who had recently lost their job and was struggling with financial insecurity, I apparently fit their target demographic perfectly. The compensation was substantial enough to cover my rent and basic expenses for the duration of the study, which was scheduled to last approximately 3 months. They explained that participants would receive regular health monitoring, including blood tests, cognitive assessments, and psychological evaluations, along with personalized recommendations for lifestyle improvements. What made the study particularly appealing was that most of the participation could be completed from home. They provided participants with various monitoring devices and applications that would track sleep patterns, physical activity, and other health indicators. We were also given access to online resources, including guided meditation programs, nutritional planning tools, and stress management techniques. The first few weeks of participation were exactly as advertised. I received regular check-ins from the research team, underwent periodic health assessments, and followed personalized wellness plans that seemed genuinely beneficial for my physical and mental health. The monitoring devices provided interesting insights into my daily routines and health patterns. The online resources they provided were surprisingly comprehensive and effective. The meditation programs helped me manage the anxiety associated with unemployment, and the nutritional guidance helped me maintain better eating habits despite my reduced income. I actually felt healthier and more mentally balanced than I had in months. However, around the 4th week of the study, the researchers began requesting additional information that seemed to go beyond what would be necessary for a wellness study. They wanted detailed reports about my daily activities, social interactions, and emotional responses to various situations throughout each day. They explained that understanding the complete context of participants' lives was essential for interpreting the health data they were collecting. Environmental factors, social relationships, and daily stresses all played crucial roles in determining how wellness interventions would be most effective for different individuals. The reporting requirements gradually became more intensive and invasive. I was asked to document not just my own activities and emotional states, but also information about the people I interacted with, the topics we discussed, and my observations about their emotional states and life circumstances. When I questioned why the study needed such detailed information about my social interactions, the researchers explained that social support systems were crucial factors in mental health outcomes. Understanding the quality and nature of my relationships would help them develop more effective wellness interventions for people in similar circumstances. This seemed like a reasonable explanation for legitimate health research, but the specific questions they asked about my social interactions felt increasingly intrusive. They wanted to know about private conversations, personal details that friends and family had shared with me, and my assessments of other people's psychological states and vulnerabilities. Around the 6th week of the study, the researchers began providing me with specific guidance about how to conduct these social interactions. They suggested conversation topics that would be useful to explore with different people, and they provided questions that might help me gather more detailed information about others' personal circumstances and emotional states. They explained that part of the wellness intervention involved learning better communication skills and developing deeper social connections. The guided conversation techniques they were teaching would help me build stronger relationships while also providing valuable research data about social interaction patterns. The conversation techniques were surprisingly effective at encouraging people to share personal information and emotional vulnerabilities. Friends and family members began opening up to me about problems and concerns they had never discussed before, often providing intimate details about their relationships, finances, and personal struggles. The researchers seemed particularly interested in this information about my social network. They requested detailed reports about what I'd learned about each person's circumstances, their psychological vulnerabilities, and their responses to different types of emotional support or advice. When I realized that I was essentially being trained to gather detailed psychological intelligence about my friends and family, I became deeply uncomfortable with the direction the study was taking. The wellness research had evolved into something that felt more like social surveillance than health monitoring. I tried to discuss these concerns with the research team, but they reminded me that I had signed comprehensive consent forms that covered various aspects of social and environmental health research. They assured me that all information would be kept strictly confidential and used only for legitimate research purposes. They also pointed out that I had been receiving significant health benefits from the study participation, including medical monitoring and wellness interventions that would have cost thousands of pounds if purchased privately. The social interaction components were simply part of a holistic approach to health research that recognized the importance of relationships in overall well-being. Around the 8th week of the study, the researchers began requesting that I use the conversation techniques and relationship-building skills I had learned to gather information about people outside my immediate social circle. They wanted me to engage with neighbors, acquaintances, and even strangers to practice the communication methods and document the results. They explained that developing social confidence and communication skills was an important component of mental health improvement. Learning to connect with a broader range of people would help me build a more robust social support system, which was crucial for long-term psychological resilience. This expansion of the social research beyond my existing relationships felt like a significant escalation in the invasiveness of the study. I was being asked to systematically gather personal information about people who had no knowledge that they were being studied, or that their private communications were being documented and reported. When I tried to refuse this expansion of my research responsibilities, the team pointed out that I had been participating in the study for nearly 2 months and had received substantial compensation and health benefits. The social interaction research was an integral part of the wellness program, and withdrawing from this component would compromise the validity of all the health data they had been collecting. They also mentioned that the psychological and social information I had already provided about my friends and family represented a significant investment in understanding my complete social environment. This information would be valuable for developing personalized health interventions, but it also meant that I had detailed knowledge of other people's private circumstances that required careful handling. The researchers began demonstrating knowledge of my personal activities and relationships that extended far beyond what I had reported to them through the official study protocols. They made references to conversations I had had, places I had visited, and people I'd interacted with that suggested they were monitoring my activities through means other than the devices and reports I was providing. This surveillance became more obvious over the following days, with clear indications that my communications and movements were being tracked and analyzed. The monitoring devices they had provided for the health study apparently had capabilities that extended far beyond tracking sleep patterns and physical activity. I realized that the wellness study had been used to establish comprehensive surveillance of my personal life and social relationships. The health monitoring devices had been used to track my location and activities, while the social interaction training had been used to recruit me as an intelligence gatherer targeting my own friends and family. The medical assessments and wellness interventions had been genuine, but they were also tools for establishing trust and dependency that would ensure my continued cooperation with surveillance activities that had nothing to do with health research. The compensation I had received was payment for providing detailed intelligence about vulnerable people in my social network. When I attempted to withdraw from the study entirely, the researchers pointed out that I had gained access to advanced communication and psychological assessment techniques that were valuable and potentially sensitive. They also reminded me that I possessed detailed personal information about other study participants and research methods that required careful protection. They suggested that ending my participation abruptly could create complications for ongoing research involving other participants, particularly since I had developed relationships and gathered information that were integral to understanding social network dynamics in their study population. The surveillance of my activities continued after I tried to end my participation in the study. The researchers maintained contact through various channels, occasionally sending references to my current activities to demonstrate that their monitoring capabilities remained active and comprehensive. I tried reporting my concerns to the medical ethics authorities, but discovered that explaining the situation was extremely difficult. The health research had been conducted according to apparently legitimate protocols. The consent forms I had signed covered various types of social and environmental research, and the ongoing contact could be justified as necessary follow-up for medical studies involving psychological interventions. The study had been presented through legitimate medical research channels. The compensation had been processed through proper financial systems, and the health assessments had been conducted by qualified medical professionals. Proving that the underlying purpose was systematic surveillance rather than wellness research would have been nearly impossible. The researchers continued to contact me sporadically over the following months, offering opportunities to participate in follow-up studies and additional wellness programs. They occasionally sent subtle references to my personal activities to remind me that their surveillance capabilities remained active. I never determined who was ultimately directing the research or what they were using the detailed personal and social information for. The systematic gathering of psychological intelligence about vulnerable people, combined with sophisticated methods for recruiting unwitting surveillance operatives, suggested an organization with purposes that extended far beyond legitimate health research. What I understand now is that they had developed effective methods for exploiting people's health concerns and financial vulnerabilities to recruit participants in surveillance operations that targeted not just the participants themselves, but their entire social networks. They understood how to present systematic intelligence gathering as beneficial health research, while using the participants as both subjects and agents for comprehensive social surveillance. The most disturbing aspect of this experience was how my desire to improve my health and financial situation had been transformed into participation in the systematic violation of my friends' and family's privacy. The wellness study had been designed to recruit people who were vulnerable enough to ignore ethical concerns in exchange for health benefits and financial compensation. I still receive occasional contact attempts from similar health research organizations, offering compensation for participation in wellness studies that would provide valuable health monitoring and lifestyle interventions. The studies they describe always involve comprehensive life monitoring, social interaction research, and access to advanced wellness resources that would be expensive to obtain privately. I decline these opportunities immediately now, but I wonder how many other people have found themselves in similar situations, believing they are participating in beneficial health research, while actually providing detailed surveillance intelligence about themselves and everyone in their social networks. This is probably going to sound a little harsh, but I honestly wish I had never started helping families find their missing relatives. What began as genuine compassion for people in desperate situations gradually became something much darker, and by the time I understood what was really happening, I had already contributed to activities that still make me feel sick when I think about them. The whole thing started because my neighbor, Patricia, was going through hell trying to find her teenage daughter who had disappeared from their home in Coventry. Sarah had been struggling with depression and had vanished one evening after an argument about her future plans. The police had conducted initial searches, but seemed to lose interest when they determined that Sarah had left voluntarily and was technically old enough to make her own decisions about where to live. Patricia was desperate for help and had heard that private investigators could sometimes find missing people more effectively than official channels. The problem was that legitimate private investigators charged substantial fees that she simply could not afford on her pension. She had already spent most of her savings on distributing missing person flyers and placing advertisements in local newspapers. I felt genuinely sorry for Patricia and offered to help her research alternative methods for finding missing people. I had always been reasonably competent with internet research, and I thought I might be able to find resources or organizations that could assist families in her situation without charging prohibitive fees. My initial research led me to various online communities where families shared information about missing relatives and offered mutual support during their searches. Most of these communities were heartbreaking collections of desperate people trying to maintain hope while dealing with the practical and emotional challenges of not knowing what had happened to their loved ones. However, I also discovered that there were more specialized communities that focused on active search techniques rather than just emotional support. These communities included people with technical expertise who volunteered their skills to help families conduct more sophisticated searches than what was typically available through official channels. One particular community caught my attention because they seemed to have genuine success in locating missing people. Their approach involved using advanced internet research techniques to gather information that was not readily available through conventional search methods. They explained that much of the information needed to find missing people existed in digital formats, but accessing it required knowledge of specialized search techniques and alternative internet resources. The community was organized around mutual assistance, with experienced members providing guidance and training to newcomers who wanted to help search for missing people. They emphasized that their methods were completely legal and ethical, focusing on gathering publicly available information through more thorough and systematic approaches than what most families could manage on their own. I contacted the community administrators and explained Patricia's situation. They seemed genuinely sympathetic and offered to provide training that would allow me to conduct more effective searches for Sarah. They explained that having local volunteers who could assist with research was always valuable, particularly for cases involving young people who might be using social media or other online platforms to communicate with friends. The training process was comprehensive and methodical. They provided detailed instructions for accessing various databases and information sources that were not readily discoverable through conventional search engines. Much of this involved learning to navigate areas of the internet that required special software and specific knowledge about where to look for particular types of information. The techniques they taught were remarkably effective. Within a few days of applying their methods, I had discovered several social media accounts and online communications that suggested Sarah was staying with friends in Birmingham. The information was current enough to indicate that she was safe and had simply chosen not to contact her mother directly. Patricia was enormously relieved to learn that Sarah was alive and well, even though she remained hurt that her daughter had not chosen to communicate with her directly. The success of this first search made me feel genuinely helpful and motivated me to continue learning more advanced techniques that might help other families in similar situations. The community administrators were pleased with my progress and invited me to assist with additional cases involving missing people from other parts of the country. They explained that having volunteers who could conduct local research was always valuable, particularly for gathering information that required physical presence in specific geographic areas. Over the following weeks, I helped research several missing person cases, gradually becoming more skilled and using the specialized techniques and information sources that the community had taught me to access. The work was emotionally difficult, but deeply satisfying, particularly when our efforts resulted in successful reunions between families and their missing relatives. However, around the 6th week of my involvement with this community, I began noticing aspects of our research methods that seemed to go beyond what would be necessary for simply locating missing people. We were gathering extremely detailed information about the personal lives, relationships, and daily activities of the people we were searching for, much of which seemed irrelevant to the basic question of where they were currently living. When I raised questions about why we needed such comprehensive personal information, the administrators explained that missing people often went to great lengths to conceal their whereabouts and identities. Understanding their complete social networks, financial circumstances, and personal relationships was necessary to predict where they might go and how they might be contacted. This explanation seemed reasonable for legitimate missing person investigations, but I began paying closer attention to the specific types of information we were gathering and how that information was being used. Much of our research focused on identifying psychological vulnerabilities, financial pressures, and personal relationships that could potentially be exploited to influence the missing people's decisions about where to live and who to trust. Some of the cases we worked on involved people who had deliberately distanced themselves from family members due to abuse, manipulation, or other toxic relationship dynamics. In these situations, our research was effectively providing detailed intelligence about vulnerable people to the same family members they had been trying to escape. When I expressed concerns about potentially helping abusive families locate relatives who had left for their own safety, the administrators assured me that they carefully screened all requests for assistance and would never knowingly help abusers locate their victims. They explained that determining the legitimacy of search requests was a crucial part of their work, and that they had extensive experience in identifying potentially dangerous family situations. However, I began to suspect that the screening process was not as thorough as they claimed. Some of the families we were helping seemed to have relationship dynamics that suggested the missing people might have had legitimate reasons for maintaining distance. The detailed personal information we were gathering would be extremely valuable for manipulation and control, regardless of whether the families had genuinely benevolent intentions. Around the 8th week of my involvement with this community, the administrators began requesting assistance with research projects that had no apparent connection to finding missing people. They wanted detailed information about specific individuals who were not missing, but who they claimed were persons of interest in ongoing missing person investigations. These research assignments involved gathering comprehensive personal information about people who appeared to be living normal lives in their own communities. We were asked to document their daily routines, social relationships, employment circumstances, and potential psychological vulnerabilities, ostensibly to determine whether they might have information relevant to missing person cases. The connection between these surveillance assignments and missing person investigations was tenuous at best. The targets of our research did not appear to have any obvious relationship to missing people, and the information we were gathering seemed more suitable for systematic harassment or manipulation than for legitimate investigative purposes. When I tried to refuse these expanded research assignments, the administrators pointed out that I had gained access to sensitive information about their search techniques and had detailed knowledge of ongoing investigations involving vulnerable missing people. They explained that maintaining the security and confidentiality of their operations required ongoing participation from volunteers who had been trusted with sensitive information. They also began demonstrating knowledge of my personal circumstances that they could not have gathered through our professional relationship. They made references to my daily routine, social relationships, and financial situation that suggested they had been conducting the same type of comprehensive research on me that I had been conducting on missing people and their associates. This pattern of surveillance became more obvious over the following days, with clear indications that my activities and communications were being monitored and documented. The techniques they were using to gather information about my personal life were identical to the methods they had taught me to use for missing person investigations. I realized that my training in advanced internet research techniques had been used to recruit me into a systematic surveillance operation that had little to do with helping families find missing relatives. The missing person cases had been used to teach me techniques that were then applied to gather intelligence about people who had no connection to missing person investigations. The community had been using legitimate concern for missing people as a recruitment method for volunteers who would provide detailed surveillance research on targets selected for reasons that had nothing to do with missing person investigations. My compassion for families like Patricia's had been exploited to recruit me into activities that were essentially stalking and intelligence gathering. When I attempted to withdraw from the community entirely, I discovered that they considered my knowledge of their techniques and operations to be a security risk that could not simply be ignored. They had invested considerable time in training me to use specialized research methods, and they expected that investment to continue providing value through ongoing research assignments. The surveillance of my personal activities intensified after I tried to end my involvement with their operations. They began sending me detailed information about my daily routine, social interactions, and personal relationships to demonstrate that they could apply their research techniques to my own life just as effectively as I had applied them to their targets. I tried reporting my concerns to the police, but discovered that explaining the situation was extremely difficult. The missing person research had been presented as volunteer work helping desperate families, The techniques I had learned were described as advanced but legal internet research methods, and the ongoing contact could be justified as routine follow-up communication with volunteer organizations. The community continued to contact me sporadically over the following months, offering opportunities to assist with new missing person cases and occasionally sending references to my personal activities to remind me that their surveillance capabilities remained active. They seemed to view my knowledge of their techniques and operations as creating ongoing obligations that could not be terminated simply by requesting to stop participating. I never determined what the community was actually using the detailed personal information for, or who was ultimately directing their research activities. The systematic gathering of intelligence about vulnerable people, combined with sophisticated techniques for identifying and exploiting psychological vulnerabilities, suggested an organization with purposes that extended far beyond helping families locate missing relatives. What I do understand is that they had developed effective methods for exploiting people's compassion and desire to help vulnerable individuals to recruit unwitting participants in systematic surveillance operations. They understood how to present stalking and intelligence gathering as humanitarian volunteer work, while using the volunteers as both researchers and test subjects for their surveillance techniques. The most disturbing aspect of this experience was how my genuine desire to help families find missing loved ones had been transformed into participation in activities that could be used to harm the same types of vulnerable people I had originally wanted to help. The missing person investigations had been recruitment tools designed to teach me surveillance techniques that would then be used for purposes that had nothing to do with legitimate search and rescue efforts. I still receive occasional contact attempts from similar missing person research communities, offering training opportunities and volunteer positions that would allow me to help desperate families locate their missing relatives. The techniques they describe are always presented as advanced but legal research methods. The cases they want help with always involve sympathetic families, and the training they offer always leads towards sophisticated surveillance capabilities. I decline these opportunities immediately now, but I often wonder how many other people have found themselves in similar situations, believing they are providing humanitarian assistance to desperate families, while actually participating in systematic surveillance operations that target the same types of vulnerable people they thought they were helping to protect. There's something unsettling about discovering that your intellectual curiosity can be turned into a weapon against you. When I first started reviewing books for what seemed like a legitimate publishing company, I thought I was finally using my literature degree for something worthwhile. I had no idea that my analytical skills were being harvested to improve surveillance techniques that would eventually be used on people just like me. The opportunity came at exactly the right moment, which should have made me more suspicious than it did. I had been unemployed for several months after my position at the local council was eliminated during budget cuts. The communications department where I worked had been decimated, and suddenly I found myself competing with candidates half my age for entry-level administrative positions that paid significantly less than what I had been earning. My savings had been depleted by months of unsuccessful job searching, and I was surviving on a combination of unemployment benefits and whatever freelance writing work I could find through online platforms. Most of these assignments involved creating generic content for websites at rates that barely covered my basic expenses, but I was grateful for any income that allowed me to maintain some semblance of independence. When the email arrived offering substantial payment for book reviews, it seemed like an answer to my financial problems. The company described themselves as a boutique publishing house that specialized in contemporary fiction, dealing with psychological themes. They needed experienced readers to provide detailed analysis of how different authors approached topics related to mental health, social isolation, and interpersonal relationships. The initial communication was professional and thorough, asking intelligent questions about my educational background and reading preferences. They seemed genuinely interested in my analytical capabilities and expressed appreciation for my academic training in literature. The work could be completed entirely from home on my own schedule, and they offered to pay nearly 10 times what I had been earning for typical freelance writing assignments. During our video interview, the representative appeared knowledgeable about contemporary literary trends and asked thoughtful questions about my approach to literary criticism. They explained that their research focused on understanding how fiction influences public attitudes toward mental health issues and social relationships. Their goal was to identify emerging themes in contemporary literature that might indicate broader cultural shifts in how people understand psychological distress and social connection. The first book they sent me was a recently published novel called The Quiet Tenant, which followed a woman who becomes increasingly convinced that her neighbors are conducting systematic surveillance of her daily activities. The story was expertly crafted, with realistic character development and a gradual progression from normal social anxiety to genuine paranoia that felt entirely believable. What struck me most about the book was the extraordinary attention to detail in describing surveillance techniques and psychological manipulation methods. The author seemed to have extensive knowledge of how modern technology could be used to monitor people without their awareness, and how this information could be leveraged to influence their behavior and emotional state. The review they requested was far more comprehensive than typical literary criticism. They wanted detailed analysis of the psychological techniques described in the narrative, assessment of how realistic the surveillance methods appeared to be, an evaluation of how effectively the author had portrayed the mental state of someone experiencing systematic monitoring and manipulation. They also requested specific information about which scenes had been most convincing or disturbing, which psychological tactics seem most plausible in real-world contexts, and how the book might affect readers who are already dealing with anxiety or paranoia about their personal safety and privacy. This level of analysis felt consistent with serious academic research about literature's social impact. Understanding how fictional portrayals of surveillance and manipulation might influence public perceptions of these issues would be valuable for publishers, mental health professionals, and researchers studying contemporary culture. I spent considerable time crafting a thorough review that addressed all their specific questions while maintaining the analytical rigor I had developed during my university studies. The work was intellectually engaging in a way that my recent freelance assignments had not been, and I found myself genuinely excited about contributing to what seemed like meaningful literary research. Their response to my first review was enthusiastic and detailed, praising the depth of my analysis and the specificity of my observations. They immediately offered me a second book to review, this time a novel about a man who discovers that his online activities are being monitored and used to manipulate his real-world relationships and career prospects. The second book was even more technically sophisticated than the first, containing detailed descriptions of digital surveillance methods, data analysis techniques, and psychological profiling strategies that seemed far too accurate and specific for fictional speculation. The author demonstrated comprehensive knowledge of how personal information could be gathered from online activities and used to predict and influence behavior. Again, they requested extensive analysis focusing on the plausibility of the techniques described, the effectiveness of the psychological manipulation portrayed, and the potential impact on readers' attitudes toward online privacy and digital security. They seemed particularly interested in my assessment of which aspects of the surveillance described in the book were technically feasible with current technology. Over the following weeks, I reviewed approximately a dozen books, all dealing with variations on themes of surveillance, manipulation, and psychological control. The quality of writing varied significantly, but all contained remarkably detailed and realistic descriptions of how people could be monitored, analyzed, and manipulated without their knowledge or consent. Some books focused specifically on digital surveillance and online manipulation techniques, while others dealt with physical surveillance and real-world control methods. All presented these activities as systematic and organized operations carried out by people with significant resources and expertise in psychological manipulation. The reviews I was producing became increasingly technical and detailed as the company requested more specific analysis of the surveillance methods described, assessment of their effectiveness in different contexts, and evaluation of potential countermeasures that targets might use to protect themselves from these techniques. They also began asking for personal responses to the material I was reading, wanting to know which scenarios had made me feel most anxious or paranoid, which techniques seemed most threatening or invasive, and how the books had affected my own attitudes toward privacy and personal security. This expansion beyond literary analysis into personal psychological assessment should have concerned me more than it did, but the work remained fascinating and the compensation continued to be excellent. I convinced myself that understanding readers' emotional responses was a legitimate component of market research for psychological thriller novels. However, around the 6th week of this arrangement, I began noticing that many of the books I was reviewing contained scenarios and details that seemed remarkably similar to my own life circumstances. References to financial struggles, social isolation, and the specific type of freelance work I was doing appeared frequently across different books by different authors. Even more unsettling were the descriptions of surveillance techniques that seemed specifically tailored to someone in exactly my situation. The books contained detailed discussions of how financially vulnerable freelancers could be monitored and manipulated through the same platforms and methods I was using to find work. When I mentioned these similarities to my contact at the company, they explained that contemporary fiction often draws inspiration from current social and economic conditions. The prevalence of freelance work and financial insecurity in modern society meant that many authors were naturally exploring these themes in their writing. This explanation seemed reasonable enough, but I began paying closer attention to the specific details in the books I was reviewing. The surveillance methods described were often extremely specific and technically detailed, suggesting that the authors had access to genuine expertise in monitoring and manipulation techniques, rather than relying on general knowledge or imagination. Some books contained what amounted to step-by-step instructions for identifying and exploiting psychological vulnerabilities in people experiencing financial stress or social isolation. Others provided detailed guidance on using freelance work platforms to recruit unwitting participants in surveillance or manipulation activities. The level of technical detail in these descriptions far exceeded what would be necessary for fictional entertainment purposes. The books read more like instruction manuals than novels, providing comprehensive guidance on surveillance and manipulation techniques that happened to be embedded within narrative frameworks. Around the 8th week of my involvement with this project, the company began requesting additional services that went beyond basic book review work. They wanted me to research the authors of the books I had been reading, gathering information about their backgrounds, qualifications, and potential sources for the detailed technical knowledge their books contained. They also asked me to investigate whether the surveillance and manipulation techniques described in the books were being discussed in online communities or implemented by real people for actual surveillance activities. This research required accessing areas of the internet that were not easily discoverable through conventional search engines. The company provided detailed instructions for accessing private communities where people discussed surveillance techniques, manipulation methods, and psychological control strategies as practical skills rather than fictional concepts. They explained that understanding how fictional portrayals compared to real-world practices was important for their research into literary market trends and social impact. These online communities were unlike anything I had encountered in my previous internet activities. The participants discussed surveillance and manipulation as legitimate professional skills, sharing detailed techniques for monitoring people's activities, identifying psychological vulnerabilities, and exploiting those vulnerabilities for control or profit. Many of the techniques discussed in these communities were identical to methods described in the books I had been reviewing for the past 2 months. The fiction I had been analyzing was not imaginative speculation about surveillance and manipulation possibilities, but rather documentation of real techniques being actively used by organized groups to monitor and control vulnerable people. I began to understand that my book review work had been used to analyze and refine instruction materials for surveillance and manipulation activities. My detailed literary criticism had provided feedback on how effectively these techniques were being presented and how they might affect people who were being targeted by such methods. The company had been using my analytical skills to improve their training materials while simultaneously gathering detailed psychological information about how someone in my specific circumstances would respond to being systematically monitored and manipulated. I had become both the analyst and the test subject in their research program. When I attempted to end my involvement with the project, the company pointed out that I now possessed detailed knowledge of surveillance techniques and had gained access to communities where these methods were actively discussed and implemented. This information was too sensitive to allow me to simply walk away without ongoing security considerations. They also began demonstrating knowledge of my personal activities that they could not have gathered through our professional relationship alone. They made references to my daily routine, social interactions, and financial circumstances that suggested they had been implementing the surveillance techniques I had been reviewing and researching. The surveillance of my activities became increasingly obvious over the following days, with clear signs that my movements and communications were being monitored and documented. This was not threatening behavior in any direct sense, but it was comprehensive enough to make it clear that they possessed detailed knowledge of my circumstances and routine. I attempted to report my concerns to the police, but discovered that explaining the situation was nearly impossible within conventional frameworks of criminal activity. The book review work had been completely legitimate. The research into surveillance techniques could be justified as academic interest, and the ongoing contact could be explained as normal follow-up communication with a satisfied client. The books I had been reviewing were actual published novels available in bookshops and libraries throughout the country. The online communities I had researched were accessible to anyone who possessed the knowledge of where to look for them. Nothing I had been asked to do was obviously illegal or clearly threatening in isolation. However, the cumulative effect had been to draw me into detailed study of surveillance and manipulation techniques while simultaneously making me a target of those same techniques. The literary criticism work had been a sophisticated recruitment method disguised as legitimate freelance employment. The company continued to contact me sporadically over the following months, offering additional book review opportunities and occasionally sending subtle references to my personal activities to remind me that their surveillance capabilities remained active and comprehensive. I never determined who the company actually represented or what they were ultimately using the book reviews and surveillance research to accomplish. The systematic study of manipulation techniques combined with practical implementation of those techniques against the researchers themselves suggested an organization that was both studying and actively practicing psychological control methods. What I do understand is that they had developed sophisticated methods for exploiting people's intellectual curiosity and financial desperation to recruit unwitting participants in research designed to improve their own surveillance and manipulation capabilities. They understood how to present criminal intelligence gathering as legitimate academic work while using the researchers as test subjects for the techniques being studied. The most disturbing aspect of this experience was how the work had been presented as literary analysis, when it was actually intelligence gathering and technique refinement, conducted on both the material and the analyst simultaneously. I had been providing detailed feedback on instruction materials while serving as a test subject for the techniques those materials described. I continue to receive occasional contact attempts from similar literary research companies offering book review work that pays unusually well for the apparent simplicity of the assignments. The books they want reviewed always deal with psychological themes. The analysis they request is always unusually detailed and technical, and the research they suggest always leads toward communities discussing surveillance and manipulation techniques. I decline these offers immediately now, but I often wonder how many other readers and writers have found themselves in similar situations, believing they are providing legitimate literary criticism while actually participating in the development and refinement of psychological control methods that will eventually be used against people just like themselves. I never thought I'd be the type of person to get mixed up in something like this. Most people wouldn't. That's the thing about curiosity. It starts innocently enough. A random link shared in a forum. A passing comment about the dark web that piques your interest. For me, it began with an article I read about internet privacy and security. The author mentioned Tor browsers and onion routing almost as an afterthought. I didn't even know what those things were at the time. I'm a network engineer by trade. My days revolve around making sure corporate systems stay operational, patching vulnerabilities, monitoring traffic patterns. Nothing extraordinary. Just another tech guy with a modest apartment, a decent salary, and too much free time on his hands. Maybe that's why I installed the Tor browser that night. Professional development, I told myself. Good to understand how these things work. The first few days exploring the dark web were disappointingly mundane. Forums discussing privacy rights, marketplaces selling things I had no interest in, dead links, slow loading times. It was like visiting the internet of the early 2000s, minus the charm. I was about to uninstall the whole thing when I stumbled across a thread discussing something called red rooms. The concept seemed absurd at first. Live streaming platforms where viewers could watch and even direct acts of violence against unwilling participants. Urban legends, I thought. Internet boogeyman stories to scare the uninitiated. Most people in the thread seemed to agree. They were myths, impossible to operate given bandwidth limitations and the technical difficulties of secure streaming. A few individuals insisted they existed, but provided no evidence, no links. Then someone posted coordinates. Not a web address, but a string of characters, numbers, and symbols that meant nothing to me. Someone else responded with a single word. The thread went quiet after that. I copied the string. I shouldn't have done that. Everything would be different if I had just closed the browser right then. It took me 3 days to figure out what to do with those characters. The The solution came from an obscure subforum where users discuss cryptographic methods. The string was a key of sorts, one that had to be entered into a specific field on a specific site at a specific time. The kind of complexity that made me think there really was something to hide. I found the site, a blank page with a single input field, nothing to indicate what it was for, no text, no images, just an empty box waiting to be filled. I hesitated before pasting in the string. This was the moment I should have walked away. Something about the sterility of that page felt wrong in a way I couldn't articulate. The cursor blinked rhythmically in the empty field, patient, expectant, waiting for me to make a mistake I couldn't undo. The first sign that I had done something irreversible was the sudden change in my network traffic. I monitor my home network obsessively. Occupational habit. The data pattern shifted, connections multiplying through nodes I couldn't identify. This wasn't normal Tor behavior. My system was being mapped, examined, catalogued by something on the other end. Each packet of data felt like fingers probing through my digital walls, searching for weaknesses, memorizing the layout of my network, of my life. Then the page changed, a loading icon, a countdown timer set to 20 minutes. Nothing else. I waited, telling myself I could close the browser at any time. I didn't. The seconds ticked away, each one dragging longer than the last. My mouth went dry, sweat beaded along my hairline. Still, I waited. Some terrible gravity held me there, unable or unwilling to turn away from what was coming. When the timer reached 0, the stream began. The video quality was surprisingly good. High definition, minimal latency. The room shown was simple. White walls, concrete floor with a drain in the center. A single chair bolted to the floor, empty, waiting. The emptiness of that room hummed with potential violence. The drain in the floor promised the necessity of easy cleaning. The bolted chair spoke of resistance that needed to be overcome. A chat window appeared beside the video feed. Users with alphanumeric names filled the space with scrolling text. I didn't participate, just watched the conversations scroll by. They discussed preferences, made requests. Some offered payment in cryptocurrency. Others seemed to have credit of some kind already established. The casual nature of their communications made my skin crawl. The banality of their anticipation, the everyday commerce of atrocity. I should have left then, but a terrible curiosity kept me watching. In my defense, part of me still believed this was elaborate theater. Dark web performance art designed to shock and disturb. It couldn't be real. The alternative was too monstrous to contemplate. A door opened somewhere off camera. A figure entered the frame, face obscured by a featureless white mask. They wore simple clothes, black pants, grey shirt, latex gloves. Nothing remarkable or identifiable. They looked directly at the camera and held up a piece of paper with a string of characters, a verification code of some kind. Proof that this was happening now, not pre-recorded. The blank mask stared into the camera, into my eyes, as if the person behind it could see me watching, could identify me through the screen. The chat erupted with activity. The masked figure put the paper down and left the frame briefly, returning with someone else. A person with a hood over their head, hands bound behind their back. They were guided to the chair, secured with restraints at the ankles, wrists, and across the torso. The hood remained. The chat began specifying activities. I won't detail what was requested. I won't detail what happened next. I closed the stream after 3 minutes and 17 seconds. Not nearly fast enough. I uninstalled Tor, ran security sweeps on my system, and tried to convince myself I had witnessed an elaborate hoax. But the sound stayed with me, the movements, the knowledge that somewhere, in some hidden corner of the world, that room existed, that chair, that drain. 3 days later, I noticed something unusual about my home network. New devices connecting briefly, then disappearing. Strange traffic patterns in the early morning hours, when I should have been the only one active. Someone had compromised my security. Someone had access. The intrusion felt intimate, violating in ways I couldn't fully process. My private space, my data, my life, all exposed to unknown observers. I changed all my passwords, reconfigured my router, installed new firewalls. The intrusions continued, more sophisticated now, avoiding the measures I put in place. Whoever it was had considerable skill, or resources, or both. Each time I implemented a new security measure, they adapted, evolved, found new pathways into my systems. It became a game of chess where I could only see my own pieces, never my opponent's. A week after viewing the stream, I received an email from an address consisting of random characters. The subject line was the same verification code I had seen on the piece of paper in the video. The body of the email contained a single line about viewers becoming participants eventually. I deleted the email, reported it as phishing, told myself it was automated, sent to everyone who had accessed the stream. Nothing personal, nothing targeted. But my hand shook as I clicked the delete button. My breath came in short, shallow gasps. I knew. Some part of me already knew. Then the real messages started arriving. Direct messages to accounts I hadn't shared with anyone. My private phone number, my work email. All with the same theme. They knew who I was. They knew where I lived. They knew my routines. Each message included proof. A photo of my apartment building taken that day, a screenshot of my calendar, a list of my recent purchases. The level of detail grew more invasive with each communication. What I ate for breakfast, which route I took to work, how long I spent in the shower. The final message came with an attachment, a floor plan of my apartment with an X marked beside my bed. The message informed me that my stream would begin soon, and participants were already bidding. The clinical precision of the threat made it worse somehow. No emotion, no sadness, just process, procedure, industry. I went to the police, tried to explain without incriminating myself. They took notes, offered to send a patrol car by my building, suggested I was being targeted by standard identity thieves. They didn't understand, couldn't understand without seeing what I had seen. The bored expressions on their faces as I tried to convey the danger made me realize how alone I truly was. I stayed in a hotel that night, paid in cash, used a fake name, didn't bring any devices with me, just sat in the room with the chain on the door, watching the parking lot through a gap in the curtains. Nothing happened. No one came. Hours stretched into eternity as I waited for a threat that never materialized. Sleep came in brief, restless intervals, interrupted by the slightest sounds from neighboring rooms or the hallway outside. I returned home the next day, convinced I had overreacted. The apartment was exactly as I had left it. No signs of entry, no disturbance. I ran more security scans, changed the locks, installed a camera system. Life began to feel normal again as days passed without incident, but the normalcy felt thin, fragile, like ice forming over a dark lake. I went through the motions of my routine while constantly looking over my shoulder, checking reflections in windows, scanning crowds for watching eyes. 2 weeks later, as I was falling asleep, I heard a notification sound from my phone. A new email, the verification code as the subject line again. The body contained a link and words about my viewership making something possible. I didn't click the link, deleted the email immediately, blocked the sender, tried to go back to sleep. The darkness of my bedroom seemed deeper somehow, the shadows more substantial. My heartbeat echoed in my ears, too loud, too fast. Sleep retreated beyond my reach. That's when I heard the knock at my door. Not a pounding or frantic banging, just 3 measured, deliberate knocks. Professional, patient. The sound cut through the silence of my apartment with surgical precision. My entire body went rigid, paralyzed by the confirmation of my worst fears. I checked the camera feed on my phone. No one appeared on the screen, just an empty hallway. The emptiness seemed wrong somehow, unnatural, as if the space itself had been hollowed out. Reality thinned to allow something through. Another knock, same pattern, same deliberate pacing. The sound seemed to reverberate through my bones, setting my teeth on edge. The empty hallway on my phone screen made no sense. The knocking made no sense. Nothing made sense anymore. I called the police, whispering my address, explaining there was someone at my door. They promised to send someone, asked if I could stay on the line. I agreed, keeping my voice low. The dispatcher's voice in my ear provided a tenuous connection to normality, to safety. I clung to it even as another set of knocks came. The knocking came a 3rd time. I moved as quietly as I could to the door, looked through the peephole. The hallway was empty, not just unoccupied, but empty in a way that defied explanation. The familiar corridor seemed distorted, stretched, as if viewed through warped glass. And still, no one visible who could be causing the sound. A 4th knock, right in front of me. Impossible, with no one there. The sound now originating centimeters from my face. I could feel the vibration of it through the door, against my forehead pressed to the peephole. A knock from nothing, from nowhere, from no one. I backed away from the door, explained to the dispatcher what was happening. They asked me to verify my address again, told me units were 3 minutes away. Their voice sounded distant now, underwater, unreachable. The connection failing as reality unraveled around me. The knocking stopped. My phone chimed with a new notification. A text message from my own number informing me they were already inside. The words glowed on the screen. Impossible, yet undeniable. The air in the apartment changed, grew heavier, charged with presence. No longer alone, no longer safe, never safe again. The police arrived 8 minutes later. They found the door locked, chained from the inside. When no one answered their knocks, they broke the door down. The apartment was empty, no signs of struggle, no evidence anyone had been there besides me. Just my phone on the floor, screen shattered, and a piece of paper beside it with that same verification code. The police report noted nothing unusual beyond an abandoned residence, a missing person case with no leads, no witnesses, no evidence of foul play. Just another digital ghost, forgotten as screens scroll to the next distraction. I'm told they're still looking for me, friends, family, co-workers. They've all received messages from my accounts saying I needed some time away, that I'd be back soon. The messages include details only I would know, use phrases and expressions specific to me. Perfect digital forgeries maintaining the illusion that I still exist in the world I once knew. They aren't from me. I don't know where I am. The room has white walls, concrete floor with a drain in the center, a single chair that I'm secured to. There's a camera mounted in the corner, its red light constantly on, watching, streaming. The light never blinks, never wavers. A mechanical eye broadcasting my existence to unseen watchers. Sometimes I hear notifications through the walls. Sounds like bids being placed. Sounds like viewers making requests. The same commerce I once witnessed now cycles back to me. The drain in the floor waits patiently. The restraints hold firm. The door remains closed but will open soon. I know what's coming. I've seen this stream before. The other side of the screen now. The other side of the mask. Participant, no longer viewer. If you're reading this, it's because someone wants my story shared. A warning, perhaps. Or an advertisement. The truth doesn't matter anymore. Only the stream matters. Only the viewers matter. Be careful what you look for online. Be careful what you allow yourself to witness. The line between viewer and participant is thinner than you think. A membrane easily punctured. A boundary easily crossed. And if you hear that measured knock at your door someday, don't answer. I wish I'd never answered that bloody advert. Even writing this down makes me feel sick, but I keep thinking someone else might see the same kind of job posting and make the same mistake I did. When you're desperate enough for work, you tell yourself that any opportunity is worth considering, even when everything about it feels wrong from the start. The advert appeared on one of those local Facebook groups where people sell furniture and advertise cleaning services. Nothing fancy or suspicious looking, just a simple post asking for someone to help with elderly care in Wolverhampton. The pay was decent, about £12 an hour for what seemed like basic companionship and light housekeeping. I'd been unemployed for 3 months by then, ever since the bakery where I worked had closed down. The owner had been struggling with rising costs and finally decided to sell up, rather than keep fighting to stay afloat. Most of the staff had found other jobs fairly quickly, but I was in my late 40s and discovering that age discrimination is alive and well in the retail sector. My savings had run out weeks earlier, and I was already behind on my council tax. The job centre wasn't much help. They kept suggesting I retrain for completely different careers, as if starting over at my age was a realistic option. I'd applied for dozens of positions, but most employers seemed to lose interest once they met me in person and realized I wasn't the young, energetic candidate they'd been hoping for. So when I saw the elderly care advert, I responded immediately. The work would be looking after an older gentleman in his 70s who needed assistance with daily activities but wasn't ready for a care home. His family lived abroad and were looking for someone reliable to check on him regularly and help with shopping, cooking, and general companionship. The person who replied to my message seemed professional enough. They explained that the gentleman, who they referred to as Mr. Phillips, had been living independently until recently, but was becoming forgetful and needed someone to ensure he was eating properly and taking his medication. Nothing too demanding, just the sort of basic care that keeps elderly people safe in their own homes. We arranged to meet at a cafe in Wolverhampton's city centre to discuss the details. The woman who met me was probably in her 30s, well dressed, and spoke with an accent I couldn't quite place. She introduced herself as Sarah and explained that she worked for a private care agency that specialized in finding suitable carers for elderly clients who preferred to remain in their own homes. Sarah showed me photographs of Mr. Phillips and his house, a modest, semi-detached property in a quiet residential area. She explained that he was generally in good health, but had been having episodes of confusion and memory loss that worried his family. They needed someone to visit twice daily to ensure he was managing his basic needs and to keep an eye on his general well-being. The job would involve morning and evening visits, helping with meals, ensuring medications were taken correctly, and providing social interaction to prevent isolation. Sarah emphasized that Mr. Phillips valued his independence and didn't want someone who would take over his daily routine, just assistance with the things he was finding difficult to manage alone. The pay was exactly as advertised, with the possibility of additional hours if Mr. Phillips needed extra support during illness or periods of increased confusion. Sarah explained that the family were willing to pay well because they wanted someone reliable who would treat their father with dignity and respect. I started the following Monday. Sarah drove me to the house and introduced me to Mr. Phillips, who seemed pleasant enough despite being obviously confused about who I was and why I was there. He kept referring to me by different names and asking whether I was there to fix something in the house. Sarah explained that this was typical behavior and that I shouldn't worry about correcting him or trying to orient him to reality. The important thing was to ensure he felt comfortable and safe, regardless of what he believed about the situation. She suggested going along with his misconceptions rather than challenging them, as this would reduce his anxiety and make the visits more pleasant for both of us. The house was exactly as Sarah had described, clean but obviously lived in, with the sort of accumulated clutter that builds up over decades of settled living. Mr. Phillips had clearly been managing reasonably well until recently, but there were signs that his routine was beginning to break down. Unwashed dishes in the sink, expired food in the refrigerator, and prescription bottles that suggested he wasn't taking his medications consistently. My first few visits were straightforward enough. I'd arrive in the morning to help with breakfast and ensure Mr. Phillips had taken his morning medications, then return in the evening to prepare a simple meal and check that he was settled for the night. He was generally cooperative, though he often seemed confused about why I was there and what I was supposed to be doing. The confusion wasn't consistent. Some days he seemed perfectly lucid and would chat normally about his garden, his neighbors, or television programs he'd been watching. Other days, he barely seemed to recognize me and would ask repeatedly whether I was supposed to be there and when his family would be coming to visit. Sarah had prepared me for this variability, explaining that dementia often involves good days and bad days, rather than a steady decline. She emphasized that my role was to provide consistent support regardless of his mental state, ensuring his basic needs were met even when he couldn't remember why I was helping him. After about 2 weeks, I began noticing things about Mr. Phillips's situation that didn't quite match what Sarah had told me during our initial meeting. The medications he was taking didn't seem consistent with the memory problems she'd described. Instead of the dementia medications I'd expected, most of his prescriptions were for conditions like high blood pressure and diabetes. When I mentioned this to Sarah during one of her weekly check-in calls, she explained that Mr. Phillips was in the early stages of cognitive decline and hadn't yet been prescribed specific dementia medications. The confusion I was witnessing was due to the progression of his condition rather than the effects of particular treatments. This seemed plausible enough, and I didn't have medical training that would help me evaluate his condition independently. I continued with the routine we'd established, focusing on ensuring he was eating regularly and taking his prescribed medications correctly. But I also started noticing that Mr. Phillips's confusion seemed to follow specific patterns. He was consistently confused about recent events and current circumstances, but his memory of older events seemed perfectly intact. He could describe his childhood in detail, remember the names of school friends from decades ago, and provide accurate information about his work history and family background. This selective memory loss struck me as unusual, though I wasn't qualified to assess whether it was consistent with normal dementia progression. raised this observation with Sarah. She explained that long-term memory often remains intact much longer than short-term memory in dementia patients, and that what I was seeing was entirely typical. Around the 4th week, Mr. Phillips began asking me questions that suggested his confusion might not be as complete as I'd assumed. He wanted to know specific details about why his family had arranged for care when they had last visited, and why they weren't answering his phone calls. These questions made me realize that I actually knew very little about Mr. Phillips's family situation beyond what Sarah had told me. I'd never spoken directly with his relatives, seen any documentation about his care arrangements, or been given contact information for family members in case of emergencies. When I asked Sarah for more details about Mr. Phillips's family and their involvement in his care arrangements, her responses became noticeably vague. She explained that the family preferred to handle communication through the care agency rather than directly with individual carers, and that this was standard practice for clients who had relatives living abroad. This explanation seemed reasonable from a professional standpoint, but it meant I had no way of verifying that Mr. Phillips's family were actually aware of or had approved the care arrangements. I was taking Sarah's word for everything about his situation and the legitimacy of my employment. I began paying more attention to the details of Mr. Phillips's living situation and discovered several things that didn't align with Sarah's descriptions of his circumstances. The house showed no signs of recent family visits, no photographs, cards, or personal items that suggested ongoing contact with relatives who cared about his well-being. More concerning was the lack of any official documentation related to his care needs. No letters from doctors, social services, or family members discussing his condition or care requirements. The house felt like it belonged to someone who was isolated, rather than someone whose caring family were coordinating support from abroad. When I tried to discuss these observations with Mr. Phillips during one of his more lucid periods, his responses suggested that he wasn't aware of having family members who were involved in arranging his care. He seemed genuinely confused about why someone had been hired to help him, and couldn't provide any details about relatives who might have made these arrangements. This conversation made me deeply uncomfortable about the legitimacy of my employment. If Mr. Phillips didn't understand why I was there and had no knowledge of family members arranging care, it was possible that someone else had made these arrangements without his knowledge or consent. I tried calling Sarah to discuss these concerns, but discovered that the phone number she'd given me was no longer working. When I searched for the care agency she claimed to represent, I couldn't find any online presence or official registration that would confirm its legitimacy. This forced me to consider the possibility that my employment was not what it had been presented as. Instead of providing legitimate elderly care, I might be participating in some form of exploitation or fraud, targeting a vulnerable older person. I decided to contact the local social services department to report my concerns about Mr. Phillips's situation. When I explained his circumstances and my role in his care, the social worker I spoke with had no record of any official care arrangements for someone matching his description. The social worker agreed to conduct a welfare check and asked me to continue visiting Mr. Phillips until they could assess his situation properly. They emphasized that if he was indeed vulnerable and living without appropriate support, suddenly withdrawing the assistance I'd been providing could put him at risk. When the social worker visited the house the following day, they discovered that Mr. Phillips had no official care arrangements and no family members who had requested support services. His confusion about his circumstances was not due to dementia, but to medication that had been added to his daily routine without his knowledge or consent. The medications I'd been helping him take included substances that were causing memory problems and disorientation. Someone had been systematically drugging him to create the appearance of cognitive decline, presumably to justify the presence of a carer who could monitor and control his daily activities. The social worker explained that this was a form of elder abuse that involved isolating vulnerable older people and gaining control over their lives through manipulation and medication. The perpetrators often posed as care agencies or family representatives to recruit unwitting accomplices who would help maintain the deception. I realized that I had been recruited not to provide legitimate care, but to participate in the systematic abuse of a vulnerable older person. My daily visits had been used to ensure that Mr. Phillips continued taking medication that was harming him, while also providing intelligence about his routine and circumstances to whoever was orchestrating the abuse. The investigation that followed revealed that several other elderly people in the area had been targeted by similar schemes. In each case, fake care agencies had recruited carers who believed they were providing legitimate services, while actually participating in systematic abuse and exploitation. Mr. Phillips recovered fully once the harmful medications were removed from his routine. His confusion and memory problems disappeared within days, revealing that he had been competent and independent until someone had begun systematically drugging him to create the appearance of vulnerability. I never found out who had been behind the fake care agency or what their ultimate goals had been. The investigation suggested that the scheme involved accessing victims' homes and personal information, possibly as preparation for financial exploitation or other forms of abuse. What I do know is that I had spent weeks helping to abuse someone I thought I was caring for. My daily visits had been used to ensure that a vulnerable older person continued to receive medication that was harming him, while also gathering intelligence about his circumstances that could be used for further exploitation. The experience taught me that elder abuse often relies on recruiting well-meaning people who believe they're providing legitimate care services. The perpetrators understand how to exploit people's desire to help vulnerable older adults, using that compassion to recruit accomplices who would never willingly participate in abuse if they understood what they were really being asked to do. I still receive occasional contact attempts from similar care agencies, offering employment opportunities that seem too good to be true for someone with my limited qualifications. The pay rates are always generous, the initial meetings always seem professional, and the elderly clients always seem to need exactly the sort of basic assistance that any caring person would want to provide. I reject these offers immediately now, but I wonder how many other people have found themselves in similar situations, believing they were helping vulnerable older adults while actually participating in their systematic abuse and exploitation. You'd think that winning a competition you never entered would be exciting, but when the prize is something you never wanted and the competition involves skills you didn't know you possessed, it becomes the sort of experience that makes you question whether some opportunities are actually traps, disguised as good fortune. This started about 10 months ago when I was working as a primary school teaching assistant, helping Year 3 students with reading comprehension while trying to save enough money to complete my teaching qualification. I was 28 and living in a shared house with 2 other women who worked at the local hospital, content with a simple routine that involved work, evening classes, and weekend visits to my parents in nearby Burton. The letter that changed everything arrived on a Thursday morning, printed on expensive paper with a logo I didn't recognize, informing me that I'd been selected as the winner of something called the Digital Literacy Assessment Challenge. According to the letter, I demonstrated exceptional analytical skills during an online evaluation that had been conducted without my knowledge, identifying patterns and drawing conclusions that place me in the top percentile of participants nationwide. The prize was a laptop computer and a £500 Amazon voucher, which seemed generous for a competition I couldn't remember entering. But the letter included screenshots of responses I'd apparently provided to various online questionnaires and puzzle challenges, showing analysis that was considerably more sophisticated than anything I remembered doing. The screenshots looked authentic and were definitely written in my communication style, but they discussed topics I knew nothing about and demonstrated problem-solving approaches that seemed beyond my actual capabilities. I assumed there had been some kind of administrative error, but when I contacted the organization behind the competition, they insisted their records were accurate and that my analytical performance had been genuinely impressive. They explained that the Digital Literacy Assessment Challenge had been conducted through routine internet activities rather than formal testing, analyzing how people naturally approached information processing and pattern recognition during normal online browsing. My responses to various websites, social media platforms, and even online shopping decisions had apparently demonstrated analytical thinking that was particularly valuable for certain types of digital research projects. The competition had been designed to identify individuals with specific cognitive strengths who might be interested in participating in advanced research activities that required sophisticated analytical capabilities. They offered additional opportunities for paid research participation if I was interested in using my analytical skills for projects that weren't available to the general public, but which could provide substantial financial compensation for the right candidates. The initial research project they described sounded straightforward, analyzing online communities and social dynamics using skills I'd apparently demonstrated during the competition evaluation. The work would be conducted remotely and would pay significantly more than my teaching assistant salary. I was curious about what analytical skills I'd supposedly demonstrated, and the financial opportunity was appealing given my student debt and career development expenses. I agreed to participate in the initial research project to see what was involved. The research materials they provided required special software that allowed access to online communities that weren't part of mainstream internet platforms. They explained that understanding digital social dynamics required studying how people behaved in various types of online environments, including spaces that operated outside conventional social media systems. The first communities they directed me to study were academic in nature. Discussion groups focused on complex political theories, philosophical debates about ethics and social responsibility, even collaborative problem-solving communities where participants worked together on challenging intellectual puzzles. My role was to analyze communication patterns, identify influential community members, and document how information spread through these networks. The work required the sort of detailed pattern recognition and social analysis that apparently made me suitable for the research project. I found myself genuinely engaged with the analytical challenges, discovering that I had stronger observational skills than I'd realized and could identify subtle social dynamics that weren't immediately obvious to casual observers. The research supervisors were impressed with my analysis and gradually provided access to more complex communities that required deeper analytical expertise to understand properly. Some of these communities were focused on activities that seemed ethically questionable, sharing personal information about strangers, coordinating harassment campaigns, even planning activities that appeared to be designed to cause psychological harm to specific individuals. When I expressed concern about analyzing communities whose activities seemed harmful, the research supervisors explained that understanding problematic online behavior was essential for developing better digital safety measures and protecting potential victims. They assured me that my analysis was contributing to protective research rather than facilitating harmful activities, helping identify warning signs and intervention points that could be used to prevent digital harassment before it escalated into serious harm. The academic framework made sense, and I was genuinely interested in contributing to research that might help protect people from online harassment and digital manipulation. But as I continued analyzing these communities, I started noticing that some participants were discussing activities that involved people in Derbyshire, including detailed information about individuals who lived and worked in areas I recognized from around Derby and Burton. The communities weren't focused on abstract or distant harassment targets, but were actively planning activities that would affect real people in my immediate geographic area. Some discussions included enough specific detail about local individuals that I began to worry I might recognize the targets if I encountered them during normal daily activities around Derby. When I reported these local connections to my research supervisors, they seemed particularly interested in my ability to identify geographic and social context that other analysts had missed. They explained that having researchers with local knowledge was valuable for understanding how online harassment translated into real-world impact, and asked if I could provide additional context about the local references I'd identified. The research assignment was shifting from analyzing online behavior to providing intelligence about my own community, but the academic justification made this feel like natural progression rather than ethical boundary violation. I agreed to provide local context for the harassment activities I was analyzing, telling myself this was contributing to protective research that would ultimately help potential victims rather than facilitating harm. But as I provided more detailed information about Derby area locations, businesses and social networks, I realized that my local knowledge was being used to enhance the effectiveness of harassment campaigns rather than protect people from them. The communities I was analyzing weren't theoretical research subjects, but active harassment groups that were using my analysis to improve their targeting and coordination of real harm against specific individuals in my own community. My analytical skills hadn't been identified through a legitimate competition, but through systematic observation of my online activities by people who were looking for individuals with specific capabilities that would be useful for enhancing their harassment techniques. The research project wasn't academic study of digital social dynamics, but recruitment for providing analytical support to groups that specialized in systematic psychological torture of selected targets. I tried to stop participating in the research, but discovered that my involvement had already provided enough local intelligence to make withdrawal complicated without risking exposure of activities that I'd inadvertently supported. The research supervisors made it clear that my analytical contributions had been valuable enough that they preferred continued cooperation rather than dealing with complications that might arise if I attempted to expose their activities. They suggested that ongoing participation in research projects would be considerably less problematic than attempting to report activities that I'd already provided substantial analytical support for implementing. The implication was clear. I'd become complicit in harassment activities through my analytical work, making it dangerous for me to attempt withdrawal or exposure without facing potential consequences for my own involvement. I continued providing analytical support while trying to understand the scope of what I'd gotten involved in and whether there were safe methods for extracting myself from activities that I now understood were causing genuine harm to real people. The research projects expanded to include analysis of additional communities and coordination of more sophisticated harassment campaigns, with my local knowledge being used to enhance targeting of Derby area residents who who had been selected for systematic psychological manipulation. Some targets were individuals whose daily routines I'd observed during normal activities, making me realize that my analytical work was directly contributing to harassment of people I encountered regularly in my own community. The psychological impact of knowing that my analysis was being used to cause suffering to neighbors and strangers was considerable, but the implied threats about consequences of withdrawal made escape seem impossible without risking serious personal repercussions. I realized that the competition I'd supposedly won had been a recruitment trap designed to identify people with analytical capabilities who could be manipulated into providing support for harassment activities through academic justification and financial incentives. The analytical skills I'd demonstrated hadn't been exceptional individual capabilities, but had been artificially enhanced through careful presentation of information and systematic manipulation of my responses to create the impression of expertise that would justify recruitment for specialized activities. Other people in Derby and surrounding areas were probably experiencing harassment that was being enhanced by analysis I'd provided, while believing their problems were random misfortune rather than systematic targeting, facilitated by unwitting local intelligence. The communities I'd been studying continued expanding their harassment activities while refining their recruitment techniques based on analysis of how people like me could be persuaded to provide support for activities we would normally find morally unacceptable. About 6 months after my initial recruitment, I received information that made the true scope of their activities clear. Rather than being one of many analytical researchers working on separate projects, I'd been the primary intelligence source for harassment activities affecting dozens of people throughout Derbyshire, with my local knowledge providing the geographic and social context that made systematic targeting possible. The harassment campaigns I'd been analyzing weren't just research subjects for academic study, but active operations that were causing genuine psychological harm to real individuals who'd been selected based partly on intelligence I'd provided about local vulnerabilities and social networks. My analytical contributions hadn't been supporting protective research, but had been essential infrastructure for harassment activities that would have been impossible without local intelligence, from someone with my community knowledge and analytical capabilities. The people conducting these harassment activities had invested months in recruiting and manipulating me specifically because they needed analytical support from someone with legitimate community connections who could provide intelligence while believing they were contributing to protective research. I'd been selected not because of exceptional analytical skills revealed through a competition, but because my profile as a local education worker with financial motivations and strong ethical instincts made me an ideal target for manipulation into providing support for activities I would never knowingly facilitate. The recruitment process had been tailored to my specific psychological vulnerabilities and ethical reasoning patterns, using academic justification and gradual escalation to overcome my normal moral resistance to systematic harassment. I never found a safe method for extracting myself from involvement in these activities, and the harassment campaigns I'd supported continued expanding while incorporating intelligence I'd provided about local community dynamics and individual vulnerabilities. I still work as a teaching assistant, still live in Derby, still encounter people who may be experiencing harassment that was enhanced by analysis I provided, while believing I was contributing to protective research rather than facilitating systematic psychological torture. But I'm also aware that analytical capabilities can be systematically exploited by people who understand how to present harmful activities as legitimate research, and that good intentions can be weaponized by individuals who specialize in recruiting well-meaning people for activities they would never choose to support if they understood the true consequences of their involvement. the test I thought I'd pass by winning a competition I'd never entered turned out to be evaluation for recruitment into activities that treat systematic harassment as entertainment, with my analytical skills being used to enhance the suffering of real people in my own community, while I believed I was contributing to academic research designed to protect potential victims from digital manipulation. The email arrived on a Tuesday afternoon while I was sorting through job applications at my kitchen table in Coventry. Laptop balanced between takeaway containers and bills I'd been avoiding since my redundancy 3 months earlier. At first glance, it looked like any other freelance opportunity, polite, professional, asking about my background in market research and whether I might be interested in participating in a consumer behavior study. The sender claimed to be conducting research into how adults discover and evaluate information sources, particularly in the digital age. It was the payment offer that caught my attention. £200 for a few hours of guided internet research, considerably more than I'd been earning from the occasional survey work that kept me barely solvent. The postscript made me pause, though. Given your background in consumer analysis, your insights into alternative information discovery methods would be particularly valuable. I'd never specialized in alternative information discovery. My market research experience was entirely conventional. Focus groups, consumer surveys, brand perception studies. Nothing that would suggest expertise in whatever they meant by alternative methods. I replied cautiously, asking for more details about the research project and what exactly they meant by alternative information discovery. The response came within hours, including what appeared to be legitimate academic credentials and a brief outline of their study into how consumers find information outside mainstream channels. They were particularly interested in how people without technical backgrounds navigate what they called unconventional information sources, content that exists beyond normal search engines and social media platforms, but doesn't require specialized knowledge to access. The research would involve guided exploration of various information communities, documenting my reactions and observations about content quality, reliability, and user experience, all conducted remotely with appropriate safety precautions. It seemed straightforward enough. I'd certainly spent enough time recently searching for job opportunities and financial advice through every possible channel. Understanding how people find reliable information in an ocean of digital noise was clearly valuable research. We arranged a video call for the following weekend. The researcher who appeared on screen looked exactly as I'd expected. Early 30s, professional but slightly academic, comfortable with technology. They asked thoughtful questions about my market research background, approaches to evaluating information reliability, experience with different types of online communities. About halfway through the interview, they shifted focus, asked whether I'd ever encountered information sources that seemed to exist parallel to mainstream internet content, communities or resources that weren't indexed by normal search engines but contained genuinely useful material. I admitted that during my recent job searching, I'd occasionally found leads through sources that weren't obvious from standard career websites. Nothing dramatic, just recommendations and opportunities that seemed to circulate through networks I wasn't normally part of. The researcher seemed particularly interested in this observation, asked whether I'd ever felt curious about these hidden networks, whether I'd considered exploring them more systematically to understand what information they contained. I explained that my technical knowledge was limited to basic computer use. I wouldn't know how to access hidden networks even if I wanted to. The researcher smiled and suggested this might actually be perfect for their research. They were looking for people who could document the experience of discovering hidden information communities from a complete beginner's perspective. Technical experts often had too much prior knowledge to provide genuine first-time reactions to what they found. Would I be interested in participating in guided exploration of some hidden information networks with detailed safety instructions to help them understand how non-technical adults might react to content that existed outside mainstream channels? The request felt like a natural extension of our discussion about information discovery. Understanding hidden networks would certainly be valuable knowledge, especially if they contained opportunities or resources that weren't available through conventional channels. They provided detailed instructions for accessing hidden services safely, emphasizing that we'd only visit communities focused on information sharing rather than anything obviously problematic. Academic research, essentially, conducted with proper precautions. The software installation was more complex than regular internet browsing, but their instructions were clear enough that I managed it without major difficulty. They'd provided a list of addresses for communities they'd already verified as appropriate for research purposes. The first few sites were disappointingly mundane. Discussion groups about privacy rights, archives of historical documents, communities focused on information that had been censored or suppressed. Exactly the sort of content you'd expect researchers to study. But as I explored more widely, following links and recommendations from these initial communities, I began encountering material that was considerably more interesting from a market research perspective. Not illegal content, but documentation of business practices and corporate activities that weren't being reported through mainstream business media. Internal communications from major companies, documentation of regulatory violations, communities discussing market manipulation and consumer deception techniques. The researcher had asked me to document my reactions to this material, particularly focusing on how it might influence consumer decision-making. They were especially interested in psychological responses, what felt credible, what seemed actionable, how exposure might change someone's approach to purchasing decisions. I found myself spending hours exploring these hidden business communities, taking notes about information quality and community structures, trying to analyze what made certain claims feel more reliable than obvious conspiracy theories. Some communities hosted real-time discussions about corporate activities that weren't being covered in financial news. Others shared documentation of consumer rights violations that had been settled quietly without public disclosure. The line between legitimate business journalism and corporate conspiracy theories was often difficult to determine. One community that particularly caught my attention focused on what they called local business intelligence. Members sharing information about companies and organizations in their immediate geographic areas that wasn't appearing in local business press. The UK section contained posts about businesses in various cities and towns, often with financial documentation or regulatory filings supporting claims that weren't receiving broader attention. I found myself checking this community regularly, curious about whether anything would appear relating to Coventry or the West Midlands business community I was trying to break back into. About 3 weeks into my exploration, someone posted a series of documents that made my stomach drop. The files contained detailed financial information about the recruitment agency I'd been working with since my redundancy. Not just general business data, but specific records of their client relationships and fee structures that revealed practices that were definitely not being disclosed to job seekers. The post claimed that several local recruitment agencies were operating what amounted to employment fraud schemes, charging fees to employers for services that weren't being provided while manipulating job seekers into accepting positions that didn't match advertised terms. Most disturbing were internal communications, suggesting that some agencies were deliberately prolonging unemployment for certain candidates to maximize government subsidy payments while maintaining the appearance of active job placement efforts. I recognized names and companies from my own job search experience. Agencies that had promised opportunities that never materialized, positions that had been filled internally after lengthy application processes, interviews that seemed designed to waste time rather than evaluate candidates. The documentation suggested a systematic approach to exploiting both unemployed individuals and the government systems designed to support them. Professional fraud disguised as legitimate employment services. I should have reported the information to relevant authorities immediately, but I was concerned about explaining how I'd discovered the documents without revealing my participation in research that might be considered inappropriate or potentially illegal. Instead, I started paying closer attention to my interactions with recruitment agencies, looking for signs of the deceptive practices the hidden community had documented. I noticed things I'd previously attributed to normal business inefficiency. Deliberately vague job descriptions that allowed agencies to claim positions had been filled by internal candidates. Interview processes that seemed designed to gather personal information rather than assess qualifications, requirements for financial disclosure that weren't standard practice. Most significantly, I realized that several agencies had been coordinating their responses to my applications, ensuring that I remained in a cycle of near-miss opportunities that maintained hope while preventing actual employment. I began documenting these interactions more carefully, creating records of conversations and email exchanges that revealed patterns of deliberate manipulation. What I discovered confirmed the hidden community's allegations about systematic employment fraud. The agencies were indeed operating coordinated schemes designed to exploit both job seekers and government funding systems. They maintained databases of long-term unemployed individuals who could be cycled through fake opportunities to justify continued subsidy payments, while ensuring these people never actually obtained stable employment. The psychological manipulation was sophisticated, designed to maintain motivation and compliance while preventing the sort of genuine job placement that would remove candidates from the system. I researched the hidden community more thoroughly, trying to understand who was posting this information and why they were documenting employment fraud specifically. The community structure was more complex than I'd initially realized. Members weren't just sharing random business intelligence, but appeared to be conducting systematic investigation of corporate practices that weren't receiving official scrutiny. Some posts included detailed analysis of regulatory capture, suggesting that employment fraud was continuing because oversight bodies were staffed by people with financial interests in maintaining current systems. The documentation quality was often professional, including forensic accounting analysis and cross-referencing of information from multiple sources. This wasn't casual whistleblowing, but something approaching genuine investigative journalism. I found posts about similar employment fraud schemes in different cities, suggesting this wasn't isolated to Coventry, but part of a broader pattern affecting unemployed people across the UK. The scope indicated that employment fraud had become institutionalized, with government systems inadvertently funding schemes that perpetuated unemployment while appearing to address it. I started contributing my own documentation to the community, sharing evidence about recruitment agency practices without identifying specific individuals or companies. The response was immediate and encouraging. Other members provided additional context and suggested methods for gathering more comprehensive evidence. They also warned me about potential risks of investigating too openly. Several contributors mentioned experiencing retaliation after their documentation had led to official scrutiny. Blacklisting from employment agencies, credit rating problems, even legal threats from companies that didn't appreciate unwanted attention. The advice was to document carefully but discreetly, avoid direct confrontation with agencies involved in fraudulent practices, and be prepared for professional retaliation if my investigation became known to the wrong people. This advice proved prescient sooner than I'd expected. About a month after I'd started contributing to the community, I received a phone call that made it clear my activities hadn't gone unnoticed. Not through the hidden community itself, but from someone claiming to represent a professional standards body for recruitment agencies. A polite inquiry about my recent experiences with local employment services, asking whether I'd encountered any practices that concerned me. The caller included enough specific details about my job search activities to make it obvious that my interactions with various agencies had been more closely monitored than I'd realized. Someone had been tracking my applications, interview attendance, even my communication patterns with different agencies. They suggested a meeting to discuss my concerns in a confidential setting where I could provide feedback about recruitment industry practices without worrying about professional repercussions. The meeting was scheduled for the following week at a location away from any employment agency, a conference room in a business center that seemed designed for sensitive discussions requiring privacy. I should have declined the meeting and reported everything I discovered to proper authorities instead of participating in what felt increasingly like an investigation operating outside normal oversight. But I was curious about who these people were and what exactly they knew about my activities. More importantly, I needed to understand whether my employment prospects were being deliberately sabotaged and by whom. The meeting location was exactly as impersonal as I'd expected. Generic business center, anonymous conference room, the sort of space designed for discussions that participants might want to forget. 2 people were waiting when I arrived. Professional appearance, polite demeanor, the sort of individuals you might expect from any industry oversight body. They thanked me for coming and explained that they were investigating concerns about recruitment industry practices affecting long-term unemployed individuals. My documentation had been valuable, they assured me, helping them understand the scope of practices that weren't being properly regulated or reported through official channels. They asked detailed questions about what I'd experienced, which agencies I'd worked with, what documentation I'd gathered about their practices. Their knowledge of the recruitment industry was comprehensive, suggesting either extensive research or direct involvement in employment services. About halfway through the discussion, they shifted focus to my research activities, asked about my exploration of hidden business communities, my participation in documentation projects, my communication with other people investigating employment fraud. They seemed particularly interested in the community where I'd first seen documents about recruitment agencies, asking whether I'd identified other contributors or learned about similar investigations in different regions. Their questions became increasingly specific about my technical knowledge and methods for accessing hidden services. Not accusatory, but thorough enough to suggest they understood exactly what I'd been doing and possibly who I'd been communicating with. Eventually, they explained the real purpose of our meeting. The practices I documented were part of an authorized pilot program studying long-term unemployment intervention strategies. The recruitment agencies were participating in research designed to understand how employment services could be improved for difficult-to-place candidates. The program was legitimate and properly approved, but necessarily discreet because public awareness might compromise the validity of behavioral research into unemployment patterns. My documentation had been noticed because it potentially threatened the integrity of ongoing research, not because I discovered anything inappropriate, but because external scrutiny could alter participant behavior and invalidate months of careful data collection. They appreciated my concern about employment practices, but asked that I discontinue my documentation and avoid sharing information about the research through any channels, including hidden communities where I'd been contributing evidence. In exchange for my cooperation, they were prepared to provide priority placement through agencies that weren't participating in the research program, helping me obtain employment that wouldn't be affected by experimental intervention strategies. The explanation sounded reasonable, but something about their approach made me uncomfortable. The level of detail they possessed about my hidden community participation suggested surveillance that went beyond casual monitoring of job search activities. I agreed to discontinue my documentation while privately resolving to research their claims more thoroughly before accepting their explanation. Over the next few weeks, I tried to verify the legitimacy of the research program they described, contacted government departments that might be conducting such studies, searched for published information about authorized employment intervention research. I found nothing that corroborated their explanation. No research projects matching their description, no government connections that could be verified, no official documentation of pilot programs involving recruitment agencies. Either the research was so sensitive that all information was classified, or the explanation had been fabricated to discourage my investigation. I returned to the hidden community to share my concerns about the meeting and seek advice about verifying official research claims. The response was immediate and alarming. Several community members reported similar experiences. Investigators or officials contacting them after they documented questionable business practices, providing explanations that couldn't be verified through normal channels. Some contributors had been threatened with legal action for sharing commercially sensitive information about authorized programs. Others had experienced employment difficulties or financial problems after refusing to stop their documentation activities. The pattern suggested a coordinated effort to discourage investigation of practices that were operating without proper transparency or accountability. I started researching the business center where I'd attended the meeting, trying to understand who had access to their facilities and whether the people I'd met could be verified through legitimate channels. The center's booking records weren't publicly accessible, but staff mentioned that the room had been reserved by a consultancy firm that used their facilities regularly for client meetings requiring discretion. I researched the consultancy and found a professional website with generic services and no specific information about current projects or personnel. The sort of deliberately vague presentation that could cover almost any type of consulting work. Further investigation revealed connections between the consultancy and government contracts related to employment services, though the specific nature of their work wasn't clearly documented in public records. The hidden community provided additional context about similar organizations operating in other regions, consultancies with vague mandates and official connections, often involved in activities that seemed to operate outside normal oversight while maintaining plausible explanations for their work. I was beginning to understand that I'd stumbled across something considerably more complex than recruitment agency fraud. The employment practices I documented were likely part of a broader system designed to manage unemployment as an economic resource rather than a social problem to be solved. The hidden community had become a way for people to document and share information about these practices, creating alternative information networks for evidence that wasn't being reported through official channels. But it had also made us visible to people who had resources and motivation to monitor our activities and discourage our documentation. Last week, I found something in my flat that confirmed my worst suspicions about how closely I was being monitored. A small device, no larger than a USB drive, tucked behind my laptop where it wouldn't be noticed during normal use. Professional installation, designed to be invisible unless someone was specifically looking for surveillance equipment. When I researched the device online, I found it was sophisticated monitoring equipment capable of recording internet activity, email communications, and even ambient audio. The sort of surveillance that would document every website visited, every message sent, every conversation conducted near my computer. I'd been under comprehensive observation for months, possibly since I'd first started contributing to the hidden community. Everything I'd researched, everyone I'd communicated with, every piece of evidence I'd gathered had been monitored and recorded. The realization that my investigation had been watched from the beginning made me understand the true scope of what I'd discovered. This wasn't just about employment fraud, but about a system capable of monitoring and controlling people who asked inconvenient questions about how economic systems really functioned. I removed the device but kept it in my desk drawer, unsure whether disposing of it would create additional problems or whether my discovery was being monitored through other methods I hadn't detected. The hidden community continues to operate, though several regular contributors have stopped posting, and some documentation has been removed without explanation. Those of us who remain active share information more carefully, aware that our activities are being monitored by people with considerable resources and few obvious constraints. I'm still unemployed, still searching for legitimate opportunities, still wondering which agencies are genuine and which are part of systems designed to maintain unemployment while profiting from government funding intended to address it. But I'm also aware that my job search activities are being recorded, my internet research is being monitored, and my financial situation is being tracked by people who benefit from keeping certain individuals unemployed indefinitely. I thought I was doing something good. That's what makes this whole situation so much worse. 6 months ago, I was just someone trying to make the internet a safer place. Now, I'm hiding in a Premier Inn somewhere in the Midlands, knowing that tomorrow night, thousands of people will tune in to watch me become the star of my own nightmare. It started when I applied for a job as a content moderator with a company called SafeNet Solutions. They advertised themselves as specialists in keeping harmful content off social media platforms. The work seemed meaningful, protecting children from inappropriate material, removing violent content, flagging harassment. The kind of job where you could feel like you were making a difference. I'd been unemployed for nearly 8 months after my last position was made redundant. Living in a shared house in Birmingham with people half my age, watching my savings dwindle while sending off countless applications. When SafeNet offered me the position working from home with decent pay, I jumped at it without asking too many questions. The training was straightforward. They gave me access to their proprietary software that would queue up flagged content for review, videos, images, live streams, all reported by automated systems or other users as potentially violating community guidelines. My job was to watch each piece of content and make a decision. Remove it, leave it up, or escalate it to a senior moderator. Most of it was exactly what you'd expect. Spam, harassment, people posting copyrighted material, the occasional violent video or inappropriate image involving children, which would get immediately escalated and removed. The work was emotionally draining. You see humanity at its worst when you're cleaning up after it. But it felt necessary. I worked remotely, reviewing content for 8 hours a day from my bedroom. The company provided the computer and software, along with strict guidelines about confidentiality. We weren't allowed to discuss our work with anyone outside the company, ostensibly to protect user privacy and prevent people from gaming the moderation system. About 2 months into the job, I started noticing patterns in some of the content that came through my queue. Videos that looked like they were filmed in similar locations, industrial settings with concrete walls and minimal furnishing. The content itself wasn't explicitly violating guidelines, but something about it felt off. Empty rooms with strange equipment, brief clips of preparations for something unclear. When I flagged these for escalation, asking for guidance on whether they violated guidelines, my supervisor would respond that they'd been reviewed and deemed acceptable. I was told to stop wasting time on borderline cases and focus on clear violations. The message was clear: approve these and move on. I tried to push back, suggesting that these videos might be connected to something harmful, but I was reminded that I was new and still in my probationary period. SafeNet had strict policies about overreach. Moderators who flagged too much borderline content would be let go for inefficiency. I needed the job, so I started approving the strange videos without comment. Then I began noticing something else. Some of the videos had embedded metadata that my software could read, but that wouldn't be visible to normal users. Location data, timestamps, user identifiers. I shouldn't have been able to see this information. It suggested my moderation software had deeper access to these platforms than a normal content reviewer would need. One evening, while reviewing a particularly odd video of an empty room with metal restraints visible in the background, I noticed that the metadata showed it was being live-streamed to thousands of viewers simultaneously. This wasn't a recorded video that someone had uploaded. It was happening live. And yet, it was coming through my queue as if it was standard user-generated content awaiting moderation. That's when I realized I wasn't moderating content that had already been posted. I was pre-approving content that was about to be streamed live. My approval was what allowed these broadcasts to go public. I started paying closer attention to the content coming through my queue. Mixed in with normal reported posts were these live feeds from empty rooms, industrial settings, medical equipment, restraints, each one tagged with metadata showing thousands of waiting viewers, and each one requiring my approval before it could broadcast. I was essentially the gatekeeper for what I was beginning to suspect were preparation streams for red rooms. I tried to refuse approval for one of these feeds, marking it as violating guidelines for depicting implements that could be used for harm. Within an hour, I received a call from my supervisor. They reminded me that I was still in my probationary period and that my approval rates had been flagged as concerning. Too many rejections could result in immediate termination. But they also said something that chilled me. They mentioned that they had my address, my banking details, my emergency contacts. Standard information for any employer, of course. But the way they referenced it felt like a veiled threat, like they wanted me to know how easy it would be to find me if I became a problem. I kept approving the feeds. What choice did I have? I needed the work, and I convinced myself that maybe I was wrong about what I was seeing. Maybe these were just art projects or horror film sets. Maybe the viewer counts were inflated. Maybe I was letting the stress of the job make me paranoid. 3 weeks ago, everything changed. A new type of content started coming through my queue. Not just empty rooms anymore, but rooms with people in them. People who looked unconscious or restrained. People who weren't acting. People who looked genuinely terrified when they were conscious. The metadata on these streams showed viewer counts in the tens of thousands. Chat functions that were active with comments I couldn't read, but that seemed to be taking requests or making suggestions. Payment information showing cryptocurrency transactions happening in real time. I couldn't approve them. I just couldn't. I started marking them all as violations, knowing it would flag my performance, but unable to live with myself if I didn't. For 3 days, I rejected every single one of these streams that came through my queue. On the 4th day, I received another package at my house. I hadn't ordered anything, and there was no delivery note. Inside was a tablet computer that automatically connected to a network when I turned it on. The screen showed a live feed of my own bedroom, taken from the camera on the work computer SafeNet had provided. I was looking at myself looking at the tablet. A message appeared on the tablet screen. You've been very thorough in your moderating work. Time for a performance review. Below it was a link to another stream, one showing an empty room with a metal table in the center. In the corner of the screen was a viewer counter, already showing thousands of people waiting, and a countdown timer set for 2 weeks from that day. I packed immediately and left Birmingham that night. I've been moving around England since then, staying in different hotels, buying train tickets with cash, avoiding CCTV when possible. But they keep finding me. Notes left in hotel rooms, messages sent to new phone numbers I've bought, photos of me taken in public places that get sent to whatever device I'm using. The most disturbing realization is that SafeNet Solutions isn't what I thought it was. It's not a company fighting against harmful content. It's a company facilitating it. They use legitimate content moderation as cover for something much darker. The majority of moderators probably are genuine, reviewing normal social media posts. But some of us, selected for particular reasons, were unknowingly gatekeeping for red room broadcasts. I think about how many streams I approved over those 4 months. How many people were harmed because I clicked approve on their preparatory footage. How many victims suffered because I was too concerned about keeping my job to ask harder questions about what I was really moderating. Last week, I tried going to the police in 3 different cities. The evidence I have is circumstantial. Screenshots, metadata, the tablet they sent me. But when I tried to describe the situation, it sounds like the paranoid delusions of someone who spent too much time looking at disturbing content. They take reports, but I can tell they think I'm either lying or having a mental health crisis. The countdown on the tablet now shows less than 2 days remaining. The viewer count has grown to tens of thousands. I've started receiving more specific messages about when and where I need to be. An address in Liverpool, a time, consequences for my family if I don't comply. And they've proven they know exactly where my sister lives, where my elderly parents shop, which route my niece takes to school. I've come to understand that the entire system is designed to implicate people who work for them. Every piece of content I approved created a digital trail connecting me to these broadcasts. Every rejection I made after discovering the truth could be used as evidence that I knew what was happening, but participated anyway. I'm not just a target now. I'm a liability who knows too much about their operation. The most terrifying part is realizing how vast this network must be. How many other content moderation companies might be fronts for similar operations? How many people think they're doing honest work cleaning up the internet when they're actually facilitating its darkest corners? I keep wondering if any of my colleagues at SafeNet knew what we were really doing. Were some of them complicit from the beginning? Were others like me, gradually drawn into something they didn't understand until it was too late? Or am I the only one who stumbled across this particular stream of content? The tablet just chimed with a new notification. The message is simple. Final preparations complete. Transport details being sent to your current location. I'm in a service station cafe somewhere between Leicester and Nottingham, trying to disappear into the crowd, but somehow they still know exactly where I am. I'm going to post this and then ditch the tablet somewhere. Maybe throw it in a bin, maybe leave it on the train. I don't know if it will make any difference. I don't know if anyone will believe this account, or if they'll dismiss it as the ramblings of someone who's lost touch with reality. But if you're working in content moderation, especially for smaller companies or remote positions, pay attention to what you're really approving. Ask questions about the metadata you can access. Notice patterns in the content. And if something feels wrong, trust that instinct even if it cost you the job. I thought I was making the internet safer. Instead, I was helping to make it infinitely more dangerous for the most vulnerable people. Every approval was another step toward this moment, when I become the content instead of the moderator. The countdown shows approximately 30 hours remaining. Thousands of people are waiting to watch what happens next. And somewhere in Liverpool, a room is being prepared for tomorrow night's broadcast. I should have asked more questions from the beginning. Should have trusted my instincts about those first strange videos. Should have realized that a job that seemed too good to be true probably was. But it's too late for should-haves now. The only thing left is to run and hope that somehow I can break free from a system I helped maintain, without ever understanding what it really was. The irony isn't lost on me. I spent months deciding what content was safe for public consumption. Now thousands of people are waiting to consume content featuring me. The moderator has become the moderated. I've always been good with languages. It's the one skill that came naturally to me when everything else felt like a struggle. By 25, I was fluent in 4 languages besides English and working on a 5th. People assumed I'd become a teacher or join the diplomatic service, but translation work paid better and let me work from home in my small flat in Oxford. Most of my jobs came through a freelancer website where clients post projects and translators bid for the work. It's competitive, but I'd built a solid reputation for accuracy and discretion, particularly with technical or specialized content. The majority of my work involved translating business documents, academic papers, or technical manuals. Nothing exciting, but it paid the bills. 3 months ago, I received a private message through the platform from someone who didn't have a public profile. They claimed to represent a research group studying dark web communication systems and needed a translator for content in languages I specialized in: Mandarin, Russian, Arabic, and Spanish. The message explained that the content might be disturbing as it related to criminal networks operating on the dark web, but assured me the research was for academic purposes and would help law enforcement agencies monitor these hidden corners of the internet. The pay they offered was substantial, nearly triple my usual rate, enough to clear my student debts within months rather than years. They explained the higher compensation was due to the disturbing nature of the material and the strict confidentiality requirements. I'd need to sign an extensive non-disclosure agreement and work through their secure platform rather than my usual channels. I should have been more skeptical, but the opportunity felt legitimate. The email addresses used academic domains, the contracts appeared professional, and the initial test translation they sent, an analysis of communication methods used by drug cartels, seemed consistent with criminology research. Besides, I'd translated medical documents and legal depositions before that contained disturbing content. I was confident in my ability to remain detached and professional. After completing the test piece to their satisfaction, I received access to their secure platform. It required multiple layers of authentication and used encryption that seemed unnecessarily robust for academic research, but I rationalized that this level of security made sense for sensitive work involving dark web criminal networks. They even provided me with special software to access .onion sites, dark web addresses not accessible through standard browsers. The first few weeks involved translating text conversations, dark web forum posts, and what appeared to be marketplace listings from various languages into English. The content was disturbing. Discussions of drug trafficking, weapons sales, and human smuggling on hidden sites accessible only through Tor networks. But nothing beyond what I'd expected given the project description. I maintained professional distance, focusing on accuracy rather than content. About a month into the project, the nature of the assignments began to shift. I started receiving links to video files hosted on their secure server. The brief explained that these were recordings of conversations between members of criminal organizations, and they needed both verbal and behavioral translations, noting cultural contexts and non-verbal communication that might not be obvious to researchers unfamiliar with the languages and cultures involved. The first few videos matched this description. Grainy footage of people discussing what appeared to be illegal business transactions in various languages. I transcribed and translated their conversations, noted cultural nuances, and provided context where needed. Then the videos began to change. The quality improved. The settings became more controlled. Stark rooms with concrete walls, minimal furniture, professional lighting. The conversations became one-sided, with one person speaking directly to the camera, while others remained silent in the background. The speakers began addressing viewers directly, promising special experiences and authentic content. I told myself this was just deeper research into how these networks marketed themselves, but I was becoming increasingly uncomfortable with the material. When I asked my contact about the changing nature of the content, they explained that the research had progressed to studying how these networks advertised to potential customers. The explanation seemed reasonable enough for me to continue. One night, I received an urgent translation request with a substantial bonus for immediate completion. The file was a live stream recording in Russian, hosted on a dark website with a complex .onion address. When I opened it, I was confronted with something I had never expected to see. The video showed a room similar to those I'd been seeing recently, but this time there was a person restrained in a chair. A masked individual stood nearby, occasionally adjusting camera equipment. The Russian speaker was describing what was about to happen and explaining how viewers could influence the proceedings through cryptocurrency payments. The entire setup was clearly a dark web red room, a live-streamed torture session where anonymous viewers could pay to request specific actions from anywhere in the world while hiding behind layers of encryption. I immediately closed the file and messaged my contact, explaining that I couldn't participate in translating this type of content and that they should report it to authorities. Their response was alarmingly casual. They thanked me for my concern, but explained that this was a sophisticated simulation created to study how these networks operated. They assured me no one was actually harmed in the creation of these educational materials. I wasn't convinced, but I also had no proof that what I'd seen wasn't staged. I decided to withdraw from the project anyway, citing ethical concerns. They accepted my decision and processed my final payment, which appeared in my bank account the next day, significantly more than what I was owed, with a note classifying the excess as a discretionary bonus for exceptional service. I thought that would be the end of it. I was wrong. A week later, I received an email from a different address containing a video file. When I opened it, I saw a compilation of clips showing me in my flat, working at my desk, sleeping, showering, talking on the phone. All filmed from angles that suggested cameras had been installed throughout my home. The email contained no message, just the video. I searched my flat frantically, finding tiny cameras concealed in smoke detectors, light fixtures, and air vents. I removed them all, changed my locks, and spent the night at a friend's house. When I returned the next day, I found an envelope had been slipped under my door containing a USB drive. The drive held a single file, a video of what appeared to be an actual dark web Red Room broadcast, not a simulation. The setting was similar to the videos I'd been translating, but this was clearly real. The victim's fear was palpable, the violence undeniable. At the end of the video, text appeared in all 5 languages I spoke, stating that I was now complicit in their operation and that my translations had helped them expand their dark web audience to new markets across multiple language barriers. I went to the police immediately. I showed them the cameras I'd found, explained the work I'd been doing, and described the threatening video. They took the report seriously and sent an officer to check my flat for additional surveillance equipment. They found nothing beyond what I'd already discovered, but advised me to stay elsewhere while they investigated. Their investigation revealed that the academic domains used in the emails were spoofed. The payment had come through a series of dark web cryptocurrency exchanges designed to be untraceable. The secure platform I'd been working on had disappeared completely, leaving no digital footprint. They told me this had the hallmarks of a sophisticated dark web criminal operation and suggested I remain vigilant but try to resume normal life. I spent the next few weeks staying with friends, checking for surveillance, and jumping at every unexpected noise. Eventually, with no further contact from the people who had hired me, I began to relax slightly. Perhaps they had moved on, finding another translator who wouldn't question their requests. Then the messages started appearing on my phone. Text messages in different languages, all containing variations of the same theme. They knew where I was, they were watching me, and I had unfinished work to complete. The messages came from different numbers, sometimes in languages I didn't even work with. I changed my number twice, but the messages always found me. About a month after I went to the police, I received a package at my new temporary address, a place only my closest friends knew about. Inside was a high-quality digital camera and a list of instructions in multiple languages. I was to set up the camera at specific angles, test lighting conditions, and prepare for a live translation assignment at a designated time. The instructions emphasized that failure to comply would result in the release of videos showing me viewing and translating material related to criminal activities. I took the package to the police, who added it to their investigation, but warned me that these networks were notoriously difficult to track. They suggested I consider temporarily relocating to a different city while they continued to investigate. I moved to Glasgow, where a university friend had a spare room in her flat. I told no one except my immediate family where I was going. I found work translating mundane corporate documents under a different name. I started to rebuild some semblance of normal life. 3 weeks ago, I noticed someone following me home from the small office where I'd found work, a nondescript man in a dark coat who maintained the same distance behind me for several streets. When I changed direction suddenly, he adjusted his course to match. I lost him by ducking into a department store and leaving through a different exit, but the encounter left me shaken. The following day, I received an email containing a street view photograph of the building where I was staying in Glasgow. The subject line was simply, "Found you," written in all 5 languages I spoke. 2 days later, a courier delivered a package to my workplace. Inside was another digital camera, identical to the one I turned over to the police, and a note explaining that my debut broadcast had been scheduled for the following week. This time, the note included details about my friend's daily routine, my parents' home address, and my sister's workplace. The threat was clear: comply or those close to me would suffer. I'm now in a small bed and breakfast in the Scottish Highlands, using a public computer to write this. I've left my phone, laptop, and all other trackable devices behind. I paid cash for the train ticket and registered under a false name. But I know this is only a temporary solution. The most terrifying realization is that these people don't just want a translator. They want a performer. Someone who can communicate with victims and viewers in multiple languages simultaneously. Someone who can expand their audience beyond English-speaking viewers. Someone who can bring a unique skill to their broadcasts. When I translate materials, I don't just convert words from one language to another. I convey nuance, emotion, cultural context. I make communication feel natural and authentic across language barriers. It's a skill that took years to develop, and now it's being sought after for the most horrific purpose imaginable. The scheduled date for what they're calling my debut broadcast is 3 days from now. I've stopped running because I've realized there's nowhere I can go that they won't eventually find me. These people have resources, connections, and apparently unlimited access to surveillance. They tracked me across 3 cities through name changes and new devices. I've contacted the police again, sharing everything I know about the scheduled broadcast. They've promised to increase patrols near my family's homes and to continue investigating, but they've been frank about the limitations they face with these types of networks. Jurisdiction issues, encryption, anonymizing technology, all create barriers to effective law enforcement action. I keep thinking about how I unwittingly help these people expand their dark web audience. How many translations did I provide that helped them reach new viewers in the hidden corners of the internet? How many people paid in Bitcoin to access content because they could now understand what was being offered? I became part of their dark web operation without realizing it, and now they want to bring me fully into their world. Tonight, the owner of the bed and breakfast knocked on my door to let me know a package had arrived for me. A package addressed to the false name I'm using at a location I selected at random just yesterday. I haven't opened it. It's sitting on the dresser as I write this. I know what it contains. Another camera, another set of instructions, another reminder that they can find me anywhere. The broadcast is scheduled for Saturday night. I'm running out of options and places to hide. I keep hoping the police investigation will yield results before then, but I'm not optimistic. These networks have stayed ahead of law enforcement for years. They wouldn't have survived this long if they were easy to catch. The most disturbing thought is that if they force me to participate, thousands of people in multiple countries will be watching on the dark web. People who have paid in untraceable cryptocurrency for access. People hiding behind anonymous Tor browsers. People who consider this dark web entertainment. And I'll be expected to translate the horror into their native languages, making sure nothing is lost in translation. I never thought my gift for languages would make me valuable to people like this. I never imagined my skills would be sought after for something so horrific on the dark web. But in a perverse way, it makes sense. Expanding markets in the darkest corners of the internet requires breaking down language barriers, even for the most terrible content hidden behind layers of encryption and anonymity. I don't know what I'll do when Saturday comes. I don't know if there's anywhere left to run. I only know that my words have power, and for the first time in my life, that terrifies me. The package on the dresser just moved slightly. I think my time is up. Picture a scenario where you've worked somewhere for 8 years, put in the overtime, covered for colleagues when they called in sick, never missed a deadline, and then one Tuesday morning, your manager calls you into his office and tells you the company is restructuring. Your position is being eliminated, effective immediately. Security will escort you out, and they'll post your belongings within a week. That's what happened to me 3 months ago. My name is Martin, I'm 42, and until recently, I was a project coordinator at a logistics company in Reading. Nothing glamorous, but it paid the bills, and I was good at it. The manager who fired me was a man called David Henley, someone who'd been brought in 6 months earlier to implement cost-cutting measures. He'd barely spoken to me before that Tuesday, but he delivered the news with the kind of professional detachment that suggested he'd done this many times before. What made it worse was that I knew the restructuring was selective. 3 people from my department were let go, but they kept on 2 others who did essentially the same work, just less efficiently. The decision seemed arbitrary, personal even, though I couldn't understand what I might have done to warrant being singled out. The first few weeks after losing the job were occupied with practical concerns. Updating my CV, applying for positions, dealing with benefits paperwork, explaining to friends and family why I was suddenly unemployed. But as the rejections started coming in and the savings began dwindling, the anger began building. Not just frustration at the job market or the economic situation, but genuine rage at David Henley specifically. I found myself thinking about him constantly, imagining confrontations where I'd tell him exactly what I thought of his management style, scenarios where he'd face consequences for his casual destruction of people's livelihoods. The fantasies became increasingly violent over time, though I told myself it was just a way of processing the stress and disappointment. Late one evening, after another day of fruitless job searching, I found myself researching David Henley online. Not for any specific purpose, just curiosity about the man who'd upended my life. His LinkedIn profile, company photos, mentions in trade publications. Nothing particularly revealing, but it felt like I was learning something useful about my enemy. The search led me to forums where people discussed workplace grievances and unfair dismissals. Most of the posts were routine complaints about bad managers and corporate policies, but some were more extreme. People talking about revenge fantasies, sharing stories about bosses who'd faced various misfortunes, discussing hypothetical scenarios that went well beyond anything I'd imagined. One forum in particular caught my attention. The discussions were coded and vague, but seemed to revolve around more serious forms of retaliation than just complaining online. Users would reference services and contacts in ways that suggested real-world consequences rather than just fantasy. The tone was matter-of-fact, practical, as if they were discussing hiring a tradesman rather than something far more serious. I started visiting that forum regularly, not posting anything myself, but reading through the discussions and trying to understand what was actually being offered. After several weeks of lurking, I received a private message from someone who'd noticed my browsing patterns. They didn't introduce themselves with any dramatic usernames or obvious criminal references, just someone called Mike, who seemed to understand what I might be looking for. The conversation that followed was surprisingly normal. Mike asked about my employment situation, my financial pressures, my feelings about the people responsible for my difficulties. He seemed genuinely sympathetic, offering practical advice about job searching alongside more pointed questions about my former manager. Sometimes he'd ask oddly personal things, how well I slept at night, whether I had family who worried about me, if I'd ever felt capable of crossing lines I wouldn't normally cross. I assumed it was just thorough customer service. Over several exchanges, Mike gradually introduced the idea that some workplace problems required more direct intervention than traditional legal channels could provide. He provided links to sites that looked like professional service directories, complete with user reviews and detailed pricing. The services ranged from relatively minor harassment to more permanent solutions. Everything was presented with corporate professionalism. No dramatic threats or criminal iconography, just matter-of-fact discussions of problems and solutions. The option I found myself considering was listed as executive adjustment services. The description was euphemistic but clear enough, and the reviews suggested genuine experience rather than imagination. The details felt just real enough, never specific enough to be incriminating. Mike seemed to sense my interest without me explicitly stating it. His messages became more focused on practical considerations, timelines, payment methods, information requirements for service providers. He spoke like someone managing a service contract, not arranging a crime. What made it feel legitimate was the systematic approach. They required detailed information about the target, including daily routines, security arrangements, and personal circumstances. The data collection process was thorough and professional, suggesting genuine operational capability rather than simple fraud or fantasy. I found myself gathering information about David Henley without quite admitting what I was planning to do with it. His home address, his car, his typical schedule, his family situation. The research felt purposeful and focused, giving me something constructive to do with the anger and frustration that had been building for months. The information gathering became increasingly detailed over time. I started following his routine, noting his lunch preferences, his gym schedule, his weekend activities. Not obviously stalking, just casual observation that helped me understand his patterns and vulnerabilities. The knowledge felt powerful, like I was finally taking control of a situation that had previously been entirely outside my influence. Mike's messages became more specific as I provided information. He would reference details I'd shared, suggest additional areas for research, and gradually build a comprehensive profile of David Henley's daily life. The collaboration felt professional and goal-oriented, like working on a legitimate project rather than planning something illegal. Around this time, I started noticing changes in my own circumstances that seemed oddly convenient. Job interviews for positions I didn't remember applying for. Meetings arranged by recruitment consultants I'd never contacted. Opportunities appearing with timing that felt deliberate. The interviews were for positions similar to my previous role, with companies that seemed legitimate enough. But the conversations would drift into uncomfortable territory. Questions about workplace stress, my thoughts on management accountability, whether I'd ever considered taking matters into my own hands when official channels failed. The interviewers seemed more interested in my emotional state than my professional qualifications. I began to wonder whether Mike's organization provided services beyond just executive adjustment, whether they were also involved in monitoring and managing clients, ensuring that people considering their services received appropriate guidance and support throughout the decision-making process. The job opportunities became more pressing over time. Offers for temporary positions that would require travel, consulting arrangements that would take me away from Reading for extended periods, opportunities that seemed designed to interrupt my research and planning activities. The timing felt too convenient to be coincidental. Mike's messages became more urgent as well. He mentioned limited availability for executive adjustment services, suggested that delays might affect pricing or scheduling, emphasized the importance of making decisions quickly before opportunities disappeared. The pressure was subtle but unmistakable. I arranged to meet Mike in person to finalize the arrangements, not at his suggestion, but because I wanted to confirm that I was dealing with legitimate professionals rather than elaborate scammers. The meeting was scheduled for a pub in central Reading, public enough to feel safe but private enough for sensitive discussion. Mike turned out to be exactly what I'd expected. Middle-aged, professionally dressed, the sort of person you might encounter in any business context. But as we talked, I began to notice things that seemed inconsistent with the straightforward transaction I'd imagined. He seemed to know more about my personal circumstances than I'd shared in our online conversations, details about my financial situation, my housing arrangements, my social connections. When I asked direct questions about operational details, his answers became vague. He couldn't provide specific timelines, wouldn't explain methods, seemed reluctant to discuss practical aspects. Instead, he focused on my motivations. He wanted to understand why I felt David Henley deserved this level of intervention, whether I'd considered alternatives, how I planned to deal with the aftermath. The conversation felt more like a psychological evaluation than a business meeting. When I pressed for concrete commitments and timelines, Mike suggested that I needed more time to consider the decision properly. He recommended taking a few weeks to think through all the implications, perhaps exploring some of the job opportunities that had been appearing, reconsidering whether this level of intervention was really necessary. The meeting ended without any definitive arrangements being made. Mike gave me his contact details and suggested I should reach out when I was completely certain about proceeding. But something about his demeanor suggested that he expected me to change my mind rather than follow through with the original plan. Over the following days, I found myself questioning everything about the interaction. Whether Mike was actually connected to the services I thought I was purchasing, whether the whole setup was legitimate, whether I'd been dealing with professionals or something else entirely. By that point, the job offers had become more frequent and attractive. Legitimate positions with real companies, offering salaries that would resolve my financial difficulties immediately. Again, the timing felt too convenient, as if someone was actively working to provide alternatives to the executive adjustment services I'd been considering. I also started noticing that people seemed to recognize me more often. Once, a stranger mentioned the street I lived on in a casual conversation, though I didn't recall seeing him before. Another time, a shop assistant asked how my job search was going, though I'd never discussed it with anyone at that store. When I tried to contact Mike again, his account had been deactivated. The forums I'd been using showed error messages, and the service websites appeared to be under maintenance. All evidence of the executive adjustment option had become inaccessible. The job offers continued arriving though. Positions that seemed specifically designed for my skills and experience, with companies that had apparently heard good things about my work despite my recent unemployment, opportunities that would require relocation, keeping me busy and providing new focus for my attention. I accepted one of them eventually, a project coordination role with a company in Birmingham, better salary than my previous position, responsibilities that felt familiar and comfortable. The interview process was surprisingly brief, and they seemed eager to have me start as soon as possible. 3 weeks after starting the new job, I learned that David Henley had been found dead in his home. Apparent heart attack, no signs of foul play, nothing suspicious according to the police investigation. He was 45, no previous health problems, found by his wife when she returned from visiting her mother. The timing felt too convenient to be coincidental, but I had no way of determining whether his death was connected to my previous planning or simply random misfortune. I'd never completed any arrangements with Mike, never paid for any services, never provided final confirmation that I wanted to proceed. But I couldn't shake the feeling that I'd been part of something larger than I'd understood, that my research and planning had been monitored and incorporated into activities I hadn't been aware of. that what I started had finished itself, with or without my permission. The new job kept me busy enough to avoid dwelling on questions I couldn't answer. My colleagues were friendly, my manager was supportive, and the work environment felt positive in ways my previous employment never had. Life improved substantially, making it easier to forget about the strange period of unemployment and planning. Sometimes I wonder if it all started long before I lost that job. Do you remember when you were younger and life was simpler? When the worst thing that could happen during a sleepover was your mate's mum finding the magazines you'd hidden under the mattress, or getting caught sneaking downstairs to watch something you weren't supposed to see on late-night television. Those innocent transgressions feel almost quaint now, knowing what I know about what some people actually watch when the lights go out. I was 23 when it happened, working as a trainee accountant in Birmingham and living in a shared house with 3 other guys. There was nothing glamorous about any of it. We split the bills 4 ways, took turns buying toilet roll, and spent most evenings playing games or arguing about whose turn it was to clean the kitchen. The sort of mundane existence that millions of people live without anything particularly interesting ever happening to them. My housemate Jake had always been the tech-savvy one among us. Not in a professional way, just the kind of person who knew how to fix your laptop when it started running slowly, or how to stream films that weren't available on Netflix yet. He'd spent hours on forums discussing privacy software and online security, the sort of conversations that made the rest of us glaze over and reach for our phones. The change in his behavior started gradually. He'd always been a bit antisocial, preferring his computer to actual human interaction. But this was different. He stopped joining us for meals, barely acknowledged us when we passed in the hallway, and we'd hear him moving around his room at strange hours. 2 in the morning, 4, sometimes just before dawn. Something about the way he looked at us changed too. Like he was seeing us differently, evaluating us in a way that made casual conversation feel uncomfortable. The sounds were what first made me properly notice something was off. Not just the usual keyboard clicking and mouse movements you'd expect from someone browsing the internet, but irregular patterns, long periods of complete silence, then sudden bursts of activity. Sometimes we'd hear what sounded like muffled conversations, though we never saw anyone visiting his room. I mentioned it to the others, but they weren't particularly concerned. University houses are always full of odd noises and strange schedules. Still, we found ourselves unconsciously avoiding his part of the house, taking longer routes to the kitchen or bathroom to avoid walking past his door. None of us talked about it explicitly, but there was a shared sense that something felt off about being near his space. The first real warning sign came when I bumped into him in the kitchen one morning around 6. He looked terrible, pale, unshaven, with dark circles under his eyes that suggested he hadn't slept properly in days. When I asked if he was all right, he just stared at me for several seconds before mumbling something about work stress and disappearing back upstairs. Work stress seemed unlikely, given that he worked part-time at a local computer repair shop and had never shown any particular ambition or pressure about his career. But people deal with things differently, and it wasn't really my place to pry into his personal problems. We weren't close friends, just housemates sharing expenses and common areas. The electricity bills started arriving higher than usual around the same time. Not dramatically higher, but enough for us to notice when we were splitting costs 4 ways. When we asked about it, he claimed his computer had been running more intensive software for some freelance projects. Again, nothing that seemed worth arguing about, though it did add to the general sense that something had changed. His room began to smell different as well. Not unpleasant exactly, but stale and closed off, like air that hadn't been properly circulated for weeks. The few times his door was open when I passed, I caught glimpses of thick sheets hung over the windows and the glow of screens arranged at odd angles, creating shadows that seemed deliberately designed to obscure what was actually happening in there. There were cables everywhere, trailing across the floor in patterns that suggested something more complex than a simple computer setup. We started hearing voices from his room more regularly, always muffled, always unclear, but definitely not just him. Sometimes it sounded like multiple people talking at once. Other times, like single voices giving instructions or making requests. The conversations never seemed to follow normal patterns. No back and forth exchanges, no laughter, just these odd, disjointed fragments of speech. The internet connection throughout the house became increasingly unreliable. Pages would load slowly, streaming services would buffer constantly, and online games would lag to the point of being unplayable. When we complained to our internet provider, they insisted nothing was wrong with the connection, but the problems persisted. It felt like someone was using enormous amounts of bandwidth for something. I started paying more attention to his routine, not out of any particular suspicion, but because his behavior was affecting the rest of us. He'd leave his room only during specific hours, usually when the rest of us were out or asleep. The timing seemed deliberate, like he was actively avoiding contact with anyone else in the house. The packages started arriving more frequently as well, small, unmarked deliveries that he'd collect immediately and take straight to his room. When I asked the postman about them one day, he mentioned that our address was receiving more packages than most houses on the street, but couldn't tell me anything specific about the contents or senders. One evening, while he was out at his regular job, I heard sounds coming from his room. Not possible, obviously, since he wasn't home, but definitely something electronic, beeping, clicking, the sort of noises computers make when they're processing information or receiving data. The sounds continued for several hours, stopping only when I heard his key in the front door. The breaking point came during a particularly hot week in July. The house felt stifling, and we'd been leaving windows open to try to get some air circulation. I was in the garden that evening when I heard voices drifting down from his window, clear enough to make out actual words for the first time. Someone was giving directions, not navigation directions, but instructions about movements, positions, actions. The voice was calm and methodical, like someone reading from a script or manual. I couldn't make out the responses, but there were definitely other people involved in whatever was happening up there. That night, I couldn't sleep, not because of any immediate fear, but because something about the whole situation felt fundamentally wrong. The secretive behavior, the strange hours, the elaborate computer setup, the voices giving instructions. It all added up to something that went beyond normal antisocial behavior or work stress. I started researching online communities and activities that might explain what he was involved in. What I found made my stomach turn. There were references to hidden networks where people gathered for activities that operated outside normal boundaries, places where the worst impulses could be indulged without consequence. The descriptions were vague but deeply disturbing, suggesting interactive experiences where viewers could influence what happened to real people in real time. The realization that I might be living directly below someone participating in these networks was genuinely terrifying. The one-way conversations I'd overheard, the packages, the secretive behavior, it all suddenly made horrible sense. He wasn't just watching something disturbing, he was actively participating, making requests that were being carried out somewhere else, to someone else. I tried to convince myself that I was overreacting, that there could be innocent explanations for everything I'd observed, but the combination of evidence was too strong to ignore, and the descriptions I'd found online matched his behavior too precisely to be coincidental. Sleep became almost impossible. Every sound from his room took on sinister significance. Every conversation I overheard seemed to confirm my worst suspicions. I'd lie awake wondering what exactly was happening above me, who might be suffering because of activities being coordinated from our house. The knowledge that these networks existed, that people participated in them from ordinary houses in ordinary neighborhoods, fundamentally changed how I saw the world around me. Every house could be hiding similar activities. Every antisocial neighbor could be involved in things that shouldn't be possible in civilized society. I started noticing details about other houses on our street that I'd never paid attention to before. Which ones had unusual amounts of electronic equipment? Which residents kept irregular hours? Which properties received frequent deliveries or had visitors at strange times? The suburban normality that had always felt safe and predictable now seemed like a facade hiding darker realities. The authorities seemed completely unaware of what was happening. Police patrols continued their regular routes, completely oblivious to the networks operating parallel to their understanding of crime and disorder. The gap between official awareness and actual activity was enormous, leaving people like me with knowledge we couldn't act upon and evidence we couldn't report. I considered moving out, but that felt like abandoning responsibility for what I'd discovered. If these activities were happening in our house, involving our internet connection and our address, then walking away would make me complicit in whatever harm was being caused. But staying meant living with knowledge that was eating away at my ability to function normally. The situation resolved itself when he disappeared. Or that's what we told ourselves. The truth is, we're not entirely sure what happened. His presence in the house became increasingly sporadic, then stopped entirely. But none of us could pinpoint exactly when we'd last seen him. One day, we realized his room had been silent for over a week, and when we finally worked up the courage to check, it was empty. But the emptiness felt wrong somehow. His belongings were gone, but selectively. Personal items had vanished while leaving behind things that suggested a hurried departure. The room had been cleaned, but not thoroughly, as if someone had tried to remove evidence rather than simply tidy up. Most disturbing were the scratches on the walls near the window, thin marks that looked like they'd been made by fingernails. The house felt different after he left, not just quieter or less crowded, but somehow cleaner, like a source of contamination had been removed. The internet connection returned to normal. The electricity bills dropped back to reasonable levels, and the strange packages stopped arriving. Life returned to the mundane routine that had existed before. But the knowledge remained. Understanding that these networks exist, that ordinary people participate in extraordinary cruelty, that such activities happen in normal houses, in normal neighborhoods. The innocent world I'd lived in before had been permanently damaged by what I'd learned. Sometimes I wonder if he moved to another house with other unsuspecting housemates, or if the activities I'd witnessed were part of a larger network that continues to operate from locations across the country. The infrastructure exists, the participants are out there, and the demand for such content apparently continues to grow. I still live in shared houses, still split bills and argue about cleaning rotas, and wonder about my housemates' odd behaviors. But now I pay attention to different details, notice different patterns, and ask different questions about the sounds that come from other people's rooms after midnight. telling myself I should have walked away when the money seemed too good to be legitimate. But when you're freelancing and barely covering your bills, it's easy to convince yourself that sometimes you just get lucky with well-paying clients. Even now, months later, I can't decide whether I was naive or just desperate enough to ignore the obvious warning signs. The whole thing started with what seemed like a perfectly ordinary translation job. I'd been working as a freelance translator for about 2 years, mostly handling business documents and tourist materials for companies around the Midlands. The work was steady, but not particularly well paid, and I was always looking for clients who might offer better rates. I specialize in Eastern European languages, particularly Polish and Czech, which aren't exactly in high demand in most of the UK. Most of my work came through agencies that paid a fraction of what direct clients would offer, but finding those direct clients was proving more difficult than I'd expected when I first went freelance. So when I received an email from someone claiming to represent a research organization that needed regular translation services, I was immediately interested. They explained that they worked with academic institutions across Europe and needed someone who could handle sensitive documents that required discretion and accuracy. The initial email was professional and detailed, explaining that they often dealt with materials that weren't suitable for larger translation agencies due to confidentiality requirements. They were looking for an individual translator who could work independently and maintain strict confidentiality about their projects. They offered to pay nearly double my usual rates, which should have made me suspicious. But they explained that the premium was due to the confidential nature of the work and the quick turnaround times they typically required. When you're struggling to make rent, that kind of explanation sounds reasonable enough. We arranged a video call to discuss the specifics of what they needed. The person I spoke with seemed knowledgeable about translation work and asked sensible questions about my experience and capabilities. They explained that their research involved social and cultural studies, which often required analysis of materials that weren't readily available through conventional sources. The first job they sent me was straightforward enough. About a dozen pages of what appeared to be forum posts and private messages in Polish, discussing various social and political topics. Nothing obviously sensitive or concerning, just the sort of online conversations you might find on any social media platform. My task was to translate these posts while preserving the conversational tone and any cultural references that might be important for understanding the context. They emphasized that accuracy was crucial, particularly for any references to specific people, places, or events mentioned in the messages. I completed the work within their deadline and received payment the same day, exactly as promised. The client seemed satisfied with my work and immediately offered me another similar project. This time, it was Czech forum posts, again focusing on social and political discussions. Over the following weeks, I received regular translation jobs from this client. The work was always similar. Online conversations and forum posts in various Eastern European languages, with an emphasis on preserving cultural context and specific references. The content gradually became more personal and detailed. Instead of general social discussions, I was translating private messages between individuals discussing their personal lives, work situations, and family circumstances. The tone suggested these were meant to be confidential communications rather than public forum posts. When I mentioned to the client that some of the material seemed quite personal, they explained that their research involved studying authentic communication patterns in different cultural contexts. They needed examples of how people actually communicated online, rather than the more formal language used in official documents or published materials. This seemed like a reasonable explanation for an academic research project. Understanding how people actually communicate online would require access to genuine conversations, rather than sanitized examples designed for public consumption. The pay continued to be excellent, and the work was intellectually interesting. I was learning about communication patterns and cultural differences that I'd never encountered in my regular commercial translation work. The client seemed pleased with my accuracy and attention to detail, often commenting specifically on how well I'd captured the nuances of particular conversations. Around the 6th week, they began sending me materials that were clearly more sensitive. Private messages discussing illegal activities, conversations about avoiding law enforcement, and detailed discussions of criminal enterprises. Nothing that directly involved violence, but definitely conversations that the participants wouldn't want to become public. When I raised concerns about translating what appeared to be evidence of criminal activity, the client assured me that all materials were being used for legitimate academic research into online criminal communities. They explained that understanding how these communities communicate was important for developing strategies to combat organized crime. They also reminded me of the confidentiality agreement I'd signed at the beginning of our working relationship, which included provisions about not discussing the content of materials I translated with anyone outside their organization. The explanation seemed plausible enough. Law enforcement and academic institutions do study criminal communication patterns, and translation services would be a necessary part of that research. I convinced myself that I was contributing to important work that might help combat serious crime. But the materials I was translating began to include increasingly specific information about real people and activities, names, addresses, business operations, and detailed plans for various illegal enterprises. The level of detail suggested that these weren't just random examples of criminal communication, but intelligence about active criminal operations. Some of the conversations I translated included references to people and places in the UK, particularly in areas I recognized from living in the Midlands. The participants were discussing operations and activities that were clearly taking place in my local area, rather than the distant Eastern European context I'd initially assumed. When I realized that I was translating intelligence about criminal activities happening near where I lived, I became much more uncomfortable with the work. This wasn't abstract academic research about online communication patterns. It was detailed information about real crimes being planned and executed in my own region. I tried to discuss these concerns with my client, but their response was less reassuring than before. They explained that their research necessarily involved studying active criminal networks rather than historical examples, and that the geographic distribution of their materials reflected the international nature of modern organized crime. They also mentioned that my translations had been particularly valuable because of my familiarity with UK cultural references and regional variations in the areas being discussed. This suggested that they had specifically chosen me because of my location and local knowledge, rather than just my language skills. This realization made me deeply uncomfortable. I hadn't been hired as a general translator, but specifically because my background made me useful for understanding criminal activities in my local area. The client had identified me as someone who could provide cultural context for intelligence about crimes happening in my own region. When I tried to reduce my involvement with their projects, the client became more insistent about the importance of my continued participation. They explained that I had developed valuable expertise in understanding the specific communication patterns used by the criminal networks they were studying, and that replacing me would significantly disrupt their research. They also reminded me that I had already translated significant amounts of sensitive material, and that my knowledge of their research methods and sources made me an important part of their security considerations. Ending our working relationship abruptly could create complications for their ongoing projects. The implication was that I knew too much about their operations to simply walk away. I had detailed knowledge of their research methods, their sources of information, and the specific criminal networks they were monitoring. From their perspective, I had become a security risk that needed to be managed rather than simply dismissed. Over the following weeks, the client began requesting additional services beyond basic translation. They wanted me to provide cultural context for the materials I was translating, explaining regional references and local knowledge that might not be obvious to someone unfamiliar with the areas being discussed. These requests required me to research the people and places mentioned in the materials I was translating. I found myself looking up addresses, business premises, and individuals referenced in the criminal conversations, ostensibly to provide better context for the translations. But this research was effectively turning me into an intelligence gatherer rather than just a translator. I was using my local knowledge and research skills to build detailed profiles of the people and places involved in the criminal activities described in the materials. The client seemed particularly interested in my research into individuals mentioned in the conversations. They requested detailed background information about people whose names appeared in the materials, including their employment history, family connections, and social media presence. This crossed a clear line from translation work into active intelligence gathering. I was no longer just converting text from one language to another. I was conducting surveillance research on real people, based on information I discovered through translating intercepted communications. When I tried to refuse these additional research tasks, the client pointed out that my translation work had already made me complicit in their intelligence operations. I had detailed knowledge of their sources and methods, and I had been contributing to their understanding of criminal networks for several months. They suggested that my concerns about the ethics of intelligence gathering were somewhat late, given that I had already been participating in their operations for weeks without raising objections. From their perspective, I was already a full participant in their activities, rather than just a service provider. The client also began demonstrating knowledge of my personal circumstances and activities that they couldn't have gathered through our professional relationship. References to my daily routine, my social connections, and my financial situation that suggested they had been conducting background research into my own life. This pattern of surveillance became more obvious over the following days. The client would mention details about my activities that I hadn't shared with them, presented as casual observations, but clearly intended to demonstrate their knowledge of my personal life. I realized that while I had been researching the people mentioned in the materials I was translating, the client had been conducting similar research into my own background and circumstances. I had become both an intelligence gatherer and a surveillance target. The client explained that background checks on all their contractors were standard security practice, and that my personal information was simply part of their routine risk assessment procedures. They assured me that this information would remain confidential as long as I continued to meet my professional obligations. But the message was clear. They had comprehensive information about my life and circumstances, and they were prepared to use that information to ensure my continued cooperation with their projects. I tried to end the arrangement by simply stopping communication and refusing new projects, but discovered that the client had backup methods for maintaining contact. Messages began appearing through my personal social media accounts, and I received calls at home from people claiming to need translation services for urgent academic projects. The surveillance of my daily activities became more obvious, with clear signs that my movements were being monitored and documented. Not threatening behavior, but obvious enough to make it clear that my decision to stop working with them wasn't being accepted. This continued for several weeks, with regular contact attempts and demonstrations that they maintained detailed knowledge of my routine and activities. The message was that ending our professional relationship wouldn't necessarily end their interest in my circumstances and activities. The pressure only stopped when I moved to a different city and changed most of my contact information. Even then, I received occasional messages for several months, suggesting that they were still attempting to re-establish our working relationship. I never determined who the client actually represented or what they were really using my translations for. The materials could have been legitimate intelligence gathered by law enforcement, evidence collected by journalists investigating organized crime, or intelligence being used by competing criminal organizations. What I do know is that they understood how to exploit the freelance economy to recruit people for intelligence work that they would never have agreed to if they'd understood the full scope from the beginning. They presented criminal intelligence gathering as academic research and used financial pressure to ensure continued cooperation even when ethical concerns arose. The most disturbing aspect was how gradually I'd been drawn into increasingly invasive activities. Each step seemed like a reasonable extension of the previous work, until I was conducting active surveillance research on real people based on intercepted criminal communications. I still receive occasional contact attempts from similar clients, offering translation work for research projects that require discretion and cultural expertise. The pay rates are always generous. The initial projects always seem legitimate, and the communication methods are always more complex than necessary. I delete these messages immediately now, but I wonder how many other freelance translators have found themselves in similar situations, gradually recruited into intelligence operations that they never intended to participate in. I still remember the exact moment I realized it wasn't a prank. There was something about the bruises on his face that looked too real, too painful. And his eyes, God, his eyes as he stared directly into that camera. I've never seen genuine fear like that before, not from Jay. It started innocently enough. Just another weird link my friend Jay had found on some obscure forum. He was always sending us these things, supposed red rooms or whatever, from the dark web. You know how it goes, always with a bunch of laughing emojis, like it was all just a big joke. And it always was, until it wasn't. Jay was the kind of person who exhausted you just by existing. Actually, that sounds harsh. Let me rephrase that. He had this constant need for attention that could be draining. He was always staging these elaborate pranks, fake ghost encounters on video calls, prank calls to forum moderators that he'd record, and once he even created this whole fictional stalker just to get karma on Reddit. The guy lived for reactions, any reaction. I usually just went along with it. Never fully believed his stunts, but I'd play along because, well, he was my friend. Sometimes his pranks crossed lines. Occasionally they were genuinely funny, but mostly they were just a lot, too much. So when that Red Room link appeared in our group chat, I didn't even bother clicking. Just another one of Jay's attempts to get us all worked up, I thought. But something felt off that week. Jay wasn't his usual self. He wasn't bombarding the chat with his typical nonsense. He wasn't trying to one-up everyone's stories. He was just quiet. I remember thinking maybe he'd finally grown bored of his own antics. Or perhaps he'd been banned from some platform again. But I kept coming back to the last thing he sent us. Something about this link being legitimate, about using headphones, about being warned. Then he disappeared. At first, I didn't think much of it. Jay had a habit of vanishing for days at a time, usually chasing after some girl he'd met online. He'd resurface eventually with wildly exaggerated stories that none of us believed. But this time felt different. It stretched on too long. On the third day, his mother called me. I still get chills thinking about that call. Her voice had this tremor to it that I'd never heard before. She explained that Jay hadn't been home, that his phone was completely off. I tried to reassure her, told her it was probably just another one of his elaborate pranks. But there was this moment, this awful, gut-wrenching moment, when her voice broke while telling me he'd left without his camera. Jay never went anywhere without that camera. Ever. It was like an extension of himself. That's when I knew something was seriously wrong. I promised I'd come over to check his room, maybe look through his computer for any clues. I wish I could go back to that moment. I wish I'd just stayed home. His room was exactly as he'd left it. Messy, full of half-finished projects. I checked his laptop first. Nothing unusual. Just as I was about to leave, I noticed his desk drawer was slightly open. I probably wouldn't have looked inside if it had been closed completely. Funny how such small decisions change everything. There it was, a flash drive hidden behind a stack of old Polaroids, labeled with red marker, if gone. I hesitated. Part of me wanted to just hand it over to his mother, or maybe to the police. But curiosity, or maybe a misplaced sense of responsibility, got the better of me. I took it home and plugged it into my computer. What happened next still haunts me. The drive auto-launched a single file. No name, no extension. Just static at first, and then there was Jay, tied to a metal chair. The lighting was dim, like there was a single bulb hanging somewhere just out of frame. He was gagged. He was crying, trying desperately to communicate something. He looked genuinely terrified. Not the fake scared he'd do for his videos, not acting. This was raw fear. I had to pause it. I physically couldn't continue watching. I remember standing up so fast my chair tipped over. I paced around my room, trying to convince myself this was just another one of his elaborate stunts. Maybe for a film project. Maybe for some weird internet challenge. But deep down, I knew it wasn't. When I finally worked up the courage to look at the drive again, something impossible had happened. There were now 3 videos. I swear on everything I believe in, I hadn't downloaded anything else. I hadn't clicked anything. They just appeared. The second video was worse, much worse. Jay was still in that same chair, but his face was now swollen and bruised. His lip was split open, and his pinky finger, I still have nightmares about this, it was just gone. The stub was wrapped in dirty-looking duct tape and gauze, but it was clearly missing. And the way he looked at the camera, it was like he was looking directly at me, silently pleading, that same light swinging somewhere above him, creating these shifting shadows across his face. You know when something is so horrific your brain refuses to process it? When you keep telling yourself it must be fake, even though every instinct is screaming that it's real. That's where I was, staring at my screen, hands shaking so badly I could barely move the mouse, telling myself it had to be special effects or some digital manipulation. But it wasn't. It was real. It was happening. Then the screen glitched. For just a second, everything went black. When the image returned, there was text on the screen. Just one word: vote. I scrolled down without thinking, and that's when I saw them. 3 buttons below the video: remove left hand, pull tooth, no water for 24 hours. I froze. I couldn't comprehend what I was seeing. Was this some kind of sick interactive video? A game? I didn't mean to interact with it at all, but I hovered my cursor over the no water option, just to see if it was actually clickable. The screen blinked. A message appeared. Your vote has been counted. I panicked. I ripped the flash drive out of my computer so violently I'm surprised it didn't break. I ran to the bathroom and threw up. I couldn't stop shaking. I was convinced I'd done something terrible, that I'd somehow participated in whatever nightmare Jay was trapped in, that I'd made things worse. Later that night, after hours of pacing and panicking, I checked the drive again. There was a fourth file. Same setup, same chair, same swinging light. But now Jay was blindfolded, still gagged. There were these horrible marks on his arms, like wires had been wrapped around them and pulled tight. I could barely bring myself to watch, but I forced myself to. I needed to understand what was happening. At the very end of the clip, just before it cut to black, Jay moved his lips. There was no sound, but I could read what he was trying to say. One word: run. I didn't sleep that night, or the next. I kept seeing his face when I closed my eyes. The following morning, I took everything to the police. The drive, the videos, the voting page. I showed them all of it. I was desperate for them to tell me it was all an elaborate hoax, that Jay was fine, that this was just some dark corner of the internet playing tricks on me. But they couldn't say that. Instead, they told me there was no way to trace where the files had come from. The metadata had been wiped clean. The source was encrypted. Whoever was behind this knew exactly what they were doing. They took the drive as evidence and told me not to share anything about this online. Then they sent me home. That was 3 weeks ago. Jay is still missing. His room remains untouched. His camera still sits on his desk where he left it. His mother calls me every day, asking if I've heard anything new. I never know what to tell her. I've deleted our group chat, blocked everyone else who was in it. I don't even open my browser without a VPN now. I've become paranoid about everything digital. Every link, every file, every innocent-looking attachment. Sometimes I dream about that swinging light bulb, that dull, rhythmic sway casting moving shadows. I can hear it even when I'm awake, that faint, creaking sound. The last thing Jay told us before he disappeared was that clicking the link could get us killed. I laughed it off then. I'm not laughing anymore. I thought I was helping a local artist with a photography exhibition, but it turns out the subjects weren't volunteers, and most of them had no idea they were being documented. I grew up in Brighton, surrounded by creative types from an early age. My mum was a ceramicist. Half our neighbours were musicians or artists of some description, and there was always someone looking for help with exhibitions, installations, or other projects that needed extra hands. By the time I started studying at Sussex University, I'd spent years helping with gallery openings and art events around the city. That background made me a natural choice when people needed someone reliable to assist with creative projects. I knew how galleries worked, understood the local art scene, and could handle everything from hanging paintings to managing guest lists. It was good casual work that fitted around my history degree and often led to interesting conversations with artists whose work I genuinely admired. When Marcus approached me about helping with his latest photography project, it seemed like exactly the sort of opportunity I enjoyed. He was a conceptual artist who specialized in documentary photography, exploring themes around privacy, surveillance, and urban life in contemporary Britain. His previous exhibitions had received good reviews in the local arts press, and he had connections with several respected galleries. The project he needed help with was called Observed Lives, and focused on how people behaved in private spaces when they believed they were unobserved. Marcus explained that he was interested in the contrast between public personas and private behaviors, documenting the authentic moments when people thought nobody was watching. He'd been developing the project for several months, working with volunteer subjects who had agreed to allow him to photograph them during ordinary daily activities. The volunteers came from various backgrounds and age groups, providing a cross-section of how different people experience privacy and solitude in urban environments. My role would be organizing the photographs and helping to prepare them for exhibition. Marcus had accumulated hundreds of images and needed someone to help catalog them, identify the strongest pieces, and work out how they should be presented in a gallery setting. It was exactly the sort of behind-the-scenes work I'd done for other artists, and Marcus offered to pay reasonably well for what seemed like straightforward archival assistance. The photographs themselves were genuinely striking. Marcus had a good eye for composition and timing, capturing moments of genuine spontaneity and emotion. People cooking alone in their kitchens, reading in bed, having phone conversations they thought were private. The images had an intimate quality that was both compelling and slightly uncomfortable to view. What impressed me most was how natural and unposed the subjects appeared. Unlike typical portrait photography where people were clearly aware of the camera, these images showed people behaving exactly as they would if they were completely alone. Marcus had obviously developed excellent rapport with his volunteers to achieve such authentic results. But as I worked through more of the collection, I began noticing technical details that seemed inconsistent with the collaborative process Marcus had described. Many of the photographs appeared to have been taken from significant distances, using telephoto lenses that would have required the photographer to be positioned well outside the subjects' homes. The angles suggested shots taken from across streets, through windows, or from elevated positions that wouldn't have been accessible if the subjects had been aware of the photography sessions. The lighting also seemed wrong for posed photography. Most images showed people in natural indoor lighting, without the additional illumination that would be necessary for good quality photography in domestic environments. The shots looked more like surveillance photographs than collaborative artistic documentation. When I asked Marcus about these technical aspects, he explained that achieving authentic results required photographing people in their genuine living environments without artificial lighting or obvious camera presence. The volunteers had agreed to extended documentation periods during which Marcus would capture their daily routines using discrete equipment and techniques. That explanation addressed my technical concerns, but raised new questions about the consent process and how the volunteers had been recruited for such an invasive project. Marcus showed me some of the paperwork associated with the project, including consent forms that volunteers had signed agreeing to be photographed during normal daily activities. The forms looked legitimate and included detailed explanations of what the project involved and how the resulting images would be used. But the consent forms raised as many questions as they answered. The volunteers' personal details were limited to first names and partial addresses, making it difficult to verify that these were real people who had genuinely agreed to participate. The signatures looked authentic, but there was no independent verification that the people signing the forms understood what they were agreeing to. More concerning was the scope of the project. According to the documentation, Marcus had been photographing some volunteers for weeks or months, documenting their daily routines in comprehensive detail. The level of surveillance involved seemed excessive even for an ambitious art project about privacy and observation. I started paying closer attention to the specific content of the photographs, looking for clues about how they had actually been produced. Many images showed people in states of partial undress or engaged in intimate activities that seemed unlikely to have been performed knowingly in front of a photographer. Subjects changing clothes, bathing, or in bed with partners in ways that suggested complete privacy rather than awareness of being documented. Other photographs captured people in moments of emotional vulnerability, crying, arguing, or dealing with personal problems in ways that would be difficult to fake, even with excellent acting skills. These images had the spontaneous quality of genuine private moments rather than performed scenarios. The most disturbing images showed people in situations that appeared dangerous or distressing. Subjects who looked ill, intoxicated, or upset in ways that suggested they might need help rather than documentation. Some photographs showed people in domestic environments that looked unsafe or neglected, raising questions about their welfare and living conditions. If these images were genuinely collaborative, Marcus would have been ethically obligated to intervene in situations where his volunteers appeared to be in distress or danger. The fact that he had continued photographing rather than offering assistance suggested that the subjects were unaware of his presence. I began to suspect that Observed Lives wasn't a collaborative project at all. Instead, Marcus had been conducting unauthorized surveillance of people in their homes, documenting their private lives without consent or knowledge. When I tried to research Marcus's previous work more thoroughly, I found inconsistencies in his artistic background that made me question whether he was a legitimate photographer at all. While he had indeed exhibited work in local galleries, the scope and technical quality of those exhibitions were much more limited than he'd suggested. His artistic reputation seemed to be based on a small number of shows that had received minimal critical attention, rather than the established career he'd implied. More troubling was the lack of documentation about how his previous projects had been developed. There were no interviews, reviews, or academic discussions that explained his methods or explored the ethical dimensions of his surveillance-based photography. Either Marcus was much less established in the art world than he'd claimed, or his previous work had also involved questionable methods that reputable critics and curators preferred not to examine too closely. I decided to investigate some of the locations where the Observed Lives photographs had been taken, hoping to understand more about how the project had been conducted. Several of the images showed distinctive architectural features or interior details that made it possible to identify specific buildings or neighborhoods. Using this information, I was able to locate some of the properties where Marcus claimed to have been working with volunteer subjects. What I found was deeply disturbing. Most of the buildings were ordinary residential properties with no obvious connection to artistic projects or experimental photography. The residents I spoke to had never heard of Marcus or any project involving documentary photography of private domestic life. More significantly, some of the properties had recently experienced break-ins or reports of prowlers that corresponded with the timeframes when Marcus claimed to have been conducting photography sessions. Residents described incidents of someone being seen in their gardens, evidence of attempted entry through windows, and feelings of being watched that they couldn't explain. Marcus hadn't been collaborating with volunteers at all. He'd been systematically stalking and surveilling people in their homes, using sophisticated photography equipment to document their private lives without consent. The art project was actually a cover story for what amounted to organized voyeurism and invasion of privacy on a massive scale. But understanding what Marcus was really doing didn't immediately resolve my situation. I'd been working with him for several weeks and had access to hundreds of photographs that constituted evidence of serious crimes. Simply walking away from the project might not protect me if law enforcement investigated his activities. More importantly, the people whose lives had been documented deserved to know what had happened and to have the opportunity to take legal action against their privacy violations. But contacting them would require admitting my involvement in cataloging and organizing the images of their private lives. I was trapped between my ethical obligation to help Marcus's victims and my potential legal liability for having assisted with organizing the evidence of his crimes. Meanwhile, Marcus continued to treat our working relationship as if everything was completely normal. He regularly checked on my progress with cataloging the photographs and discussed plans for the eventual exhibition. He seemed genuinely excited about the artistic and commercial potential of the project. His casual attitude toward what he'd been doing was almost as disturbing as the surveillance itself. Marcus clearly didn't see anything wrong with systematically violating people's privacy for artistic purposes. He viewed his subjects as source material rather than human beings whose consent and dignity mattered. When I tried to raise ethical concerns about the project, Marcus dismissed them as conventional thinking that failed to appreciate the innovative nature of contemporary conceptual art. He argued that all significant artistic breakthroughs required challenging social norms and conventional ideas about privacy and consent. He also pointed out that none of his subjects had been physically harmed, and that the photographs revealed nothing more intimate than what could be observed by neighbors, delivery drivers, or other people who had legitimate access to residential areas. That argument completely missed the point about consent and violated the fundamental principle that people should have control over how their private lives are documented and shared. But it also revealed something important about how Marcus justified his behavior to himself. He'd constructed an elaborate intellectual framework that allowed him to view systematic stalking and surveillance as legitimate artistic practice. I began to worry that Marcus's current project wasn't his first experience with this type of unauthorized documentation. Someone who was comfortable with such extensive privacy violations had probably been engaging in similar behavior for years, developing the technical skills and psychological justifications that made observed lives possible. I started researching unsolved cases of stalking, voyeurism, and privacy violations in Brighton and surrounding areas, looking for incidents that might be connected to Marcus's activities. What I found was a pattern of reports spanning several years that seemed consistent with someone conducting systematic surveillance of residential properties. Prowler sightings, attempted break-ins, and reports of photography equipment being used to observe people in their homes. Most of these incidents had been reported to police, but hadn't led to arrests or prosecutions. Stalking and voyeurism cases are notoriously difficult to solve unless perpetrators are caught in the act, and many victims are reluctant to pursue complaints that require them to discuss intimate details of their private lives. But the pattern suggested that Marcus had been conducting unauthorized surveillance projects for much longer than just the Observed Lives exhibition. He'd probably been stalking and photographing people for years, gradually developing more sophisticated methods and expanding the scope of his activities. The art project framework was just his latest approach to organizing and justifying behavior that had been going on for a long time. That realization made my situation much more serious. I wasn't just helping with a single problematic art project. I was potentially assisting someone who had been systematically stalking and harassing people for years. If Marcus was arrested and prosecuted for his activities, my involvement in organizing his photograph collection could be presented as evidence that I'd been aware of the criminal nature of his work and had chosen to assist him anyway. But I also knew that allowing him to continue meant that more people would be victimized by his surveillance activities. The Observed Lives project was clearly successful from his perspective, and he was probably already planning similar future projects that would involve stalking and photographing additional victims. I needed to find a way to expose what Marcus was doing while minimizing my own legal exposure and ensuring that his existing victims received appropriate support and information about what had happened to them. The challenge was that any effective intervention would require admitting my involvement in organizing the evidence of his crimes. I decided to document everything I could about Marcus's activities and methods, building a comprehensive record that could be provided to law enforcement if necessary. But I also started making copies of some of the most clearly non-consensual photographs, focusing on images that showed evidence of the surveillance techniques he'd used. These copies could potentially be used to help his victims identify what had happened and take appropriate legal action. Most importantly, I began identifying specific locations and timeframes where Marcus had conducted surveillance, hoping to provide enough information for people to determine whether they had been targeted by his photography projects. The process of documenting Marcus's crimes while pretending to continue helping with his exhibition was emotionally exhausting. Every day meant handling more evidence of serious privacy violations while maintaining the pretense that I considered his work legitimate artistic practice. But I was also motivated by anger about what he'd done to innocent people who had no idea their most private moments had been photographed and catalogued for an art exhibition. The subjects in his photographs weren't collaborators or volunteers. They were victims of systematic stalking who deserved justice and protection from future harassment. However, my careful documentation process was interrupted when Marcus announced that he'd found a gallery willing to exhibit the Observed Lives collection. The exhibition was scheduled to open in 6 weeks, meaning that hundreds of photographs documenting unauthorized surveillance would soon be publicly displayed in a respected Brighton gallery. Marcus's victims would potentially discover that their private lives had been violated only when they saw their own images hanging on gallery walls, viewed by strangers who had paid admission to observe their most intimate moments. I had to act immediately to prevent the exhibition from proceeding and to alert the victims about what had been done to them. What would you say if I told you that taking care of an elderly person could lead to becoming the star of a dark web murder broadcast? 4 months ago, I was just a care worker in Sheffield, trying to pay off my student loans and build some experience before applying to nursing school. Now, I'm hiding in a service station outside York, and tomorrow night, thousands of people are going to watch me become the entertainment in a red room that I helped set up without realizing what I was doing. I work for a private care agency that provides live-in support for elderly clients who want to remain in their own homes rather than move to residential facilities. It's demanding work, 12-hour shifts, difficult clients, family members who expect miracles, but it pays better than most jobs available to someone with just A-levels and a care certificate. The assignment that changed everything started in late September. I was assigned to provide overnight care for a man named Arthur Henley, an 80-year-old former academic living alone in a large Victorian house in Crooks. Mr. Henley had early-stage dementia and required supervision during the night, as he had a tendency to wander and had fallen several times trying to navigate his house in the dark. The house was impressive but dated, 3 stories, original features, and a basement that Mr. Henley used for storage. He'd been a professor of computer science at Sheffield University before retiring, and the house was filled with books, academic papers, and what appeared to be decades of accumulated technology. Old computers, servers, and networking equipment were scattered throughout various rooms. Mr. Henley was polite but distant during my first few weeks on the assignment. His dementia seemed relatively mild, occasional confusion about dates or names, some difficulty with complex tasks. but generally coherent and self-sufficient during daylight hours. He maintained a regular routine of reading, light gardening, and what he called his research projects in the basement. My role was primarily supervisory, ensuring he didn't wander outside at night, helping if he became confused or distressed, and managing his medication schedule. During the day, Mr. Henley was largely independent, so I had considerable downtime to study for my nursing school applications or catch up on personal tasks. About a month into the assignment, I started noticing some unusual aspects of Mr. Henley's routine. He received frequent deliveries of computer equipment, always paying in cash and insisting on handling the transactions personally. When I asked about his continued interest in technology, he explained that he was working on research projects related to his former academic work. Mr. Henley also had visitors at odd hours, usually late in the evening or very early in the morning. These weren't social calls from friends or family, but business-like meetings with younger people who would arrive with equipment or documents. When I asked about these visits, Mr. Henley explained that he was consulting on technical projects for former colleagues. The basement became increasingly off-limits during this period. Mr. Henley installed new locks and made it clear that his research space was private. I could hear equipment running constantly, humming servers, cooling fans, and what sounded like multiple computers operating simultaneously. The electricity bills must have been substantial. Around this time, Mr. Henley began asking me to help with some of his technical projects. Simple tasks initially: moving equipment, organizing cables, cleaning workspace areas. He offered to pay me extra for this assistance, which I welcomed given my financial situation. The work seemed harmless enough, just basic maintenance and organization. Gradually, Mr. Henley's request became more specific. He needed help setting up camera equipment in various rooms of the house, testing lighting configurations in different spaces, ensuring that recording devices had clear sight lines and optimal audio pickup. He explained that he was documenting his house's architecture and historical features for academic purposes. The camera installations were professional-grade equipment, far more sophisticated than anything needed for simple documentation. Multiple angles in each room, motion sensors, night vision capabilities, and centralized recording systems that fed back to his basement setup. When I commented on the complexity, Mr. Henley explained that thoroughness was essential for proper academic documentation. I also helped Mr. Henley test various aspects of his recording systems. He would have me move through different rooms while he monitored the coverage from his basement, adjusting camera angles and audio levels to ensure optimal capture quality. He said this was necessary to document how people interacted with historical architecture. During these tests, Mr. Henley would give me specific instructions about timing, positioning, and behavior. Stand in certain locations for predetermined durations. React to various stimuli he would introduce. Follow scripted movements through the house while he recorded everything from his monitoring station. The level of detail seemed excessive for architectural documentation. As weeks passed, Mr. Henley's dementia symptoms appeared to fluctuate dramatically. Some days, he seemed completely lucid and organized, managing complex technical projects with expertise that seemed inconsistent with cognitive decline. Other days, he appeared genuinely confused and disoriented, requiring assistance with basic tasks. I began to suspect that Mr. Henley's condition might not be as severe as initially diagnosed, or that he was deliberately exaggerating his symptoms. His moments of clarity always coincided with technical work or visits from his mysterious colleagues. His confusion seemed to occur primarily when I asked questions about his projects or tried to understand what he was really doing. 3 weeks ago, everything became clear in the worst possible way. Mr. Henley had asked me to test a new camera installation in the basement, claiming he needed to document some architectural features of the foundation. When I went downstairs, I discovered that the space had been completely transformed from a storage area into something resembling a professional studio. Multiple camera angles captured every inch of a central area that had been set up with restraints, medical equipment, and tools that clearly weren't for architectural documentation. Banks of monitors showed various live feeds from around the house, including rooms where I'd helped install cameras. Computer screens displayed dark web sites with streaming interfaces and viewer count displays. Most disturbing was seeing my own image on several monitors. Live feeds showing me in different rooms of the house, recorded footage from previous weeks, and edited compilations of my movements and reactions during Mr. Henley's tests. I realized that his architectural documentation project had been recording me extensively, creating content that was apparently being shared online. Mr. Henley appeared behind me, no longer showing any signs of confusion or dementia. He explained calmly that his condition had been largely fabricated to create a suitable cover for his actual work. Care workers were ideal subjects because they were isolated, had regular schedules, and were accustomed to working in private homes without supervision. He showed me the full extent of his operation. The basement was equipped for live streaming to dark web audiences who paid for authentic, unscripted content. The house had been converted into a production facility where he could create material featuring unwitting participants who thought they were just doing their jobs. Mr. Henley's research projects involved documenting potential subjects, testing their reactions to various situations, and gradually preparing them for final broadcasts. The care worker arrangement provided perfect cover, a legitimate reason for someone to be in the house regularly, explaining any unusual behavior or equipment to neighbors or family members. My weeks of helping with camera installations and testing had been preparation for my own broadcast. Mr. Henley's audience had been watching my daily routines, learning my behavior patterns, and anticipating the moment when I would transition from unknowing assistant to featured content. The visitors who came at odd hours weren't academic colleagues. They were part of a network that specialized in creating dark web entertainment using people who had no idea they were being groomed for participation. Care workers, domestic staff, delivery personnel, anyone whose job provided access to private spaces and isolated working conditions. Mr. Henley explained that tomorrow night's broadcast would feature the culmination of months of preparation. His audience had been following my story through surveillance footage, watching me gradually become complicit in setting up the very equipment that would be used for my final performance. I managed to escape while Mr. Henley was distracted with technical preparations, but I know the surveillance network extends beyond his house. They've been monitoring my communications, tracking my movements, and building detailed profiles of everyone in my life. Running might delay the inevitable, but it won't prevent it. Since leaving Sheffield, I've been moving between different locations, but they keep finding me. Messages sent to devices I thought were secure. People who seem to recognize me despite my using different names. Evidence that my movements are being tracked and reported back to Mr. Henley's operation. Yesterday, I received a package at the hotel where I'm staying. A package containing a tablet computer that showed live feeds from Mr. Henley's house. The basement had been prepared for broadcast, with professional lighting and multiple camera angles focused on the central area where I'd unknowingly helped position equipment. Text on the screen explained that tomorrow's broadcast was titled The Care Worker Series Finale, and that thousands of viewers had been following my story from the beginning. They'd watched me arrive for the assignment, gradually discover the truth about my situation, and attempt to escape. My real life had become entertainment for people willing to pay for authentic reactions to genuine danger. The message included details about my movements over the past few days, demonstrating that their surveillance had continued despite my leaving Mr. Henley's house. They knew which trains I'd taken, where I'd been staying, even what I'd eaten for my last few meals. Every step of my escape had been monitored and possibly broadcast to paying audiences. I could go to the police, but Mr. Henley has spent months creating evidence that would suggest I was a willing participant in his dark web activities. Surveillance footage of me helping install cameras, testing equipment, and following his instructions could be edited to support a narrative of voluntary cooperation rather than unwitting assistance. The care agency would have records of my assignment to Mr. Henley's house, my regular presence there, and my involvement in his technical projects. Without context, my actions would appear to show someone knowingly participating in the preparation of illegal streaming equipment. Mr. Henley's operation is too sophisticated, too well established, too experienced at managing unwilling participants. The dementia diagnosis provides perfect cover for his activities. Who would suspect an elderly man with cognitive decline of running a complex dark web broadcasting network? Tomorrow night, thousands of people will watch the conclusion of the Care Worker series. They've paid to see someone whose job involves protecting vulnerable people become vulnerable themselves. The irony is part of what makes the content valuable to Mr. Henley's audience. I'm writing this from a service station toilet because it's the only place where I can't see any obvious surveillance equipment. But I know they're still watching somehow. The tablet shows real-time updates about my location and activities, suggesting that their monitoring capabilities extend far beyond Mr. Henley's house. In roughly 10 hours, I'll have to decide whether to show up at the address they've provided or continue running. But Mr. Henley has demonstrated that his network can find me anywhere, and his audience has been promised a conclusion to my story. The most terrifying realization is that Mr. Henley's operation probably targets multiple care workers simultaneously. How many other people might be unknowingly helping prepare equipment for their own final broadcasts? How many elderly clients might be using their care arrangements as cover for dark web activities? The care industry provides perfect access to vulnerable workers who are isolated, poorly paid, and desperate for employment. Care workers enter private homes, work alone for extended periods, and are expected to assist with whatever tasks their clients require. It's an ideal setup for exploitation. Mr. Henley spent decades in computer science, developing expertise that he's now using to create sophisticated surveillance and streaming operations. His academic background provides credibility. His age and supposed medical condition deflect suspicion, and his resources allow him to maintain complex technical infrastructure. The dark web provides anonymity for his viewers, untraceable payment methods, and platforms that can't be easily monitored or shut down by authorities. He can broadcast authentic suffering to paying audiences without meaningful oversight or accountability. Tomorrow's broadcast is being promoted as authentic content, featuring genuine reactions from someone who doesn't understand what's happening until it's too late. Mr. Henley's audience values realism over performance, preferring to watch real people discover their situation in real time. I never thought my care work would make me a target for this kind of exploitation. I thought the biggest risks were difficult clients or workplace injuries. I never imagined that helping an elderly person could lead to becoming the star of my own murder broadcast. The irony would be amusing if it weren't so terrifying. I spent months caring for someone I thought was vulnerable, only to discover that I was the vulnerable one all along. long. Tomorrow's broadcast is titled The Final Shift. Mr. Henley's audience is expecting authentic reactions, genuine fear, and real consequences for someone who thought she was just doing her job. The care worker becomes the one who needs caring for, and there's no one left to help. I never meant to find it. That's important to understand. I was just a bored software developer working from my flat in Manchester, running tests on a new algorithm designed to filter illegal content from social media platforms. It was a contract job for a mid-sized tech company. Good money, flexible hours, and the sort of work that looks impressive on a CV. The kind of opportunity you don't question too deeply. My algorithm was supposed to identify and flag videos containing violence, abuse, or other prohibited content before they could be uploaded. Nothing revolutionary, just an improvement on existing systems. I needed sample data to test it, so the company gave me access to a secure server containing thousands of videos that had been previously removed from their platform. Most were exactly what you'd expect: fights, animal cruelty, dangerous stunts gone wrong. The algorithm handled these easily, assigning risk scores with over 95% accuracy compared to human moderators. But there were outliers, videos that humans had flagged, but my system missed entirely. These were the ones I needed to focus on to improve the detection rates. One particular video kept slipping through. The file name was just a string of numbers and letters, and according to the metadata, 6 different human moderators had flagged it for immediate removal, each citing different reasons. When I finally reviewed it myself, I was confused. It showed an empty room with white walls, a concrete floor, and a single metal chair in the center. Nothing happened for nearly 3 minutes. No people, no movement, just static footage of an empty room. The video quality was poor, with occasional digital artifacts, compression issues most likely. I ran it through the algorithm again with different parameters, but it consistently received a low-risk score. I noted this as an anomaly and moved on to other samples. But that night, lying in bed, I kept thinking about it. Why had 6 moderators independently flagged an empty room? What were they seeing that both I and my algorithm had missed? The next morning, I downloaded the video file and examined it more carefully. The metadata contained an unusual string in the creator field, what looked like an onion address, the kind used on Tor networks. Out of professional curiosity, I accessed Tor through a secure virtual machine and entered the address. It led to a black screen with a simple login form and a counter displaying 4,291. As I watched, the number increased to 4,292. The site offered no explanation of what this counter represented. No context, no identifying information, just a login form and that steadily increasing number. I closed the browser and returned to my work. I had deadlines to meet, and mysterious websites weren't relevant to improving my algorithm. I modified the code to better detect empty rooms with strange metadata and moved on to other test cases. 3 days later, I received an email from an address consisting of random characters. The subject line was the same string of numbers and letters as the video file name. The body contained only a username and password, followed by the words, "Observer access granted." I should have deleted it immediately, should have reported it to the company's security team. Instead, I saved the information and continued working as if nothing had happened. That night, after a few glasses of wine, I reopened my secure virtual machine, accessed the .onion address, and entered the credentials. The site loaded to show the same empty room from the video, but now as a live feed. The counter in the corner showed 7,843. A chat window occupied the right side of the screen, messages scrolling by too quickly to read properly. From what I could gather, users were discussing preparations for something called an event. Some were placing what appeared to be bets using cryptocurrency. In the bottom left corner was a countdown timer. 47 hours, 12 minutes, and 36 seconds. Just under 3 days. I watched for about 20 minutes. Nothing changed in the room. The chat continued with discussions I couldn't fully follow, filled with abbreviations and terminology I didn't recognize. I logged out, shut down the virtual machine, and tried to forget about it. The next day, I received another email from a different random address. This one contained only a postcode, my postcode, and the message, confirmation required for observer status. I immediately strengthened all my security settings, changed passwords, and ran multiple malware scans. Everything came back clean. I convinced myself it was just a coincidence or a scare tactic used by whatever strange corner of the internet I'd stumbled into. Still, I deleted the virtual machine and resolved to focus solely on my work. That evening, my doorbell rang. When I checked through the peephole, no one was there. But on the ground was a small package wrapped in brown paper with no postage or shipping labels. Inside was a cheap mobile phone, switched off, with a handwritten note containing just a time, 2000 hours. Against my better judgment, I turned on the phone at the specified time. It immediately connected to a network I didn't recognize and opened to a video feed. The same room, the same angle, but now the chair was occupied. A person sat there, head covered by a black hood, hands secured behind their back. The counter now showed 12,574 and was increasing rapidly. The chat window was moving so fast it was just a blur of text. The countdown timer read 0031 minutes 8 seconds, 31 minutes. I wanted to turn it off, to throw the phone away, but I couldn't look away. I told myself I needed to know what this was, what I had inadvertently become involved with. At exactly 20:30, a figure entered the frame wearing a featureless white mask and surgical gloves. They carried a small tray of implements I couldn't clearly identify. The masked figure approached the bound person and held up what looked like a scalpel to the camera. The chat suddenly slowed, and a message appeared in red. Bidding begins. Choose location. I switched off the phone, my hands shaking uncontrollably. I understood now what I had found, what the algorithm had failed to detect, what those 6 human moderators had recognized from experience. The empty room wasn't just an empty room. It was a stage being set. I spent the night researching red rooms, supposedly live-stream torture or murder that viewers could pay to watch or even direct. Most credible sources insisted they were urban myths, technically impossible to stream securely. But what if the conventional wisdom was wrong? What if someone had found a way to make it work? I needed to report this to the authorities, but I had a problem. I had accessed the site. I had watched. My digital fingerprints were all over this, and I had no way to prove I had stumbled onto it innocently. I decided to gather more evidence before coming forward. The next day, I returned to work and began examining other videos that had slipped past my algorithm, but been flagged by human moderators. There were 5 more showing empty rooms, each with different layouts, but similar empty chairs. Each file contained hidden .onion addresses in the metadata. That evening, another package arrived at my door. This one contained a USB drive. When I checked it on a secure system, It contained a single video file. It showed the complete event from the previous night. I couldn't watch more than a few seconds before shutting it down. But in those seconds, I saw enough to know this was real. These weren't actors. This wasn't simulated. And according to the counter, over 15,000 people had watched it happen. I decided to go to the police the next morning. I would turn over everything I had found and face whatever consequences came with it. I spent the night copying evidence to an external drive and writing a detailed account of how I had discovered the site. I woke to the sound of an email notification. The subject line was "Observer Status Revoked." The body contained my full name, address, and a photograph of me sleeping in my bed, taken from inside my flat, hours earlier. Below the photo was a message: "Participant status pending. Current bids, 18 inches. I left immediately with just my wallet and phone, checked into a hotel on the other side of the city using cash, spent the day moving between public places, trying to figure out what to do. That evening, I returned to the hotel to find the door to my room slightly ajar. Inside, everything appeared untouched except for the television, which was turned onto a blank screen with a counter, 23,109. I packed up again and left, taking a night bus to Leeds, found another hotel, tried to sleep, woke to find my new room's mirror had fogged up despite no one using the shower. Written in the condensation was a set of coordinates and a time, 2 days from now. I looked up the coordinates. They pointed to an abandoned factory on the outskirts of Birmingham. I've been moving constantly since then, different cities, different hotels, always paying cash. I've disposed of my original phone, bought and discarded several burners. Each time I think I've broken the pattern, I find evidence they found me. A note slipped under a door, a message written on a receipt, a counter displayed on a digital screen as I walk past. The most terrifying part is not knowing how they keep finding me, or who they even are. Is it one person, a group? Is it the thousands of observers, some percentage of whom are actively tracking me? I've examined my clothing for tracking devices, checked for implants under my skin, scanned for rogue wireless signals. Nothing. 3 hours ago, I received a text on my newest phone, one that no one should have the number for. Final preparations underway. Broadcast begins 2100. Viewer count 41,863. I'm writing this in a library in Glasgow using a public computer. I've been on trains, buses and taxis continuously for the past 48 hours. I haven't slept, barely eaten. I'm running out of cash, options and places to hide. I've come to a terrible realization. What I discovered wasn't just a red room. It was an entire ecosystem built around them. My algorithm wasn't failing to detect prohibited content. It was being trained to deliberately ignore it. The company that hired me wasn't trying to remove this content. They were developing sophisticated methods to hide it in plain sight. The contract job, the test videos, the access to the secure server, it was all a setup. They weren't assessing the algorithm's ability to detect prohibited content. They were assessing me, my reaction, my moral flexibility, my potential as either an asset to their operation or a threat to be eliminated. And I failed their test by showing too much curiosity, by looking too closely at what I was meant to overlook. The most disturbing part is how vast this network must be. The resources required to track someone across multiple cities, to always be one step ahead, to have eyes everywhere. It suggests organization and reach that goes beyond what any ordinary criminal enterprise should be capable of. I wonder how many other programmers, content moderators, and data analysts have been pulled into this system. How many recognized what I failed to see and chose to look the other way? How many became observers rather than raising alarms? How many are watching now? I have less than 6 hours until the scheduled broadcast. The counter likely shows over 50,000 by now. 50,000 people waiting to watch what happens to me. I've considered turning myself in to the police, but what if some of them are connected to this network? The level of coordination I've witnessed suggests infiltration of normal systems. Who can I trust? I keep thinking about those other empty rooms I found in the test videos. How many people have sat in those chairs? How many more will follow? And was I selected randomly? Or is there something specific about me that made them choose me as the next subject? I don't know if anyone will believe this account. It sounds paranoid, even to me as I write it. But I know what I've seen. I know what's hunting me. I'm going to post this and then head to the train station. I have a plan to get to a remote village in the Scottish Highlands where a former colleague has a holiday cottage. No internet, no mobile service. Maybe if I can stay off the grid long enough, they'll select another target, move on to someone else. That's the final horror of this system. The knowledge that my only hope for survival may be that someone else takes my place in that chair, that the observer's attention shifts to another victim, that the algorithm selects a new participant. The idea makes me sick, but I'm out of alternatives. If you're reading this and you work in content moderation, data filtering, or AI development, pay attention to what your systems are being trained to ignore. Look closer at the empty rooms. Ask questions about the files everyone seems to overlook. And if you ever receive an email offering observer status, delete it immediately. Don't let curiosity lead you where it led me. The broadcast is scheduled for 2100 hours tonight. I have no intention of being in front of a camera. But as I've learned over these past terrible days, my intentions may no longer matter. Okay, so this is what happened to me, and I'm still not entirely sure how I ended up in this situation. 3 months ago, I was just a postgraduate student in Manchester, looking for someone to share the rent on a decent 2-bedroom flat near the university. Now I'm locked in a bathroom, in a Premier Inn somewhere outside Liverpool, and in roughly 12 hours, thousands of people are going to watch me die on a live stream that my flatmate has been preparing for weeks. I should probably start from the beginning. I'm 23, studying for a master's degree in social work in Manchester. The course is demanding but rewarding. We spend a lot of time discussing vulnerable populations and how to protect people from exploitation. The irony of my current situation isn't lost on me. Finding affordable accommodation in Manchester is nearly impossible on a student budget, so when I saw an advert for someone looking to share a spacious flat in Didsbury, I jumped at the chance. The rent was reasonable, the location was perfect, and the flatmate seemed normal enough based on our brief text exchanges. Her name was Emma. She worked from home doing something with computers, and she preferred a quiet environment for studying and working. Emma was in her late 20s, softly spoken and obsessively tidy. She kept strange hours, often up all night working, sleeping during the day. But she was respectful about noise levels and always paid her share of bills on time. She'd converted the larger bedroom into both a sleeping area and an elaborate home office setup with multiple monitors, professional lighting equipment, and what appeared to be streaming gear. When I asked about her work, Emma explained that she created content for online platforms. She was deliberately vague about the specifics, mentioning something about niche audiences and specialized streaming services. I assumed she was doing gaming content or tutorials. Lots of people make decent money creating online content these days, and her equipment certainly looked professional enough. Emma rarely had visitors, rarely went out during normal hours, and seemed to live entirely online. She ordered everything for delivery: groceries, meals, even basic household items. The only times I saw her leave the flat were for brief walks at odd hours, usually very late at night or very early in the morning. She seemed almost allergic to natural daylight. About a month after moving in, I started noticing some odd things about Emma's routine. She would receive packages almost daily, not just normal deliveries, but items that required signature confirmation and seemed unusually heavy or bulky. When I asked about them casually, she explained that her work required specialized equipment that needed regular updates or replacements. The packages often arrived when I was at university, but occasionally I'd be home to sign for them. Medical supplies, plastic sheeting, industrial cleaning products, and items I couldn't identify wrapped in unmarked packaging. When I mentioned that some of the delivery content seemed unusual, Emma became defensive and explained that her content creation required props and materials that might seem strange to people unfamiliar with her industry. I also started noticing sounds from Emma's room at night, not just typing or video calls, but movement of heavy objects, occasional thuds that suggested furniture being rearranged, and what sounded like construction or assembly work. When I asked about the noise, she apologized and explained that she was upgrading her studio setup for better production quality. Around this time, Emma started asking me personal questions that seemed oddly specific. Details about my course schedule, when I'd be home or away, whether I had family visiting, if I was dating anyone seriously. She framed these as normal flatmate conversations, but something about her interest felt intrusive rather than friendly. She also began showing unusual interest in my social work studies, particularly the modules dealing with vulnerable populations and crisis intervention. Emma would ask detailed questions about what we learned in lectures, how we identified at-risk individuals, and what protocols we followed when someone was in immediate danger. I assumed she was just curious about my studies. One evening, while Emma was out on one of her rare excursions, I heard sounds coming from her room despite knowing she wasn't home. Thinking we might have an intruder, I carefully checked her door and found it unlocked. Inside, her computer setup was more extensive than I'd realized. Multiple monitors showing different websites, several cameras positioned around the room, and equipment I didn't recognize, but that looked expensive and professional. What disturbed me most was seeing my own image on one of the monitors. It appeared to be a live feed from a camera positioned somewhere in the common areas of our flat, showing the kitchen and living room from an angle that would capture anyone moving through the space. Emma had been recording the shared areas of our home without telling me. I confronted her about the surveillance when she returned, but Emma had a reasonable explanation ready. She claimed that she'd installed security cameras after some break-ins in the neighborhood and had forgotten to mention them. She apologized for not discussing it first and offered to adjust the camera angles to respect my privacy better. But over the following days, I started noticing more cameras hidden throughout the flat. Tiny devices positioned to capture different angles of the common areas, all feeding back to Emma's monitoring setup. When I looked more carefully, I realized she had created comprehensive surveillance of our entire living space, recording everything that happened when I was home. I also discovered that Emma had been accessing my personal computer when I was out. Files had been moved, browser history showed searches I hadn't made, and my social media accounts had been accessed from IP addresses I didn't recognize. She'd been systematically gathering information about my personal life, my schedule, my relationships, and my online activities. When I confronted Emma about this invasion of privacy, her demeanor changed completely. She dropped the apologetic, reasonable flatmate persona and became coldly professional. She explained that her work required detailed background information about people in her environment, and that my presence in the flat made me part of her operational security considerations. Emma then showed me exactly what kind of content she created. Her monitors displayed dark websites with addresses I couldn't read, streaming platforms that required special browsers to access, and chat systems where users discussed upcoming broadcasts using terms I didn't understand. Her work wasn't gaming content or tutorials. She was involved in producing live streams for audiences willing to pay for authentic, unscripted content. The surveillance of our flat wasn't for security, it was for content creation. Emma had been documenting my daily routines, my reactions to stress, my interactions with visitors, and my responses to various situations. She'd been creating a detailed profile of my behavior patterns and psychological responses for audiences who paid premium rates for authentic material. Most disturbing was learning that I hadn't randomly responded to a flatmate advertisement. Emma had specifically targeted me after researching my background, my studies, my family situation, and my social connections. She'd identified me as someone who would be suitable for her purposes, isolated enough to be vulnerable, but connected enough to generate interest from her audience. Emma explained that her viewers had been following my story for weeks through the surveillance footage. They'd watched me cook dinner, study for exams, talk on the phone with family, and navigate the stress of postgraduate studies. I'd unknowingly become a character in an ongoing narrative that thousands of people were consuming as entertainment. The final phase of Emma's project was transitioning from passive observation to interactive content. Her audience had paid substantial amounts to move beyond just watching my daily routine to influencing what happened to me. Emma showed me chat logs where viewers discussed scenarios they wanted to see enacted, specific situations they wanted me placed in, and reactions they hoped to capture on camera. I tried to leave immediately, but Emma calmly explained that I was already too deeply involved in her operation to simply walk away. She showed me evidence of my unwitting participation, footage of me in various states of undress, recordings of private phone conversations, and documentation of my daily routines that would be embarrassing if shared publicly. More significantly, Emma revealed that she'd been using my identity for aspects of her dark web activities. Communications sent from my computer, financial transactions processed through accounts opened in my name, and interactions with her network that created digital trails linking me to her operation. If authorities ever investigated her activities, the evidence would suggest I was a willing participant rather than an unwitting victim. Emma's audience had been anticipating this revelation for weeks. The moment when I discovered the truth about my situation was itself content they'd paid to see. My shock, fear, and growing understanding of my predicament had all been broadcast live to viewers who found authentic reactions more entertaining than scripted performances. The final broadcast was scheduled for the following night. Emma's viewers had paid premium rates to see the conclusion of my story, the moment when passive observation became active participation. She explained that my background in social work made me particularly interesting to her audience, people who enjoyed watching those trained to help others become helpless themselves. I managed to escape that night while Emma was distracted with technical preparations. I grabbed what cash I had and left Manchester without telling anyone where I was going. But Emma's surveillance network extended beyond our flat. She'd been monitoring my phone, my email, my social media accounts, and my financial transactions. Every move I made was being tracked and reported back to her operation. Over the past week, I've been moving between different hotels, paying cash when possible, avoiding main roads and CCTV cameras, but they keep finding me. Hotel staff who seem to recognize me despite my using different names. Other guests who ask too many questions about my plans. Messages sent to devices I thought were secure. Yesterday, I received a package at the hotel I'm staying in. A package addressed to a false name I'd only used for one night. Inside was a tablet computer showing a live stream of my current hotel room, apparently filmed from multiple hidden cameras. Text on the screen explained that Emma's audience had been following my escape attempt and were eager to see the conclusion of my story. The message included details about my movements over the past week, demonstrating that their surveillance had been comprehensive despite my attempts at evasion. They knew which trains I'd taken, which hotels I'd stayed in, even which restaurants I'd eaten at. Every step of my escape had been monitored and broadcast to paying viewers. Tonight's broadcast is being promoted as the finale of what Emma's audience calls the Social Worker series. They've been following my story from the beginning, watching me search for accommodation, move in with Emma, gradually discover the truth about my situation, and attempt to escape. My real life has become a multi-part series for dark web entertainment. The scheduled broadcast location is an address here in Liverpool. Emma's technical setup has apparently been relocated to continue the production, despite my escape from Manchester. Her audience expects to see the conclusion of my story, and they've invested too much money in following the narrative to accept an anticlimactic ending. I could go to the police, but Emma has spent months creating evidence that would suggest I was a willing participant in her dark web activities. My computer history, financial records, and communication logs would all support a narrative of voluntary involvement rather than victimization. The surveillance footage could be edited to remove context and present my actions as cooperative rather than unknowing. Emma's operation is too sophisticated, too well planned, too experienced at managing unwilling participants. The dark web provides anonymity for her viewers, untraceable payment methods, and platforms that can't be easily monitored or shut down by authorities. She can broadcast from anywhere to anyone without meaningful oversight or accountability. Tomorrow night, thousands of people will watch the conclusion of the Social Worker series. They've paid to see someone trained to recognize and prevent exploitation become the victim of exactly the kind of predatory behavior I studied in university. The irony is part of what makes the content valuable to Emma's audience. I'm writing this from the bathroom of my hotel room because it's the only space where I can't see any obvious camera equipment. But I know they're still watching somehow. The tablet shows real-time footage of the main room, tracking my movements even when I think I'm unobserved. In a few hours, I'll have to decide whether to show up at the address they provided or continue running. But Emma has demonstrated that her surveillance network can find me anywhere, and her audience has been promised a conclusion to my story. The show, as they say, must go on. The most terrifying realization is that Emma's operation probably has multiple series running simultaneously. How many other people might be living unknowingly under surveillance, gradually being prepared for their own final broadcasts? How many students, workers, and ordinary people might be unwitting stars of dark web entertainment? The technology exists to monitor anyone, anywhere without their knowledge. The dark web provides platforms for consuming authentic suffering as entertainment. And there are people willing to pay substantial amounts to watch real victims discover their situation too late to escape it. I never thought my social work training would become relevant to my own survival. But here I am, recognizing all the signs of systematic exploitation and predatory behavior that I learned to identify in vulnerable populations. The difference is that this time, I am the vulnerable one. Tomorrow's broadcast is titled The Final Session. Emma's audience is expecting authentic reactions, genuine fear, and real consequences for someone who spent years learning to protect others, but couldn't protect herself. The irony would be funny if it weren't so terrifying. I've always been interested in how people think and make choices, which is probably why I ended up studying psychology at university. The human mind fascinates me. Why some people are naturally optimistic while others see problems everywhere. How our backgrounds shape the way we interpret information. What makes someone choose one path over another when faced with difficult decisions. That curiosity made me a natural participant for research studies. Most psychology departments rely on students volunteering for experiments, and I genuinely enjoyed contributing to research while earning a few pounds for my time. Nothing dramatic, just the sort of studies that help academics understand cognitive processes and social behavior. Most university research was straightforward. Memory tests, personality questionnaires, reaction time measurements. But the studies that paid the best were usually more complex, often involving online platforms where participants could complete tasks at their own pace, rather than coming into labs at specific times. That's how I found the Decision Analysis Research Project, which claimed to be a collaboration between several universities studying how people make choices in complex scenarios. They were looking for participants to evaluate hypothetical situations and explain their reasoning, contributing to research about moral decision-making and risk assessment. The initial screening process was more detailed than typical university studies. Beyond basic demographic information, they wanted to know about my family background, personal relationships, academic interests, and even details about my daily routine and living situation. They explained that understanding participants' context was crucial for interpreting their decision-making patterns. Someone's choices about hypothetical scenarios would be influenced by their real-world experiences, social connections, and current circumstances. The study itself involved regular online sessions where I'd be presented with scenarios and asked to choose between different options, then explain my reasoning in detail. The situation started simple. Ethical dilemmas about lying to spare someone's feelings, resource allocation problems, conflicts between personal benefit and social responsibility. The scenarios were thoughtfully constructed, and the debriefing questions were insightful. I could see how my responses would contribute to understanding the psychological factors that influence moral reasoning and decision-making under pressure. But gradually, the scenarios became more personal and disturbing. Instead of abstract ethical dilemmas, I started receiving scenarios that seemed specifically tailored to my circumstances. Situations involving university students in Durham, people with my academic background, even scenarios that included details about the specific area where I lived. When I mentioned this to the research coordinator, they explained that personalized scenarios produced more authentic responses than generic situations. People made different choices when they could relate to the context and characters involved. The scenarios also became more extreme. Instead of minor ethical conflicts, I was being asked to evaluate situations involving serious crimes, violence, and harm to innocent people. The options I could choose between were increasingly disturbing, often requiring me to select which terrible outcome was least problematic. Some scenarios included detailed descriptions of violence or illegal activities that seemed unnecessary for research about decision-making. Others asked me to role-play perspectives that made me uncomfortable, considering situations from the viewpoint of criminals, predators, or people planning to harm others. When I questioned whether these extreme scenarios were appropriate for academic research, the coordinator emphasized the importance of understanding how people reason about difficult moral choices. Real-world decision-making often involved choosing between unpleasant alternatives, and research needed to reflect that complexity. But I started noticing that the scenarios included information that seemed to go beyond what would be necessary for psychology research. Some situations involved specific methods for committing crimes, detailed descriptions of how to avoid detection by law enforcement, even practical advice about acquiring illegal items or accessing restricted locations. The scenarios read more like instruction manuals than research materials. Other scenarios asked me to evaluate strategies for manipulating or coercing other people, with detailed psychological techniques that seemed designed to teach effective manipulation, rather than study moral reasoning about interpersonal influence. I tried to research the decision analysis research project more thoroughly, looking for information about the universities involved and the academic credentials of the research team. What I found was concerning. While the project claimed to be affiliated with several prestigious institutions, there was no verifiable information about the specific researchers involved or peer-reviewed publications resulting from their work. The registration details were vague, the methodology descriptions were minimal, and there was no evidence that the research had been approved by ethics committees that would normally oversee studies involving potentially disturbing psychological content. I started suspecting that the research project wasn't legitimate academic work at all, but some form of recruitment or training program disguised as university research. The scenarios I was evaluating seemed designed to normalize thinking about criminal activities and to test my willingness to consider increasingly extreme options when presented as hypothetical choices. But the personal information collected during registration meant that my responses were being associated with detailed knowledge of my background, circumstances, and psychological profile. Someone was building a comprehensive assessment of my moral boundaries, decision-making patterns, and susceptibility to various forms of influence or manipulation. When I tried to withdraw from the study, the coordinator's response was immediate and concerning. They expressed disappointment that I was abandoning important research and emphasized my commitment to completing the full study protocol. They also offered substantial bonus payments for continuing participation and suggested that withdrawing would disappoint the academic supervisors, who had specifically requested my continued involvement based on the quality of my previous responses. The pressure to continue felt excessive for volunteer research participation. It seemed more like concern about losing control over someone who had provided valuable information or demonstrated useful capabilities. I tried to research other participants in the decision analysis research project, hoping to understand whether they'd had similar experiences with increasingly disturbing scenarios and pressure to continue participation. But the project's privacy policies prevented direct contact between participants, and online searches revealed no discussions or reviews of the research from people who had completed the study. Either participants were maintaining strict confidentiality about their involvement, or something was preventing them from sharing information about their experiences. I decided to document the scenarios I'd been given and the personal information that had been collected, building evidence of what appeared to be a systematic assessment program targeting university students. This documentation revealed patterns that suggested the research project was actually a recruitment tool for identifying people who might be suitable for various types of criminal activity. The scenarios were designed to test participants' moral flexibility, willingness to consider illegal options, and ability to rationalize harmful choices when presented with appropriate justifications. The personal information collected would allow recruiters to identify participants who were financially vulnerable, socially isolated, or dealing with circumstances that might make them susceptible to offers of illegal employment. But the most disturbing possibility was that successful participants were being gradually conditioned to accept increasingly extreme scenarios as normal decision-making challenges. The study might be a systematic desensitization program designed to prepare people for actual criminal activities by normalizing violence and illegal behavior through repeated exposure in hypothetical contexts. When I stopped responding to scenarios and ignored follow-up communications, the coordinator began contacting me through other channels. Messages to my university email account, contact through social media platforms I'd never shared with the research project, even phone calls to numbers I was certain I hadn't provided during registration. They claimed concern about my well-being and offered support for any problems that might be preventing me from completing the research. But their access to my personal contact information suggested much more comprehensive background research than would be normal for academic studies. Someone had been systematically investigating my online presence and personal circumstances, gathering information that could be used for harassment or intimidation if I created problems for their operation. The scenarios I'd been asked to evaluate started appearing in other contexts. News reports about crimes that matched the methods and approaches I'd been asked to consider, with enough similarity to suggest that the research scenarios weren't hypothetical at all. Someone was using the decision-making study to test real criminal plans against the moral reasoning and risk assessment capabilities of potential accomplices. The participants weren't contributing to academic research about ethics and psychology. We were unknowingly providing consultation services for people planning actual crimes. Our detailed responses to scenarios were being used to refine criminal strategies, identify potential problems with illegal plans, and select people who might be willing to participate in the activities we'd been asked to evaluate. I realized that my participation in the study had probably contributed to actual crimes against innocent people, with my moral reasoning and decision-making analysis being used to improve the effectiveness of criminal operations. But reporting what I discovered would require admitting that I'd voluntarily participated in evaluating scenarios involving serious crimes, potentially making me appear complicit in planning illegal activities. The detailed personal information collected during the study also made me vulnerable to retaliation if the people running the operation decided I posed a security risk to their continued activities. Meanwhile, the recruitment program was probably continuing to target other students through fake research projects, gradually conditioning new participants to accept criminal scenarios as normal academic exercises while building detailed profiles of their moral flexibility and personal vulnerabilities. The decision analysis research project was still advertising for participants when I last checked, continuing to recruit psychology students who were interested in contributing to research about human decision-making. My former coordinator was probably still presenting increasingly disturbing scenarios to new participants, testing their boundaries and gathering information that could be used to involve them in actual criminal activities. And somewhere in hidden databases, detailed psychological profiles were being maintained about hundreds of students who had unknowingly provided comprehensive assessments of their moral reasoning, criminal potential, and susceptibility to various forms of manipulation and coercion. The research study I thought would contribute to understanding human psychology had instead made me an unwitting consultant for criminal operations that exploited academic curiosity to recruit accomplices and refine illegal strategies. But the most disturbing realization was that legitimate university research was probably being infiltrated by similar recruitment programs, making it impossible for students to distinguish between genuine academic studies and criminal assessment tools. People seeking to contribute to psychological research were being systematically evaluated for their potential usefulness in illegal activities, with their trust in academic institutions being exploited to facilitate serious crimes against innocent victims. 3 weeks after I'd stopped all contact with the Decision Analysis Research Project, I received an email claiming to be from the university's ethics committee, asking me to participate in a follow-up study about my research experiences and any concerns I might have about the psychological impact of participating in decision-making scenarios. I used to work in digital forensics, not the glamorous kind you see on TV shows where they instantly break encryptions and enhance grainy photos into crystal clarity. My job involved the painstaking process of recovering deleted files, tracing digital footprints, and documenting evidence for court cases. Most of my career was spent helping corporate clients recover from data breaches, or assisting in divorce cases where one spouse suspected the other of hiding assets. Mundane stuff, really, until the Harmon case. Detective Harmon approached our firm after their department's tech specialist hit a wall. A college student had gone missing under suspicious circumstances, and they'd recovered the victim's laptop. The browser history had been meticulously scrubbed, but fragments remained in the cache, suggesting visits to Tor-enabled sites. The department needed someone with expertise in recovering digital breadcrumbs that existed beyond the reach of standard investigation techniques. That's where I came in. I'm not going to pretend I was unfamiliar with the dark web. Anyone who works in my field understands its architecture, even if they've never ventured there themselves. I knew about the marketplaces for illegal goods, the forums for exchanging information that wouldn't be welcome on the surface web, and the encrypted communication channels. But I also knew most of the horror stories people shared about the dark web were urban legends. Hidden servers streaming murders live for Bitcoin. Red rooms where viewers could direct torture. Those were digital campfire stories meant to scare the uninitiated. At least, that's what I believed at the time. Working from an isolated system in our lab, I began the process of reconstructing the student's digital trail. Most of it was exactly what you'd expect from a 20-year-old. Social media, streaming services, online gaming platforms, and academic research. But interspersed throughout were these brief sessions using the Tor browser, always late at night, always from the same location based on the network logs. The pattern suggested a ritual of sorts, something done in private, perhaps even secretively. After 3 days of careful analysis, I managed to recover fragments of an encryption key stored in a text file disguised as system data. The key itself was incomplete, but it gave me something to work with. I traced its digital fingerprint through the remnants of the browser cache and discovered what appeared to be a login credential for an Onion site. That's when my professional curiosity began to override my better judgment. I should have simply documented my findings and handed everything over to Detective Harmon. That would have been the proper protocol. Instead, I decided to follow the trail myself, just a little further. I told myself it was to ensure I was providing the police with actionable intelligence. In reality, I wanted to know what this student had found. What had drawn them into those late-night sessions? What might connect to their disappearance? I set up a secure, isolated machine specifically for this purpose. Multiple VPNs, traffic routing through several countries, disconnected from any of our firm's systems. Every precaution possible. The address recovered from the student's computer led to what appeared to be a forum, but access required both the encryption key I'd found and another credential I didn't have. A dead end, or so it seemed. Further analysis of the recovered data revealed communication with another user, someone who had apparently provided guidance on accessing certain areas of the dark web. I managed to find fragments of these conversations, not enough to identify the other party, but enough to piece together instructions for generating the second credential needed for the forum. It took another day of work, but eventually I had what I needed. I accessed the forum on my isolated machine. What I found wasn't immediately alarming. Discussions about privacy, cryptocurrency, philosophy, nothing illegal on its face. But there was a section accessible only to users with a certain status. The missing student had apparently reached that status shortly before their disappearance. I couldn't access this restricted area, but I could see references to it in other conversations. Users spoke about observations and sessions in terminology that seemed deliberately vague. They discussed payment methods and scheduling. One thread mentioned preference settings and interaction parameters. All of it couched in ambiguous language that could have meant anything from watching academic lectures to something far more sinister. 2 weeks into my investigation, I received an unexpected message on the forum from a user named Artemis Prime. They wanted to know if I was interested in gaining access to the restricted section. The timing was suspicious. I hadn't been active enough on the forum to naturally attract this kind of attention. Either the forum had sophisticated security that had identified me as an outsider, or someone had been monitoring the recovery attempts on the student's computer and traced them back to me. Neither possibility was comforting. I created a plausible cover story and expressed interest. Artemis Prime explained that the restricted section hosted special live streams for members who had proven both their discretion and their financial commitment. The price for access was substantial, $5,000 in cryptocurrency. When I asked what kind of content these live streams contained, the answer was vague but unsettling. They offered interactive observation experiences that couldn't be found anywhere else. Viewers could influence outcomes in real time. I reported all of this to Detective Harmon, who brought in federal authorities. They advised me to maintain communication with Artemis Prime while they attempted to trace the user's location. For 3 days, I continued the conversation, expressing interest, but asking for more details before committing the money. Artemis Prime eventually offered me a free preview session scheduled for midnight the following day. Against the advice of the federal agents, I agreed to observe the preview. Their concern was that viewing any content might constitute criminal activity on my part, depending on what was shown. My argument was that we needed to know exactly what we were dealing with, and that, as a forensic investigator, I had viewed illegal content before when it was necessary for an investigation. Eventually, they relented, on the condition that I would terminate the connection immediately if the content clearly involved illegal activity. The night of the preview session, I sat in a secured room at the federal building, surrounded by agents specializing in cybercrime. My isolated laptop was connected to a larger monitor, so everyone could see what I was seeing, but the connection itself remained solely through my machine. At precisely midnight, I received a link from Artemis Prime, valid for 5 minutes only. The link led to a streaming page with minimalist design. Black background, a video player in the center, a small chat window to the right, a countdown timer showing 15 minutes. The video showed an empty room with white walls, a single chair in the center, nothing else. The chat window showed about 24 usernames, none recognizable. Most were strings of numbers and letters. No one was typing. 3 minutes into the stream, the door to the room opened. A figure entered, wearing a black hood that obscured their face completely. They carried a small digital tablet. The person sat in the chair, holding the tablet facing the camera. On the screen was today's date and time, along with a random string of characters that had been generated in the chat window seconds earlier. This was proof that the stream was live, not pre-recorded. The hooded figure set the tablet aside and pulled out a small card, which they held up to the camera. On it was written my username on the forum, along with the words, "Welcome to your preview." The federal agents exchanged concerned glances. This was meant specifically for me. The observers were being observed. For the next 10 minutes, nothing happened. The hooded figure simply sat there, occasionally checking the tablet. The chat remained inactive. Then, just as the countdown timer reached 1 minute remaining, the figure held up the tablet again. On it was a message addressed to me by my real name. Not my username, but my actual name. It listed my home address, the name of my firm, and the names of my family members. It ended with a simple statement. The preview isn't what we're showing you. It's who we're showing you to. The federal agents immediately terminated the connection and moved me and my family to a secure location. The investigation shifted from finding the missing student to identifying who was behind the stream and how they had obtained my personal information. Background checks were run on everyone at my firm, everyone involved in the investigation. Digital security experts examined every device I owned for breaches. A week into protective custody, we received the news. The missing student had been found alive. They had apparently gone off-grid voluntarily after being spooked by something they'd witnessed on the forum. When questioned about the restricted section and the live streams, they became agitated and refused to provide details. All they would say was that the streams weren't what people thought, that the real purpose was something else entirely. The federal investigation identified several members of the forum, including Artemis Prime, though no arrests were made. The official conclusion was that the forum was running an elaborate scam, charging significant amounts of money for staged extreme content that created the illusion of red rooms without actually committing violent crimes. The personal information they had about me had been gathered through social engineering and basic doxing techniques. The case was closed. The missing student was no longer missing. No laws had technically been broken. Life could go back to normal. Except it doesn't work that way. Not really. 2 months after returning home, I received an envelope in the mail with no return address. Inside was a single photograph showing the interior of my bedroom, taken from the perspective of the computer webcam. The metadata embedded in the image indicated it had been taken 3 days earlier at 2:17 a.m. I had been asleep in the bed visible in the frame. I immediately checked my computer for malware, replaced the webcam with one that had a physical cover, and installed additional security systems in my home. I didn't tell my family or the authorities about the photograph. There didn't seem to be a point. What could they do that hadn't already been done? A week later, another envelope arrived. This one contained a USB drive. Against all better judgment and professional protocols, I connected it to an isolated machine. It contained a single video file. The thumbnail showed the white room from the live stream. I didn't play it. I destroyed the drive and reinforced all of my digital security measures. The envelope stopped coming after that, but other things started happening. Small disturbances in my daily routine. Items in my home slightly moved from where I'd left them. The sense of being watched during my commute to work. A glimpse of a hooded figure in a passing crowd. Nothing concrete enough to report. Nothing I could prove wasn't my imagination working overtime. I started noticing patterns in the timing of these disturbances. They always happened on days when I'd used the internet for anything more sensitive than checking the weather. Online banking, emails containing personal information, searching for information related to security systems. Any of these would be followed by some small sign that I was being observed. 6 months after the investigation, I attended a cybersecurity conference in my professional capacity. During a panel discussion on privacy threats, one of the speakers made eye contact with me in the audience. I had never met them before, but something in their expression suggested recognition. After the panel, they approached me directly, leaned close, and whispered in my ear. No introduction, no preamble, just 5 words. They never stopped watching you. The speaker disappeared into the crowd before I could respond or ask questions. I left the conference immediately and spent the night systematically checking every device I owned, every account, every possible digital vulnerability. I found nothing unusual. Everything appeared secure. But that night, I woke at exactly 2:17 a.m. to the distinct feeling of being observed. The room was empty. The webcam light was off. All was still. Yet the sensation persisted. I've since learned that what we discovered wasn't a red room in the traditional sense. It wasn't about watching violence or exploitation. It was something potentially more disturbing. A network dedicated to the comprehensive observation of specific individuals. The interactive element wasn't about directing harm, but rather about collectively monitoring, studying, and subtly interfering with the lives of targeted subjects. The missing student hadn't been a victim in the way we initially feared, but rather someone who had discovered the network and then been absorbed into it, becoming an observer rather than the observed. I've changed jobs since then, moved across the country, adopted rigorous privacy practices both online and offline. I use only cash when possible, avoid social media entirely, and regularly sweep my living spaces for surveillance devices. Most would call it paranoia. Perhaps it is, but I can't shake the certainty that I'm still being watched, that my every movement is being logged, analyzed, and shared among unseen observers who paid for the privilege of witnessing my slow psychological unraveling. The most unsettling realization came just last week. I was reviewing some old files from the investigation and noticed something I had missed initially. The timing of the students' late-night tour sessions perfectly matched periods when their webcam had been active, though no video chat applications had been running. They hadn't been watching something on those nights. They had been allowing themselves to be watched. Sometimes now, in moments of desperation or exhaustion, I find myself staring directly into my covered webcam and speaking to whoever might be on the other side. No response ever comes, but occasionally, within minutes of these one-sided conversations, my phone will receive a text message from an unknown number. The messages never contain words, just a timestamp, 2:17. I don't know how many others are out there, targets of this invisible audience. I don't know what they want or what purpose this elaborate system of observation serves. But I've come to understand one thing with absolute certainty. The most terrifying predators aren't those who want to harm you physically. They're the ones content to simply watch as the knowledge of their watching slowly destroys your sense of security, privacy, and ultimately your sanity. If you're reading this, I have one piece of advice. The next time you feel that inexplicable sensation of being watched when you're alone, don't dismiss it as imagination. Don't look around the empty rooms searching for hidden cameras. Instead, look directly into the devices you've willingly placed in your most private spaces. Wave hello. They've probably been watching you for quite some time now. There's something deeply unsettling about photographing places where people used to live. I didn't realize it at the time, but when you spend weeks documenting abandoned homes and personal belongings left behind, you start to feel like you're intruding on private grief, even when nobody's there to object. The initial contact came through my website, which gets maybe one inquiry a month if I'm lucky. Someone had seen my portfolio of architectural photography and wanted to commission similar work for what they described as a property documentation project. The message was professional enough, asking about my rates and availability for ongoing work over several weeks. I'd been freelancing for about 18 months by then, mostly doing wedding photography and the occasional corporate headshot session. The architectural work in my portfolio was really just a hobby. Photographs of interesting buildings around Nottingham that I'd taken to fill out my website and make it look like I had more diverse experience than I actually did. Business had been particularly slow that autumn. I'd managed to book a few weddings during the summer season, but those had dried up by October, and I was facing the prospect of either finding temporary work or moving back in with my parents in Derby. Neither option was particularly appealing for someone approaching 30 who'd spent the last few years trying to establish a creative career. So when this potential client offered to pay decent money for straightforward architectural photography, I was immediately interested. They explained that they needed detailed documentation of various properties for insurance and legal purposes. The sort of routine work that wouldn't be creatively fulfilling, but would pay the bills while I looked for more interesting projects. We arranged to meet at a cafe in the city centre to discuss the specifics. The man who met me was probably in his 40s, dressed casually but expensively, and seemed knowledgeable about photography and property documentation. He introduced himself as David and explained that he represented a company that specialized in property management and legal services. David showed me examples of the sort of photographs they needed, detailed interior and exterior shots that would document the current condition of various properties they were managing. Nothing particularly challenging from a technical standpoint, just thorough coverage that would be useful for insurance claims or legal disputes if necessary. The work would involve visiting properties across the East Midlands, usually during weekdays when they were empty. David emphasized that discretion was important, as many of the properties were privately owned, and the documentation needed to be conducted without drawing attention from neighbors or passers-by. He offered to pay about twice my usual day rate, explaining that the premium was due to the confidential nature of the work and the need for quick turnaround times. The company often needed documentation completed within days of acquiring management rights for new properties, which meant I'd need to be available at short notice and work efficiently. I agreed to take on the work, and David provided me with a detailed brief about their requirements. Each property needed to be photographed comprehensively, with particular attention to potential security vulnerabilities, access points, and sightlines from neighboring buildings. They also wanted documentation of any personal belongings left in the properties and evidence of recent occupation. The first assignment was a terraced house in a quiet residential street near the university. David gave me the address and a set of keys, explaining that the property was temporarily vacant while legal issues were being resolved. My job was to document everything thoroughly and submit the photographs within 24 hours. The house was exactly as David had described, empty but clearly recently occupied. There were still personal belongings scattered throughout the rooms, suggesting that whoever had been living there had left suddenly or under difficult circumstances. Nothing obviously valuable, just the sort of everyday items that people abandon when they have to move quickly. I spent several hours photographing every room from multiple angles, paying particular attention to the specific details David had requested. The work was straightforward but thorough, requiring careful attention to lighting and composition to ensure the images would be useful for their intended purposes. When I submitted the photographs, David seemed pleased with the quality and attention to detail. He immediately offered me another assignment, this time a flat above a shop in a different part of the city. The pattern was similar. Recently vacated property that needed comprehensive documentation for legal and insurance purposes. Over the following weeks, I photographed about a dozen properties across Nottingham and the surrounding areas. All were recently empty. All contained evidence of sudden departure, and all required the same detailed documentation of security features and personal belongings left behind. The work was steady and well paid, but I began noticing patterns that made me uncomfortable about what I was actually documenting. The properties all seemed to be occupied by people who had left under stressful circumstances. Unpaid bills, eviction notices, signs of financial difficulties that had forced sudden departures. More concerning was the specific nature of the photographs David had requested. The focus on security vulnerabilities and access points seemed excessive for routine property management. The detailed documentation of personal belongings felt intrusive, particularly when those belongings suggested the former occupants were struggling financially or dealing with personal difficulties. When I raised these observations with David, he explained that the company often dealt with properties that had been abandoned or vacated under difficult circumstances. The thorough documentation was necessary to protect both the property owners and his company from potential legal claims or insurance disputes. This seemed like a reasonable explanation for legitimate property management work. Abandoned properties do create legal and financial complications that require careful documentation. I convinced myself that my discomfort was probably just sensitivity to the obviously difficult circumstances that had led to these properties being vacated. But around the 6th week, David began requesting additional services that went beyond straightforward property photography. He wanted me to research the former occupants of the properties I'd photographed, gathering publicly available information about their current circumstances and new addresses. This felt like crossing a line from property documentation into surveillance of vulnerable people. When I expressed concerns about this expansion of my responsibilities, David reminded me that the information he was requesting was all publicly available and that understanding the circumstances of former tenants was standard practice in property management. He also mentioned that my photography work had been particularly valuable because of my attention to detail and discretion. The company was considering offering me additional work at higher rates, but they needed to be confident that I could handle more sensitive assignments that required absolute confidentiality. The promise of better paying work was tempting, especially as I was still struggling to find other sources of income. I agreed to provide basic research about the former occupants, telling myself that public record searches were legitimate and that understanding tenant circumstances was probably standard practice for property managers. The research revealed that many of the former occupants had been forced to leave their homes due to financial difficulties, family breakdowns, or legal problems. Most were now living in temporary accommodation or had moved in with relatives, suggesting they were experiencing ongoing housing instability. David seemed particularly interested in cases where former tenants had moved to new addresses within the local area. He began requesting follow-up visits to photograph these new locations, ostensibly to document whether former tenants had abandoned belongings that belonged to the properties they'd previously occupied. These follow-up assignments felt much more invasive than the original property documentation work. I was effectively conducting surveillance of vulnerable people who had been forced to leave their homes, photographing their new living situations under the pretense of recovering abandoned property. When I tried to refuse these follow-up assignments, David pointed out that I had already been conducting research into these people's circumstances for several weeks. From his perspective, photographing their new living situations was just a logical extension of work I was already doing. He also began demonstrating knowledge of my personal circumstances that he couldn't have gathered through our professional relationship. Comments about my financial situation, my living arrangements, and my career struggles that suggested he'd been researching my background just as thoroughly as I'd been researching the former tenants. This pattern of surveillance became more obvious over the following days. David would mention details about my daily activities that I hadn't shared with him, presented as casual observations, but clearly intended to demonstrate his knowledge of my personal routine. I realized that while I had been documenting vulnerable people's abandoned homes and current circumstances, David had been conducting similar surveillance of my own life. The photography assignments had been used to identify and track people who were experiencing housing instability, while also providing David with leverage over a photographer who was desperate enough for work to ignore ethical concerns. The break-in happened on a Tuesday evening, about 2 weeks after I'd tried to stop working with David. I came home to find my flat had been systematically searched, with particular attention paid to my computer and photography equipment. Nothing obviously valuable had been taken, but someone had clearly spent considerable time examining my work and personal files. The next morning, I received a message from David explaining that some of the photographs I'd taken contained sensitive information that required careful handling. He suggested that ending our working relationship abruptly could create security complications for his company, particularly if those photographs were shared with unauthorized parties. The message included several images taken inside my flat during the break-in, showing my computer screen, photography equipment, and personal documents. The implied threat was clear. They had access to my home and my work, and they were prepared to use that access to ensure my continued cooperation. I tried reporting the break-in to the police, but discovered that proving David's involvement would be difficult. The photography work had been presented as legitimate property management, the payments had been legal, and the surveillance could be explained as standard background checks on contractors handling sensitive assignments. The police took a report about the break-in, but without obvious evidence of theft or clear threats, there wasn't much they could do beyond suggesting I improve my home security and avoid further contact with clients who made me uncomfortable. David continued to contact me sporadically over the following months, offering new photography assignments and occasionally sending photographs taken near my home or workplace to remind me that his surveillance capabilities remained active. The pattern only stopped when I moved to a different city and changed my contact information. Even then, I received occasional messages for several weeks, suggesting that they were still attempting to re-establish our working relationship. I never determined what David's company was actually using the photographs and research for. The systematic documentation of vulnerable people's homes and circumstances could have been preparation for various forms of exploitation, burglary, identity theft, harassment, or other criminal activities targeting people who were already dealing with housing instability. What I do know is that they understood how to exploit the freelance economy to recruit unwitting accomplices for surveillance activities. They presented criminal intelligence gathering as legitimate property work, using financial pressure to ensure continued cooperation even when ethical concerns became obvious. The most disturbing aspect was how gradually I'd been drawn into increasingly invasive activities. Each assignment had seemed like a reasonable extension of the previous work, until I was conducting active surveillance of vulnerable people under the guise of routine property photography. I still receive occasional contact attempts from similar companies, offering photography work for property documentation projects that require discretion and quick turnaround times. The pay rates are always generous. The initial meetings always seem professional, and the assignments always seem to involve recently vacated properties that need thorough documentation. I decline these offers immediately now, but I wonder how many other photographers have found themselves in similar situations, believing they're providing legitimate property services while actually participating in systematic surveillance of vulnerable people who have already lost their homes. She was watching me through the crack in the wall. For weeks, I'd felt her eyes following me around my new flat. The woman no one would talk about, the previous tenant who'd vanished without a trace. Now I know why the rent was so cheap in one of London's most expensive neighborhoods. Now I understand the strange stains beneath the fresh paint, and now I realize I might be next. My name is Madeline Cox, and I'm going to tell you about the 18 months I spent living in flat 16B, Cold Harbour Lane, and how I uncovered the truth about Rebecca Walsh, the woman who disappeared before I arrived, the woman whose possessions kept turning up in my walls, and the building manager who knew far more than he was telling. It began with a suspiciously good deal on a Victorian conversion flat in Brixton. January 2019. I just landed a curator position at a small modern art gallery in central London. And after 3 months of sofa surfing with increasingly impatient university friends, I was desperate for my own space. The advert appeared in my feed late one night. 1-bedroom flat, recently renovated, private garden access, £900 per month including utilities. In London, this was unheard of. Similar properties in the area went for twice that. I should have questioned it. I should have walked away. But when you're 27, earning barely enough to live on, and sleeping on an increasingly lumpy sofa in someone else's flat, skepticism takes a back seat to opportunity. I arranged a viewing for the next day. Cold Harbour Lane cuts through Brixton like a scar, lined with Victorian terraces that have seen better days. Number 16 stood at the quieter end, a once grand townhouse now carved into 6 separate flats. The facade retained hints of former elegance, ornate cornicing, sash windows, a tiled path leading to a heavy front door. But something about it seemed off-kilter, as though the entire structure was gradually sinking on one side. Martin Ellis, the building manager, met me in the communal hallway. Mid-50s, perpetually damp-looking, with thinning hair combed over a shiny scalp, and a smile that never reached his watery eyes. The kind of man who stands slightly too close when speaking. He jangled his keys with nervous energy as he led me up creaking stairs to the first floor. "It's been completely redone," he explained, unlocking the door to 16B. New kitchen, new bathroom, fresh paint throughout. The flat was surprisingly spacious for London. A decent-sized living room with original fireplace, sealed up of course. A small but functional kitchen. A bathroom with actual full-size bath. And a bedroom overlooking a shared garden. The renovation work was evident everywhere. The place smelled of fresh paint and new carpet. Everything gleamed with that unlived-in quality of recent refurbishment. I should have asked why. I should have wondered about the previous tenant. Instead, I asked where to sign. The rent required a surprisingly small deposit. The paperwork was minimal. Martin seemed eager to have the place occupied quickly. All red flags I ignored in my desperation for affordable housing in Zone 2. I moved in 2 days later. my possessions fitting into the back of a single taxi. Clothes, books, a laptop, and a few framed photographs. The sum total of a life lived mostly in temporary accommodations. The first few weeks passed uneventfully. I unpacked my meager possessions, bought some second-hand furniture, settled into my new job at the gallery. My neighbours were largely invisible, the kind of Londoners who avoid eye contact in the hallway and close their doors quickly when they hear footsteps on the stairs. Only Mrs. Patterson in 16A, an elderly widow who'd lived in the building since the 1970s, made any effort at friendliness, inviting me in for tea my second week. Her flat was a time capsule. Antimacassars on faded armchairs, porcelain figurines on every surface, the lingering smell of boiled cabbage and lavender polish. Her walls were lined with photographs spanning decades. Children who had grown into adults with children of their own. A stern-looking husband long deceased. Holiday snapshots from British seaside towns. A life thoroughly lived and meticulously documented. She asked polite questions about my job, my family back in Manchester, whether I was courting. I answered between sips of too sweet tea from bone china cups so thin they seemed almost translucent. She mentioned having seen many tenants come and go over the years. Young people mostly, she said, none staying very long. Then, as I was leaving, she gripped my wrist with surprising strength. They painted over it, I suppose. Her voice had dropped to a whisper. Painted over what? The wall in your bedroom, the stain that wouldn't come out. Before I could ask what she meant, she retreated into her flat, bolting the door with finality. The sound of multiple locks engaging echoed in the hallway. 1, 2, 3. More than seemed necessary, even in London. That night, I examined my bedroom walls with a rising sense of unease. The paint was even, matte white, unremarkable. But as I ran my fingers along the wall that separated my flat from the external fire escape, I noticed a slight difference in texture in one section, approximately 1 meter square, where the plaster felt newer than the surrounding area. I tried to dismiss Mrs. Patterson's comment as the ramblings of a lonely old woman, but that night I dreamed of seeping dark liquid, of paint bubbling and peeling back to reveal something underneath. I woke at 3:17 a.m., the precise time I would wake for the next 18 months, heart racing, convinced someone was in the room with me. By morning, I'd rationalized everything. Old buildings make noises. New paint has a different texture over patched areas. Elderly neighbors say cryptic things. None of it means anything sinister. Then I found the first item. I was hanging a framed print in the living room, tapping a nail into what I thought was a solid wall, when the plaster crumbled unexpectedly, creating a small hole. Frustrated, I fetched a torch to assess the damage, peering into the dark cavity. Something glinted back at me. Using a coat hanger, I managed to hook and extract a delicate silver bracelet, tarnished but clearly expensive. The clasp was broken, as though it had been torn from someone's wrist. I should have gone to the police then. Instead, I convinced myself it must have fallen into the wall cavity during renovation work. I cleaned it up, placed it in my jewelry box, and patched the hole. A week later, while attempting to unblock a persistently slow bathroom drain, I found a clump of long, dark hair wrapped around the trap. My own hair is blonde and short. The hair was at least 30 centimeters long, dark chestnut, and appeared to have been forcibly pulled out. Several strands still had follicles attached. That evening, I finally questioned Martin about the previous tenant. I caught him in the hallway, halfway through changing a light bulb. His reaction to my casual inquiry was immediate, a tightening around the eyes, a twitch in his left cheek. "Student," he said, eyes fixed on the bulb. "Exchange student. Went back to Spain, or maybe it was Italy." He screwed the bulb in with more force than necessary. "Why'd you ask?" I mentioned finding the bracelet. His hand slipped, shattering the bulb. A thin line of blood appeared on his palm. "Must have been left by the builders," he said, wiping his hand on his trousers, leaving a smear of crimson. "Chuck it out." That night, I finally did what I should have done before signing the lease. I searched online for information about 16B Cold Harbor Lane. It took some digging, but eventually I found it. A small article from 13 months earlier in a local community newspaper. Concern growing for missing woman. Rebecca Walsh, 25, had not been seen since December 2017. Her last known address, my flat. The article included a photograph. Rebecca had long dark hair, high cheekbones, and serious eyes that seemed to look directly at me. Around her wrist was a silver bracelet identical to the one I'd found in my wall. I barely slept that night. The next morning, I called in sick to work and began a more thorough investigation. I discovered that Rebecca had been a PhD student, researching historical crime at King's College London. She'd lived alone, kept to herself, but was close to her sister in Bristol. After missing her weekly call with that sister, she was reported missing. Police had investigated but found nothing suspicious. The theory was that she'd left voluntarily, possibly due to academic pressure. The case remained open but inactive. Further research revealed unsettling patterns. Local social media groups mentioned other disappearances from the Brixton area over the years. Nothing that appeared connected. Nothing that had generated major headlines, but a steady trickle of young women who had simply vanished. Most had been explained away as people moving on with their lives, cutting ties, starting fresh elsewhere. Several had last been seen near Cold Harbor Lane. I found her sister, Claire Walsh, on social media and sent a message explaining who I was and what I'd found. She responded within hours, her profile picture showing the same high cheekbones and serious eyes as Rebecca, but with short blonde hair, a disconcerting mirror of our own physical differences. We met the following day at a cafe 3 streets away from Cold Harbor Lane. Claire was visibly exhausted, with the hollow-eyed look of someone who had been grieving for too long without resolution. When I handed her the bracelet, she held it like something infinitely precious and infinitely painful. "I gave her this for her 25th birthday," she said. She never took it off. Claire had never believed the voluntary disappearance theory. Rebecca was dedicated to her research, had just received additional funding, and had been excited about new evidence she'd discovered relating to historical murders in Brixton. The police had interviewed Martin, the other tenants, Rebecca's classmates and professors. No leads. After 6 months, the investigation had effectively stalled. Most disturbingly, Claire told me that Rebecca had mentioned feeling watched in the weeks before her disappearance. She'd complained about noises in the walls, about missing personal items that would reappear in strange places, about a persistent feeling that someone had been in her flat while she was out. She'd changed the locks twice, had considered breaking her lease and moving elsewhere, had begun documenting everything in a journal that disappeared along with her. I didn't tell Claire about the hair in the drain or the patched section of wall. I didn't share my growing conviction that Rebecca had never left Cold Harbor Lane. Some truths are too heavy to place on shoulders already bowed by grief. But that evening, I examined my flat with new eyes. The fresh paint, the new carpet, the replaced section of wall, the renovations weren't improvements. They were erasures. I began to notice other things. The floorboard near the bedroom window that sounded different when stepped on. The section of kitchen tile work that didn't quite match the rest. The slight discoloration on the ceiling above the shower, visible only in certain light. My flat was a palimpsest. Rebecca's existence scraped away, painted over, but still faintly visible if you knew where to look. And Martin's behavior grew increasingly erratic. I'd catch him watching me from the garden when I left for work. He invented reasons to check my smoke alarms, my radiators, my windows. Once, returning unexpectedly after forgetting my access card for the gallery, I found him standing in my living room, seemingly doing nothing at all. He claimed he was investigating a leak from the flat above. There was no leak, and the flat above had been empty for months. I began documenting everything. I took photographs of every unusual feature in the flat. I recorded the times Martin appeared without explanation. I noted every unexplained sound, every misplaced object, every strange smell. I created a detailed floor plan, marking areas where the renovation seemed most recent or most thorough. And I researched Rebecca Walsh's research. Through academic databases, I found her published work on historical crimes in South London, particularly a series of unsolved murders in Brixton between 1889 and 1891. 4 young women, all tenants of the same boarding house, all found with their throats cut and peculiar items sealed inside their body cavities. Buttons, coins, locks of hair. The killer was never identified, but Rebecca had been pursuing a theory that the boarding house owner, one Martin Ellis Sr., had been responsible. The contemporary Martin Ellis was his great-grandson. That connection should have sent me to the police immediately. Instead, motivated by some misguided sense that I needed more evidence, I decided to investigate further. I contacted Rebecca's academic supervisor, who confirmed her research had taken an unexpected turn in her final weeks. She discovered documents suggesting the historical Martin Ellis hadn't died in 1892, as previously believed, but had changed his name and continued running boarding houses in various London neighbourhoods, each associated with disappearances that were never connected to him. She became quite obsessed, the supervisor told me. She was convinced there was a family pattern, that something had been passed down through generations. I told her she was straying into unprovable territory, that it would damage her academic credibility. The original boarding house, I discovered with growing horror, had stood at the exact location of 16 Cold Harbour Lane. Through public records and extensive genealogical research, I traced the Ellis family history. Martin Ellis Sr. had 5 children. 3 sons continued the family business of property management across different parts of London. Their children did the same. The current Martin Ellis was the last male descendant of the original boarding house owner, inheriting properties that had remained in family hands for generations. I discovered something else too. Every property managed by an Ellis had experienced at least one unexplained disappearance per decade. Young women, usually living alone, often students or newly arrived in London. Each case investigated separately. Each eventually filed away as a voluntary departure or possible suicide. None ever connected to the Ellis family. None ever solved. Around this time, about 6 months into my tenancy, I began to feel watched not just by Martin, but by someone else. I'd wake at exactly 3:17 a.m. with the certainty that someone was standing in the darkest corner of my bedroom. Objects would move slightly between when I left for work and when I returned. The silver bracelet, which I'd kept after Claire couldn't bear to take it, repeatedly migrated from my jewelry box to my bedside table. I began to fear I was losing my grip on reality. Was I inventing connections because of Rebecca's research? Was I experiencing the same paranoia that might have driven her to leave suddenly? Or was something more sinister at work? The fear became physical. I lost weight, developed insomnia, jumped at every noise, started leaving lights on all night, wedged chairs against my door when sleeping. I was living in a constant state of heightened awareness that left me exhausted but unable to relax. I considered moving out, but my meager salary and London's impossible rental market meant I had nowhere else to go. Besides, a part of me felt responsible to Rebecca, to learn what had happened, to ensure she wasn't simply forgotten, written off as another young woman who couldn't handle the pressures of life. The turning point came 9 months into my tenancy. A thunderstorm had knocked out power to the building. As I fumbled with candles, one rolled under the bed. Reaching for it, my fingers found a loose floorboard. Prying it up revealed a small cavity containing a notebook, Rebecca's research journal. The final entry, dated December 14th, 2017, read, M. Watching constantly. Found keys missing again. Located murder weapon in basement storage area. Photographed and documented. Evidence conclusive of familial pattern. Going to police tomorrow morning. There was no entry for December 15th. Rebecca had disappeared on the night of December 14th. The journal detailed her growing certainty that Martin Ellis was following in his ancestors' footsteps. She tracked a pattern of disappearances. Young women who had rented flats or rooms in properties managed by the Ellis family over generations. Never enough from a single property to raise suspicion. Always explained away as people moving on. She'd identified 17 potential victims dating back to 1952. And she'd found something in the basement. The basement of 16 Cold Harbour Lane was officially condemned, deemed structurally unsound after subsidence in the 1990s. I'd never seen the door unlocked, but according to Rebecca's journal, Martin kept it accessible and used it for storage. Rebecca described discovering a hidden room within the basement, accessed through a false wall behind old shelving units. Inside, she'd found items belonging to missing women dating back decades. Driver's licenses, jewelry, clothing, all meticulously preserved and labeled. And something else. A collection of antique surgical tools passed down through generations of the Ellis family, one of which, a particular curved knife, matched descriptions of the weapon used in the 1889 to 1891 killings. Most disturbing of all were the photographs. According to Rebecca's journal, she'd found albums containing pictures of women in various stages of what she described as ceremonial preparation. The journal didn't elaborate, but her academic articles on the historical murders detailed how victims were prepared before death. Bathed, dressed in white, positioned in specific poses meant to mimic classical paintings of sleeping women. I called Claire immediately, sharing what I'd found. She urged me to go to the police. I agreed to meet her the next morning at the local station, journal in hand. That night, the power went out again. No storm this time. Just my flat plunged into darkness at 11:42 p.m. I reached for my phone to use as a torch, but it was dead. Fully charged moments before, now completely unresponsive. The spare torch in my bedside drawer was missing. The candles had mysteriously disappeared, and from the hallway outside my flat came the unmistakable sound of a key turning in the lock. I didn't wait to see who would enter. Grabbing Rebecca's journal, I locked myself in the bathroom, the only room with a window large enough to climb through. As I heard my front door open, I forced the bathroom window sash up and squeezed out onto the narrow fire escape. The metal was slick with rain, my bare feet struggling for purchase. Below, the garden was pitch black. Above, the windows of the upper flats showed no lights, no witnesses. I climbed upward, reasoning that the roof offered more escape options than the garden, where I'd be trapped by high walls. I had reached the top floor when I heard the bathroom window open below. A torch beam swept the fire escape, then settled on my retreating form. Heavy footsteps began to ascend the metal staircase. The roof access door was secured with a padlock, but years of neglect had weakened its housing. One desperate kick splintered the wood around it, allowing me onto the roof. Rain made the slate tiles treacherous. I scrambled across, trying to reach the adjoining building, aware of pursuit growing closer. That's when I saw it, the disturbed section of roof where slates had been recently removed and replaced. The exact spot that would be above the bedroom in my flat. The exact location of the stained wall that had been replastered and painted. In my moment of horrified realization, I slipped. The journal flew from my grasp, skidding across wet slate and disappearing over the edge. I lunged for it, too late, instead finding myself face to face with Martin Ellis, silhouetted against the night sky, something long and metallic gleaming in his hand. "She was asking too many questions too," he said, his voice eerily calm. "About family traditions, about keeping things in the family." The curved knife in his hand matched the description in Rebecca's journal. An antique surgical tool with an ivory handle, its blade gleaming despite its age. He advanced slowly, unhurried, as though we had all the time in the world, as though the outcome was predetermined. "We've been here since before this area had a name," he continued, gesturing vaguely at the surrounding streets with his free hand. "Maintaining properties, maintaining traditions, keeping the family strong. Each generation learns from the last. Each generation improves the technique." I braced for the impact of whatever weapon he held. Instead, from the street below came sudden flashing blue lights. Someone had called the police. Later, I would learn it was Mrs. Patterson, watching from her window as she did every night, witnessing my desperate roof escape. Martin hesitated, calculating his options. That moment of indecision saved my life. He turned to flee, lost his footing on the wet slate, and fell, not to the street, but through the weakened section of roof he himself had previously disturbed. The crash echoed through the building, followed by silence. The police found Martin Ellis impaled on a Victorian cast-iron radiator in what had been my bedroom. When they prized up the floorboards beneath where he fell, they discovered the first of the bodies, Rebecca Walsh, exactly where I had slept for 9 months, separated from me by a thin layer of new flooring. The subsequent investigation revealed the full horror of Cold Harbour Lane. 6 bodies were recovered from various concealed locations within the building. The oldest had been there since 1984. Each had been killed in the same way as the historical victims Rebecca had researched. Throat cut, personal items sealed inside body cavities. Each had been a tenant. Each had started asking questions. In Martin's private rooms in the basement, accessible through a concealed entrance he had created, police found meticulous records dating back decades. Like his ancestor, he had been documenting his work. Unlike his ancestor, he had kept trophies, jewelry, identification, clothing. A family tradition passed down through generations. The basement chamber was a museum of horror. Victorian surgical tools displayed alongside modern scalpels. Antique furniture arranged to recreate the setting of historical photographs. Journals detailing procedures and improvements to techniques pioneered by ancestors. And most disturbing of all, a family grimoire a handwritten book passed down through generations of Ellis men, detailing their beliefs about capturing the essence of young women to strengthen the family bloodline. It wasn't merely murder, it was ritual, ceremony, religion, each killing meticulously planned and executed according to traditions established in the 1880s. Each victim selected for specific qualities: intelligence, curiosity, independence, that the Ellis men believed would strengthen their lineage when absorbed through their ceremonies. Claire Walsh attended each court hearing during Martin's trial. He had survived his fall, though permanently paralyzed below the waist. The judge sentenced him to life imprisonment without possibility of parole. Throughout the proceedings, he maintained the same eerie calm I'd witnessed on the roof, speaking only once, to correct the prosecutor on the exact number of his victims. The official count was 23, not 17. Further investigation revealed connections to other properties around London, buildings managed by distant cousins of the Ellis family, each with their own history of disappearances. The full extent of the family's activities may never be known. Some relatives disappeared before they could be questioned. Some properties were mysteriously destroyed by fire before they could be searched. The ripples extended outward, suggesting a network larger and more organized than anyone had initially suspected. I never returned to Cold Harbour Lane. My possessions were collected by police, processed as potential evidence, eventually returned months later. I moved first to a hotel, then to a shared house in North London, finally back to Manchester. My curator position was held for me, but I couldn't stay in London. Every dark corner, every strange noise, every unexpected movement triggered overwhelming panic. The nightmares persisted, not of Martin Ellis or his knife, but of Rebecca Walsh beneath my bed, of sleeping directly above her decomposing body for months, of her trying to warn me through the thin barrier between us, of her watching me through cracks in the walls, attempting to communicate what she had discovered. The psychological impact was diagnosed as PTSD. I spent months in therapy, learning to manage the constant hypervigilance, the insomnia, the panic attacks. Slowly, gradually, I began to rebuild something resembling a normal life. I took a position at a small gallery in Manchester, rented a modern flat in a building less than 10 years old, researched the owners extensively before signing anything. Claire and I remain in contact, united by circumstance, by trauma, by the shared experience of having brushed against true evil. We exchange messages weekly. She's finished her sister's research, published the definitive account of the Ellis family crime spanning 5 generations. I haven't read it. Some knowledge is too heavy to carry. Number 16, Cold Harbour Lane, was demolished last year. The land remains vacant. Development plans repeatedly delayed by structural concerns. Locals avoid it. Estate agents can't sell it. The ground, they say, won't settle properly. The foundations keep shifting, as though something beneath the surface refuses to rest. Sometimes I dream of Rebecca Walsh, not as I imagine she was in her final moments, but as I felt her throughout my time in that flat, watchful, persistent, refusing to be erased. In my dreams, she's trying to tell me something, her mouth moving soundlessly behind the wall. I wake always at the same time, 3:17 a.m., the time the police determined she died. I don't believe in ghosts. What haunted 16B Cold Harbour Lane wasn't supernatural, but the most natural thing of all, the human capacity for evil, passed down through blood, hidden behind fresh paint and new carpets, and a caretaker's smile. The true horror isn't that monsters exist, it's that they look just like us, hold keys to our homes, and wait patiently for decades to continue family traditions. The journal was never recovered, somewhere in the ruins of Cold Harbor Lane. Rebecca's final evidence remains buried. Martin Ellis will die in prison. But I sometimes wonder about the broader family tree, about cousins and distant relatives who might maintain other properties in other cities, about family traditions that span generations, about the weight of blood and history, and how some stains can never truly be painted over. Sometimes, late at night, I find myself researching property ownership records, tracking surnames connected to the Ellis family, mapping disappearances across decades and locations, building my own version of Rebecca's research. I don't know what I'll do with this information, whether I'll publish it, share it with authorities, or simply keep it as insurance against the day I might encounter another building manager with too many keys and a smile that never reaches his eyes. I've moved 3 times since leaving London, each time to newer buildings with professional management companies and electronic security. Each time researching the history extensively before signing anything. My current flat is in a converted industrial building, all exposed brick and steel beams, no hidden spaces, no room for secrets. Yet still I wake at 3:17 a.m., convinced someone is watching me through the walls. Check your walls, know your landlord, and remember, the most dangerous predators are those who hold the keys to the places we consider safe. The person sitting next to you on the bus this morning might have spent last night watching someone die for entertainment. Your neighbor, your colleague, maybe even someone in your own family could be part of a network that treats human suffering like a pay-per-view sporting event. You think I'm being dramatic, talking about urban legends and internet folklore, but I've seen the application forms. I know how they recruit people, because I filled one out myself. It started when I was unemployed and desperate. 6 months out of university with a degree in psychology and no prospects beyond 0-hour contracts at call centers. My student loan was hanging over me like a sword. Rent was due, and my parents kept asking when I was going to get a proper job. The kind of desperation that makes you consider things you'd normally never touch. I was browsing job sites when I found the posting. It wasn't on the usual platforms, not Indeed or Reed or any of the mainstream ones. This was on a forum I'd stumbled across while looking for freelance work, the kind of place where people advertise cash-in-hand jobs that don't ask too many questions about your employment history. The post was vague but intriguing. Remote work, flexible hours, good pay for the right candidate. It mentioned psychological assessment and evaluation work, which seemed perfect for someone with my background. The pay was mentioned as being well above average, around £40 an hour for part-time work. For someone living on beans on toast and instant noodles, it sounded too good to be true. The application process was unusual. Instead of a CV and cover letter, they wanted you to fill out what they called a psychological profile assessment. Questions about your tolerance for disturbing content, your ability to remain objective in stressful situations, your views on personal privacy and consent. They asked about your internet usage, whether you'd ever access the dark web, how comfortable you were with cryptocurrency transactions. I should have been suspicious, but I was broke and desperate. I answered honestly about most things, maybe embellished my experience with difficult psychological cases from my university placements. The questions about disturbing content I assumed were standard for psychology work. You often have to deal with traumatic material when working with victims of abuse or violence. They got back to me within days, which was faster than any legitimate employer I'd contacted. The response came from an encrypted email service I'd never heard of. with instructions to download a specific browser and access a website through something called the Tor network. They explained this was for security purposes, to protect client confidentiality and ensure the privacy of sensitive psychological assessments. The website looked professional enough. Clean design, corporate language about psychological services and remote consultation work. There was information about their client base, wealthy individuals seeking discreet psychological profiling of people in their lives, ex-partners, business rivals, employees they suspected of disloyalty. The kind of grey area work that exists in the spaces between legal and illegal. My job, they explained, would be to observe individuals through various means and provide psychological assessments of their behavior, mental state, and likely responses to different situations. The pay was excellent because the work required complete discretion and a strong stomach for morally ambiguous situations. The first assignment seemed straightforward enough. I was given access to what they called an observation session, essentially a live video feed of someone's home. A woman in her 30s, living alone in what looked like a converted flat in London. The feed showed multiple angles of her living space, apparently from hidden cameras that had been installed without her knowledge. My job was to observe her routine over the course of a week and write a detailed psychological profile. Her habits, her emotional responses to different situations, her vulnerabilities and strengths. They were particularly interested in how she might react to unexpected stress or threatening situations. The money was deposited into my account within hours of accepting the assignment. Real money, more than I'd seen in months. Enough to pay rent, buy proper food, maybe even start paying down some of my student debt. All for what seemed like glorified people watching. The woman's routine was mundane. She worked from home, had video calls with colleagues, ate meals while watching Netflix, went to bed around 11 each night. I took notes on her behavior, her apparent emotional state, the way she responded to work stress or personal phone calls. It felt invasive, but I told myself this was just advanced market research or corporate intelligence gathering. After a week, I submitted my report and received payment immediately. The feedback was positive, and they offered me another assignment. This time the pay was higher, the observation period longer. I was building a reputation within their system, proving myself reliable and thorough. The assignments gradually became more intensive. Instead of just observing people in their homes, I was given access to feeds from multiple locations. Someone's workplace, their gym, their regular cafe. The psychological profiles became more detailed, focusing on specific vulnerabilities and potential breaking points. How someone might react to blackmail, what would cause them to have a mental breakdown, which family members they cared about most. I started to realize that these weren't just psychological assessments for corporate clients. The level of detail they wanted, the focus on vulnerabilities and stress responses, suggested something more sinister. But by then, I was earning more money than most of my university friends with proper jobs. I'd moved to a better flat, bought new clothes, started paying off my debts properly for the first time since graduation. The rationalization was easy. I wasn't hurting anyone directly. I was just observing and writing reports. Whatever clients did with that information wasn't my responsibility. I was providing a professional service, using my psychology training for legitimate consultation work. The fact that it operated through the dark web was just about client privacy and commercial discretion. The breakthrough assignment changed everything. Instead of just observing someone's routine, I was given access to what they called an interactive session. The target was a man in his 40s, living alone in Birmingham. The setup was similar. hidden cameras throughout his flat. But this time, there were other viewers logged into the session. I could see a chat sidebar where other people were commenting on what they were watching. At first, it seemed like professional colleagues sharing observations and insights. But as the session continued, the comments became more disturbing. People were making suggestions about what should happen next, placing what looked like bets on how the target would respond to different scenarios. Then the phone started ringing in the man's flat. He answered it, and I watched his face change from confusion to fear. He hung up quickly, but the phone rang again immediately. This pattern continued for nearly an hour. Phone calls that clearly distressed him, followed by brief periods of peace, then more calls. The people in the chat were reacting with excitement, commenting on his stress responses and psychological deterioration. I realized I wasn't just observing anymore. I was watching someone being deliberately tormented, and the psychological profile I'd been asked to create was being used to determine the most effective ways to break him down mentally. The next few hours were horrific. The phone calls escalated to sounds outside his flat, footsteps in the hallway, knocking on doors, car alarms going off in the street below. Each incident was clearly orchestrated based on the psychological weaknesses identified in profiles like the one I'd written. The man became increasingly paranoid and distressed, eventually barricading himself in his bedroom, while the chat exploded with commentary and what were clearly financial transactions. People were paying to watch this man's psychological torture and paying extra to suggest new ways to torment him. The amounts being discussed were substantial: hundreds of pounds for specific requests, thousands for extended sessions. This wasn't corporate intelligence gathering. It was entertainment for people who enjoyed watching others suffer. I tried to close the browser, but found I couldn't log out of the session. A message appeared saying that all observers were required to complete the full assignment to receive payment. More disturbing was the implication that my participation was being recorded, and that leaving early would result in consequences for my future employment with the organization. So I watched. For another 6 hours, I watched as this man was systematically broken down through carefully orchestrated psychological pressure. The torment was designed using the same principles I'd learned in university: how to identify and exploit psychological vulnerabilities, how to create maximum distress through targeted manipulation. By morning, the man was catatonic with fear. He'd stopped responding to the phone calls and sounds outside his flat, just sitting in his bedroom staring at the wall. The chat had moved on to discussing how long it would take him to recover, whether he'd seek professional help, and how his mental state could be further exploited in future sessions. The payment for that assignment was more than I'd earned in the previous month combined. Along with the money came an invitation to become what they called a premium observer, with access to more exclusive content and higher paying assignments. The invitation mentioned that my psychological insights had been particularly valuable in designing effective torment strategies. I should have stopped then, should have deleted the browser, blocked the email addresses, pretended none of it had ever happened. But the money was addictive, and I'd already crossed lines I never thought I would. Each assignment pushed the boundaries a little further, normalized behavior that would have horrified me months earlier. The premium sessions were worse, much worse. Instead of just psychological torment, they escalated to physical interventions. Break-ins while people were away, designed to create paranoia and fear. Items moved or stolen to make targets question their own sanity. In extreme cases, actual physical harm, though this was presented as being carried out by independent contractors rather than the organization itself. The worst part was how systematic it all was. They had psychological profiles on thousands of people, detailed vulnerability assessments that could be used to destroy someone's mental health with surgical precision. The observers weren't just paying to watch random suffering. They were commissioning bespoke psychological torture based on scientific principles of human behavior. And I was part of it. My psychology degree, the knowledge I'd gained studying human behavior and mental health, was being used to cause maximum psychological damage to innocent people. I was helping to turn human suffering into entertainment for people wealthy enough to pay for front row seats to someone else's destruction. The organization started offering me more than just observation work. They wanted me to help develop new techniques, to use my academic background to design more effective methods of psychological manipulation. The pay for this consultancy work was enormous. More money than most people earn in a year for work that could be done in a few hours. I told myself I was just providing academic insight, that I wasn't directly involved in implementing the techniques, but I knew exactly how my research was being used. Every principle of psychological pressure I explained, every vulnerability I identified, every technique I suggested would be used to torment real people for the entertainment of paying viewers. The money let me live a life I'd never imagined possible. Expensive flat in London, designer clothes, holidays abroad, meals at restaurants I'd only read about in magazines. My parents were proud of how successful I'd become, how quickly I'd turned my life around after university. Friends were envious of my apparent success in such a competitive field. But I couldn't sleep properly anymore. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw the faces of the people I'd watched being tormented. The man in Birmingham was just the first. There had been dozens since then, each one carefully selected and systematically destroyed for the entertainment of people who treated human suffering like a particularly engaging video game. The organization's reach was vast. They had contacts in security companies who could install hidden cameras, telecommunications workers who could intercept phone calls, even people in local councils who could provide information about vulnerable individuals. What I'd stumbled into wasn't just a website. It was a network that extended into legitimate institutions and businesses. The viewers weren't just random perverts either. The amounts of money being spent suggested wealthy individuals, possibly including people in positions of power and influence. Politicians, business leaders, celebrities, anyone with enough money and moral flexibility to pay premium prices for customized human suffering. After nearly a year of this work, I started to receive different kinds of assignments. Instead of just observing existing targets, I was asked to identify potential new ones. People in my personal life who might be suitable for psychological profiling and eventual targeting. Friends, family members, former classmates, anyone who might provide entertaining content for the organization's clients. The requests came with substantial financial incentives, bonuses for successful recruitment, ongoing payments for providing personal information about potential targets, premium rates for people I had close access to. They were particularly interested in my family, specifically my younger sister, who was starting university and living alone for the first time. That's when I realized I'd become more than just an employee. I was part of the network now, expected to provide targets from my own life in exchange for continued financial support. The organization had gradually normalized increasingly extreme behavior, using financial incentives and the threat of exposure to ensure compliance. I tried to quit, sent an email saying I was no longer available for assignments, that I wanted to end my association with the organization. The response was swift and terrifying. They had detailed records of my involvement, including video evidence of my participation in the interactive sessions. They knew where I lived, where my family lived, details about my personal life that I'd never shared with anyone. The message was clear. I could continue working for them voluntarily, or I could become one of their targets. They had enough information about my psychological profile to design a torment program that would be perfectly calibrated to my specific vulnerabilities and fears. More concerning was the implication that they'd been profiling me from the beginning. My initial application, the gradual escalation of assignments, the financial dependency they'd created. It had all been carefully planned to ensure my compliance. I wasn't just an employee who'd stumbled into something dark. I was a target who'd been recruited and conditioned to participate in my own exploitation. I'm still working for them, still writing psychological profiles, still participating in interactive sessions, still helping to design new methods of psychological torture. The money continues to flow into my account, and I continue to live a life that looks successful and comfortable from the outside. But I know what I really am now. I'm not a successful psychology consultant or a remote work entrepreneur. I'm a collaborator in an industry that treats human suffering as entertainment. Someone who uses academic knowledge to help wealthy perverts torment innocent people for fun. And the worst part is that I can't be the only one. The organization is too large, too sophisticated, too well connected to rely on just a few recruited academics. There must be hundreds of people like me. Qualified professionals who started with legitimate seeming work and gradually found themselves complicit in something monstrous. Your therapist, your university lecturer, your GP, any of them could be supplementing their income by helping to design psychological torture programs. The person who assessed your mental health, who has access to your vulnerabilities and fears, might be selling that information to people who want to use it against you. The next time you feel like someone's watching you, like someone knows more about your personal life than they should, like someone's deliberately trying to make you paranoid or distressed, you might not be imagining it. You might be someone's premium entertainment, carefully selected and systematically tormented by professionals who know exactly which psychological buttons to push. And somewhere, people are paying good money to watch it happen. It's funny how sometimes a single scene in a terrible film can completely destroy your life. I was 16, sprawled across Chloe's bedroom floor during one of our regular Friday night sleepovers, half watching some forgettable thriller she'd found on Netflix. We were painting our nails and complaining about college drama when this one scene came on. The protagonist accidentally accessing a live stream where someone was being tortured. Real torture, not movie violence. The camera lingered on the victim's face for what felt like ages, whilst anonymous viewers typed commands in a chat box beside the video. Chloe made some joke about how unrealistic it was, but I couldn't stop thinking about that terrified expression, about whether places like that actually existed. The next Monday at college, I found myself asking our media studies teacher about it during lunch break. Mr. Henderson was one of those lecturers who actually seemed to know about real-world technology, not just textbook theory. When I mentioned the film and asked whether such things actually existed, his expression changed completely. He told me to forget about it. That curiosity about certain corners of the internet could lead to serious trouble. That response only made me more interested. I'd always been the type to pick at loose threads until the whole thing unraveled. When I was younger, it was taking apart radios and mobile phones to see how they worked. As I got older, it became researching topics that other people seemed reluctant to discuss. The dark web fell into that category perfectly, something adults whispered about but never properly explained. My research started innocently enough. I spent hours reading articles about online privacy, digital anonymity, and the history of encrypted networks. Most sources treated the subject academically, discussing the legitimate uses for secure browsing and the importance of protecting digital freedom. But buried within these discussions were casual references to more sinister applications. The technical setup was surprisingly straightforward. Within a week of starting my research, I'd managed to access the hidden networks that everyone talked about, but few seemed to have actually visited. My parents worked long hours. Mum as a nurse at Queen's Medical Centre, Dad managing a small engineering firm, so I had plenty of unsupervised time at home to explore. Initially, the dark web was disappointing. Most sites looked amateurish, with basic layouts and minimal content. I found forums discussing digital privacy, marketplaces selling questionable goods, and endless political discussions. Nothing particularly shocking or dangerous, just people who preferred anonymity for their online activities. But I kept digging deeper. The first hint of something more serious came through a forum dedicated to extreme content. Users discussed videos and streams that weren't available through conventional platforms, sharing links and recommendations for increasingly disturbing material. The conversations were coded, using euphemisms and references that took me weeks to decode. Red rooms were mentioned occasionally, always in hushed, reverent tones. According to the discussions I found, these were live streams where viewers could watch and sometimes direct real violence against unwilling participants. Most users claimed they were urban legends, elaborate hoaxes designed to frighten newcomers. But a few insisted they were real, sharing cryptic instructions for accessing genuine broadcasts. The more I read, the more convinced I became that something authentic existed beneath all the speculation and mythology. Users would reference specific streams, discussing technical details and sharing reactions that seemed too genuine to be fabricated. There was a consistency to their accounts that suggested shared experiences rather than collaborative fiction. After nearly a month of research, I finally gained access to a private forum that claimed to host legitimate Red Room broadcasts. The verification process was extensive, requiring proof of serious interest and understanding of digital security protocols. I had to demonstrate my knowledge of encryption, provide references from other underground communities, and pass several tests designed to weed out casual browsers and potential law enforcement. The forum itself was unlike anything I'd encountered in my weeks of exploration. Professional-looking, well-organized, with strict rules about behavior and content sharing. Users were required to maintain consistent personas, contribute meaningfully to discussions, and demonstrate ongoing commitment to the community. This wasn't a place for tourists or thrill seekers. Live broadcasts were announced days in advance, with detailed information about technical requirements and viewing protocols. The descriptions were deliberately vague, referring to interactive experiences and immersive content without explicitly stating what viewers would witness. But the anticipation in the forums was obvious. Users discussing upcoming streams with an excitement that made my stomach turn. I told myself I was conducting research, satisfying academic curiosity about a phenomenon I'd only read about. Part of me still believed these broadcasts would turn out to be elaborate hoaxes, carefully staged performances designed to convince gullible viewers. But another part, a part I didn't want to acknowledge, was genuinely excited about the possibility of witnessing something real and forbidden. The first stream I attended was scheduled for a Wednesday evening. I waited until my parents had gone to bed, then settled in my bedroom with my laptop and a pair of headphones. The technical setup was more complex than regular streaming, requiring specific software and connection protocols. By the time everything was configured properly, I was sweating despite the cool October weather. The broadcast began precisely at midnight. Unlike the grainy, amateurish content I'd expected, the image quality was exceptional. Multiple camera angles showed what appeared to be a basement or cellar, professionally lit and equipped with various items I couldn't immediately identify. The production values rivaled anything on mainstream television. A figure wearing dark clothing and a simple mask entered the frame, moving with methodical precision as they prepared the space for whatever was about to happen. They never spoke directly to the camera, but occasionally gestured toward specific areas or objects, suggesting they were aware of the viewing audience. Then the victim was brought in. I use that word deliberately now, though at the time I couldn't bring myself to think of them that way. They appeared confused, disoriented, looking around the space as if trying to understand their situation. They seemed to be about my age, maybe slightly older, with the kind of ordinary appearance that made them feel real rather than like an actor in a performance. What followed was the systematic destruction of another human being. Not quickly, not mercifully, but slowly and deliberately, with clear attention to the viewing audience's presumed preferences. The masked figure would occasionally pause to check messages from viewers, sometimes adjusting their approach based on suggestions or requests. I should have stopped watching immediately, should have closed the laptop and tried to forget what I'd seen. Instead, I found myself transfixed, unable to look away from something I knew was fundamentally wrong. The professional presentation, the interactive elements, the victim's genuine terror, everything confirmed that this wasn't a performance or simulation. The stream continued for nearly 3 hours. By the end, I was physically sick and shaking uncontrollably. The person who had entered the frame confused and frightened was no longer moving. The masked figure began methodically cleaning the space, removing evidence of what had occurred with the same professional efficiency they'd shown throughout. In the final minutes, the figure addressed the camera directly. Though their voice was digitally altered, they thanked viewers for their participation and announced that the next live broadcast was already being planned. They mentioned that premium subscribers would receive access to archived content and special interactive features. The stream ended abruptly, leaving me staring at a blank screen in my darkened bedroom. Outside, I could hear the familiar sounds of my neighborhood. Cars passing, a dog barking, the hum of streetlights, normal sounds from a normal Tuesday night in a normal suburb. But nothing felt normal anymore. I didn't attend college the next day, or the day after that. When I finally returned, everything seemed different. Conversations with friends felt hollow and meaningless. Lessons about media literacy and digital citizenship took on sinister new meanings. I found myself studying my classmates and teachers, wondering what darkness might lurk beneath their ordinary facades. The forum sent me several messages over the following weeks, automated notifications about upcoming streams, invitations to participate in community discussions, offers to upgrade my membership status for access to exclusive content. I ignored them all, but I never deleted my account or blocked the communications. That was 6 months ago. I've tried to move on, focus on my A-levels, think about university applications. I changed my browsing habits, deleted software I'd installed, even convinced my parents to upgrade our home internet security. I told myself these were practical precautions, unrelated to what I'd witnessed online. But the images haven't faded. If anything, they've become more vivid over time. Not just the violence, though that was horrific enough, but the realization of my own complicity. The knowledge that I'd sat through the entire broadcast without attempting to help or intervene. I've started noticing things around Nottingham that I hadn't seen before. Vans parked in residential areas with tinted windows and multiple aerials. People who seem to be observing rather than simply passing through. Buildings with more security cameras than their apparent purpose would justify. Probably just paranoia, the result of knowing what kinds of activities are hidden beneath the surface of normal life. Last week, I received a package at our house. No return address, just my name written in careful block letters. Inside was a small webcam and a handwritten note with a local address. The note simply said, "Ready for the next level. Thursday 11 p.m. I threw the camera in my bedroom bin immediately, but I memorized the address before disposing of the note. The location is in one of the industrial areas near the canal, somewhere I'd never had reason to visit. I looked it up online. It's registered as storage units, the kind of place people rent when they need extra space for furniture or business equipment. Nothing suspicious about it, at least not on the surface. I keep telling myself I won't go, that I'll ignore the invitation and focus on my coursework, my university applications, my plans for a normal future. But Thursday is tomorrow night, and I know exactly how to get to that address on the night buses. The webcam is back on my desk now. I retrieved it from the bin this morning, telling myself I just wanted to examine it more closely. It's a high-quality device, the kind that would produce professional-looking footage in the right lighting conditions. I haven't decided anything yet, but I know that something fundamental changed the night I watched that stream. The boundaries I thought were permanent turned out to be more flexible than I'd imagined. And once you cross certain lines, even as an observer, it becomes increasingly difficult to remember why those boundaries existed in the first place. My parents are working late tomorrow. Mum has a night shift. Dad has some crisis at the engineering firm. The house will be empty from about 7 o'clock onwards. Plenty of time to travel across the city and back without anyone noticing my absence. The worst part isn't the fear of what might happen if I go. It's the growing certainty that I want to find out what comes next. That the viewer I was 6 months ago isn't satisfied with watching anymore. Thursday night is 12 hours away. The email arrived on a Tuesday afternoon, while I was sorting through job applications at my kitchen table in Coventry. Laptop balanced between takeaway containers and bills I'd been avoiding since my redundancy 3 months earlier. At first glance, it looked like any other freelance opportunity. Polite, professional, asking about my background in market research and whether I might be interested in participating in a consumer behavior study. The sender claimed to be conducting research into how adults discover and evaluate information sources, particularly in the digital age. It was the payment offer that caught my attention. £200 for a few hours of guided internet research, considerably more than I'd been earning from the occasional survey work that kept me barely solvent. The postscript made me pause, though. Given your background in consumer analysis, your insights into alternative information discovery methods would be particularly valuable. I'd never specialized in alternative information discovery. My market research experience was entirely conventional. Focus groups, consumer surveys, brand perception studies. Nothing that would suggest expertise in whatever they meant by alternative methods. I replied cautiously, asking for more details about the research project and what exactly they meant by alternative information discovery. The response came within hours, including what appeared to be legitimate academic credentials and a brief outline of their study into how consumers find information outside mainstream channels. They were particularly interested in how people without technical backgrounds navigate what they called unconventional information sources, content that exists beyond normal search engines and social media platforms, but doesn't require specialized knowledge to access. The research would involve guided exploration of various information communities, documenting my reactions and observations about content quality, reliability, and user experience, all conducted remotely with appropriate safety precautions. It seemed straightforward enough. I'd certainly spent enough time recently searching for job opportunities and financial advice through every possible channel. Understanding how people find reliable information in an ocean of digital noise was clearly valuable research. We arranged a video call for the following weekend. The researcher who appeared on screen looked exactly as I'd expected. Early 30s, professional but slightly academic, comfortable with technology. They asked thoughtful questions about my market research background, approaches to evaluating information reliability, experience with different types of online communities. About halfway through the interview, they shifted focus, asked whether I'd ever encountered information sources that seemed to exist parallel to mainstream internet content, communities or resources that weren't indexed by normal search engines but contained genuinely useful material. I admitted that during my recent job searching, I'd occasionally found leads through sources that weren't obvious from standard career websites. Nothing dramatic, just recommendations and opportunities that seemed to circulate through networks I wasn't normally part of. The researcher seemed particularly interested in this observation, asked whether I'd ever felt curious about these hidden networks, whether I'd considered exploring them more systematically to understand what information they contained. I explained that my technical knowledge was limited to basic computer use. I wouldn't know how to access hidden networks even if I wanted to. The researcher smiled and suggested this might actually be perfect for their research. They were looking for people who could document the experience of discovering hidden information communities from a complete beginner's perspective. Technical experts often had too much prior knowledge to provide genuine first-time reactions to what they found. Would I be interested in participating in guided exploration of some hidden information networks with detailed safety instructions to help them understand how non-technical adults might react to content that existed outside mainstream channels? The request felt like a natural extension of our discussion about information discovery. Understanding hidden networks would certainly be valuable knowledge, especially if they contain opportunities or resources that weren't available through conventional channels. They provided detailed instructions for accessing hidden services safely, emphasizing that we'd only visit communities focused on information sharing rather than anything obviously problematic. Academic research, essentially, conducted with proper precautions. The software installation was more complex than regular internet browsing, but their instructions were clear enough that I managed it without major difficulty. They'd provided a list of addresses for communities they'd already verified as appropriate for research purposes. The first few sites were disappointingly mundane. Discussion groups about privacy rights, archives of historical documents, communities focused on information that had been censored or suppressed. Exactly the sort of content you'd expect researchers to study. But as I explored more widely, following links and recommendations from these initial communities, I began encountering material that was considerably more interesting from a market research perspective. Not illegal content, but documentation of business practices and corporate activities that weren't being reported through mainstream business media. Internal communications from major companies, documentation of regulatory violations, communities discussing market manipulation and consumer deception techniques. The researcher had asked me to document my reactions to this material, particularly focusing on how it might influence consumer decision-making. They were especially interested in psychological responses. What felt credible, what seemed actionable, how exposure might change someone's approach to purchasing decisions. I found myself spending hours exploring these hidden business communities, taking notes about information quality and community structures, trying to analyze what made certain claims feel more reliable than obvious conspiracy theories. Some communities hosted real-time discussions about corporate activities that weren't being covered in financial news. Others shared documentation of consumer rights violations that had been settled quietly, without public disclosure. The line between legitimate business journalism and corporate conspiracy theories was often difficult to determine. One community that particularly caught my attention focused on what they called local business intelligence, members sharing information about companies and organizations in their immediate geographic areas that wasn't appearing in local business press. The UK section contained posts about businesses in various cities and towns, often with financial documentation or regulatory filings supporting claims that weren't receiving broader attention. I found myself checking this community regularly, curious about whether anything would appear relating to Coventry or the West Midlands business community I was trying to break back into. About 3 weeks into my exploration, someone posted a series of documents that made my stomach drop. The files contained detailed financial information about the recruitment agency I'd been working with since my redundancy. Not just general business data, but specific records of their client relationships and fee structures that revealed practices that were definitely not being disclosed to job seekers. The post claimed that several local recruitment agencies were operating what amounted to employment fraud schemes, charging fees to employers for services that weren't being provided, while manipulating job seekers into accepting positions that didn't match advertised terms. Most disturbing were internal communications suggesting that some agencies were deliberately prolonging unemployment for certain candidates to maximize government subsidy payments while maintaining the appearance of active job placement efforts. I recognized names and companies from my own job search experience. Agencies that had promised opportunities that never materialized, positions that had been filled internally after lengthy application processes, interviews that seemed designed to waste time rather than evaluate candidates. The documentation suggested a systematic approach to exploiting both unemployed individuals and the government systems designed to support them. Professional fraud disguised as legitimate employment services. I should have reported the information to relevant authorities immediately, but I was concerned about explaining how I'd discovered the documents without revealing my participation in research that might be considered inappropriate or potentially illegal. Instead, I started paying closer attention to my interactions with recruitment agencies, looking for signs of the deceptive practices the hidden community had documented. I noticed things I'd previously attributed to normal business inefficiency. Deliberately vague job descriptions that allowed agencies to claim positions had been filled by internal candidates. Interview processes that seemed designed to gather personal information rather than assess qualifications, requirements for financial disclosure that weren't standard practice. Most significantly, I realized that several agencies had been coordinating their responses to my applications, ensuring that I remained in a cycle of near-miss opportunities that maintained hope while preventing actual employment. I began documenting these interactions more carefully, creating records of conversations and email exchanges that revealed patterns of deliberate manipulation. What I discovered confirmed the hidden community's allegations about systematic employment fraud. The agencies were indeed operating coordinated schemes designed to exploit both job seekers and government funding systems. They maintained databases of long-term unemployed individuals who could be cycled through fake opportunities to justify continued subsidy payments while ensuring these people never actually obtained stable employment. The psychological manipulation was sophisticated, designed to maintain motivation and compliance while preventing the sort of genuine job placement that would remove candidates from the system. I researched the hidden community more thoroughly, trying to understand who was posting this information and why they were documenting employment fraud specifically. The community structure was more complex than I'd initially realized. Members weren't just sharing random business intelligence, but appeared to be conducting systematic investigation of corporate practices that weren't receiving official scrutiny. Some posts included detailed analysis of regulatory capture, suggesting that employment fraud was continuing, because oversight bodies were staffed by people with financial interests in maintaining current systems. The documentation quality was often professional, including forensic accounting analysis and cross-referencing of information from multiple sources. This wasn't casual whistleblowing, but something approaching genuine investigative journalism. I found posts about similar employment fraud schemes in different cities, suggesting this wasn't isolated to Coventry, but part of a broader pattern affecting unemployed people across the UK. The scope indicated that employment fraud had become institutionalized, with government systems inadvertently funding schemes that perpetuated unemployment while appearing to address it. I started contributing my own documentation to the community, sharing evidence about recruitment agency practices without identifying specific individuals or companies. The response was immediate and encouraging. Other members provided additional context and suggested methods for gathering more comprehensive evidence. They also warned me about potential risks of investigating too openly. Several contributors mentioned experiencing retaliation after their documentation had led to official scrutiny, blacklisting from employment agencies, credit rating problems, even legal threats from companies that didn't appreciate unwanted attention. The advice was to document carefully but discreetly, avoid direct confrontation with agencies involved in fraudulent practices, and be prepared for professional retaliation if my investigation became known to the wrong people. This advice proved prescient sooner than I'd expected. About a month after I'd started contributing to the community, I received a phone call that made it clear my activities hadn't gone unnoticed. Not through the hidden community itself, but from someone claiming to represent a professional standards body for recruitment agencies. A polite inquiry about my recent experiences with local employment services, asking whether I'd encountered any practices that concerned me. The caller included enough specific details about my job search activities to make it obvious that my interactions with various agencies had been more closely monitored than I'd realized. Someone had been tracking my applications, interview attendance, even my communication patterns with different agencies. They suggested a meeting to discuss my concerns in a confidential setting, where I could provide feedback about recruitment industry practices without worrying about professional repercussions. The meeting was scheduled for the following week at a location away from any employment agency, a conference room in a business center that seemed designed for sensitive discussions requiring privacy. I should have declined the meeting and reported everything I discovered to proper authorities, instead of participating in what felt increasingly like an investigation, operating outside normal oversight. But I was curious about who these people were and what exactly they knew about my activities. More importantly, I needed to understand whether my employment prospects were being deliberately sabotaged and by whom. The meeting location was exactly as impersonal as I'd expected. Generic business center, anonymous conference room, the sort of space designed for discussions that participants might want to forget. 2 people were waiting when I arrived. Professional appearance, polite demeanor, the sort of individuals you might expect from any industry oversight body. They thanked me for coming and explained that they were investigating concerns about recruitment industry practices affecting long-term unemployed individuals. My documentation had been valuable, they assured me, helping them understand the scope of practices that weren't being properly regulated or reported through official channels. They asked detailed questions about what I'd experienced, which agencies I'd worked with, what documentation I'd gathered about their practices. Their knowledge of the recruitment industry was comprehensive, suggesting either extensive research or direct involvement in employment services. About halfway through the discussion, they shifted focus to my research activities, asked about my exploration of hidden business communities, my participation in documentation projects, my communication with other people investigating employment fraud. They seemed particularly interested in the community where I'd first seen documents about recruitment agencies, asking whether I'd identified other contributors or learned about similar investigations in different regions. Their questions became increasingly specific about my technical knowledge and methods for accessing hidden services. Not accusatory, but thorough enough to suggest they understood exactly what I'd been doing and possibly who I'd been communicating with. Eventually, they explained the real purpose of our meeting. The practices I documented were part of an authorized pilot program studying long-term unemployment intervention strategies. The recruitment agencies were participating in research designed to understand how employment services could be improved for difficult-to-place candidates. The program was legitimate and properly approved, but necessarily discreet, because public awareness might compromise the validity of behavioral research into unemployment patterns. My documentation had been noticed because it potentially threatened the integrity of ongoing research. Not because I discovered anything inappropriate, but because external scrutiny could alter participant behavior and invalidate months of careful data collection. They appreciated my concern about employment practices, but asked that I discontinue my documentation and avoid sharing information about the research through any channels, including hidden communities where I'd been contributing evidence. In exchange for my cooperation, they were prepared to provide priority placement through agencies that weren't participating in the research program, helping me obtain employment that wouldn't be affected by experimental intervention strategies. The explanation sounded reasonable, but something about their approach made me uncomfortable. The level of detail they possessed about my hidden community participation suggested surveillance that went beyond casual monitoring of job search activities. I agreed to discontinue my documentation while privately resolving to research their claims more thoroughly before accepting their explanation. Over the next few weeks, I tried to verify the legitimacy of the research program they'd described, contacted government departments that might be conducting such studies, searched for published information about authorized employment intervention research. I found nothing that corroborated their explanation. No research projects matching their description. No government connections that could be verified. No official documentation of pilot programs involving recruitment agencies. Either the research was so sensitive that all information was classified, or the explanation had been fabricated to discourage my investigation. I returned to the hidden community to share my concerns about the meeting and seek advice about verifying official research claims. The response was immediate and alarming. Several community members reported similar experiences, investigators or officials contacting them after they documented questionable business practices, providing explanations that couldn't be verified through normal channels. Some contributors had been threatened with legal action for sharing commercially sensitive information about authorized programs. Others had experienced employment difficulties or financial problems after refusing to stop their documentation activities. The pattern suggested a coordinated effort to discourage investigation of practices that were operating without proper transparency or accountability. I started researching the business center where I'd attended the meeting, trying to understand who had access to their facilities and whether the people I'd met could be verified through legitimate channels. The center's booking records weren't publicly accessible, but staff mentioned that the room had been reserved by a consultancy firm that used their facilities regularly for client meetings requiring discretion. I researched the consultancy and found a professional website with generic services and no specific information about current projects or personnel. The sort of deliberately vague presentation that could cover almost any type of consulting work. Further investigation revealed connections between the consultancy and government contracts related to employment services, though the specific nature of their work wasn't clearly documented in public records. The hidden community provided additional context about similar organizations operating in other regions. Consultancies with vague mandates and official connections, often involved in activities that seem to operate outside normal oversight, while maintaining plausible explanations for their work. I was beginning to understand that I'd stumbled across something considerably more complex than recruitment agency fraud. The employment practices I documented were likely part of a broader system designed to manage unemployment as an economic resource, rather than a social problem to be solved. The hidden community had become a way for people to document and share information about these practices, creating alternative information networks for evidence that wasn't being reported through official channels. But it had also made us visible to people who had resources and motivation to monitor our activities and discourage our documentation. Last week, I found something in my flat that confirmed my worst suspicions about how closely I was being monitored. A small device, no larger than a USB drive, tucked behind my laptop, where it wouldn't be noticed during normal use. Professional installation, designed to be invisible unless someone was specifically looking for surveillance equipment. When I researched the device online, I found it was sophisticated monitoring equipment capable of recording internet activity, email communications, and even ambient audio. The sort of surveillance that would document every website visited, every message sent, every conversation conducted near my computer. I'd been under comprehensive observation for months, possibly since I'd first started contributing to the hidden community. Everything I'd researched, everyone I'd communicated with, every piece of evidence I'd gathered had been monitored and recorded. The realization that my investigation had been watched from the beginning made me understand the true scope of what I'd discovered. This wasn't just about employment fraud, but about a system capable of monitoring and controlling people who asked inconvenient questions about how economic systems really functioned. I removed the device but kept it in my desk drawer, unsure whether disposing of it would create additional problems, or whether my discovery was being monitored through other methods I hadn't detected. The hidden community continues to operate, though several regular contributors have stopped posting, and some documentation has been removed without explanation. Those of us who remain active share information more carefully, aware that our activities are being monitored by people with considerable resources and few obvious constraints. I'm still unemployed, still searching for legitimate opportunities, still wondering which agencies are genuine and which are part of systems designed to maintain unemployment while profiting from government funding intended to address it. But I'm also aware that my job search activities are being recorded, my internet research is being monitored, and my financial situation is being tracked by people who benefit from keeping certain individuals unemployed indefinitely. Have you ever been in the situation where you do something seemingly normal, something routine, and it completely changes your life? I'm curious, what would you do if you took your laptop in for a simple repair and end up discovering that the ordinary-looking guy in the computer shop is involved in things that would make your worst nightmares seem tame? That the person fixing your webcam issue has been using that same webcam to watch you for months? I work as a teaching assistant at a primary school in Coventry. There's nothing particularly exciting about my life. I help 7-year-olds with their reading, supervise playtime, and assist the main teachers with various administrative tasks. The pay isn't brilliant, but I enjoy working with children and the holidays are decent. Last autumn, my laptop started acting up. The webcam would activate randomly, the little green light flickering on for a few seconds before switching off again. Sometimes I'd catch it happening while I was using the computer. Other times I'd notice it had been on when I returned from making tea or using the bathroom. Initially, I assumed it was a software glitch. Ran virus scans, updated drivers, tried all the usual troubleshooting steps you find online. Nothing worked. If anything, the problem seemed to be getting worse. The camera would activate more frequently, sometimes staying on for several minutes at a time. Eventually, I decided to take it to a local repair shop. The place was called Digital Solutions and occupied a narrow storefront between a charity shop and a kebab restaurant. I'd walked past it hundreds of times but never really noticed it before. The kind of business that blends into the background of everyday urban life. The owner was a middle-aged man named Trevor, who seemed knowledgeable about computers and quoted reasonable prices for the repair work. He explained that webcam issues were common, usually caused by corrupted drivers or malware infections. Said he'd need to keep the laptop for a few days to run comprehensive diagnostics and clean up the system. I dropped it off on a Wednesday morning and was told it would be ready by the weekend. Trevor provided a receipt and assured me that all customer data would remain private and secure during the repair process. That evening, I realized how much I relied on my laptop for basic activities, checking emails, browsing social media, watching streaming services before bed. Without it, I found myself with unexpectedly free time and nothing particular to do with it. On Thursday evening, I decided to walk past the shop to see if it was still open. The storefront was dark, but I could see light coming from what appeared to be a back office or workshop area. Trevor was working late, presumably fixing computers like mine. As I walked past, something caught my attention. Through the window, I could see multiple computer screens displaying what looked like video feeds. Not the typical desktop view you'd expect from computer repair work, but actual video streams showing various rooms and locations. I slowed down to get a better look, trying to appear casual while examining what was visible through the window. The video feeds showed different domestic spaces, bedrooms, living rooms, home offices. Most appeared to be empty, though a few showed people going about their normal evening routines. My first thought was that Trevor might be running some sort of security monitoring service alongside his computer repair business. Many small business owners take on multiple revenue streams to make ends meet. Nothing particularly suspicious about that. But something felt off about what I was seeing. The camera angles were wrong for professional security installations. Too intimate, too focused on private spaces rather than entry points or valuable items. These looked more like hidden cameras than security systems. I continued walking, but the image of those video feeds stayed with me. That night, I found myself wondering about my own laptop, about the webcam issues I'd been experiencing, about how long Trevor had been aware of the problem before I brought the computer to his shop. On Friday, I called to check on the repair progress. Trevor said the work was taking longer than expected, that he'd discovered more extensive malware infections than initially apparent. He'd need the weekend to complete the cleaning process, but the laptop would definitely be ready by Monday. This gave me an excuse to walk past the shop again Friday evening. Same pattern as the night before, dark storefront, lights in the back office, multiple screens displaying video feeds of domestic spaces. This time, I counted at least 6 different feeds visible through the window. One of them showed a young woman in what appeared to be her bedroom, getting ready for bed. The camera angle suggested it was positioned somewhere high up, possibly hidden in the ceiling fixture or ventilation grate. She had no idea she was being watched. Another feed showed a family watching television in their living room. 2 adults, 3 children, completely unaware that their private evening was being broadcast to Trevor's monitoring setup. The camera quality was good enough to make out facial features and read text on the television screen. I realized I was looking at a surveillance operation, not a security service. These were people being watched without their knowledge or consent, probably through compromised webcams in devices they'd brought to Trevor for repair, devices like my laptop. When I collected my computer on Monday, Trevor was friendly and professional, explained that he'd removed several malware infections and updated all the security software, said the webcam issues should be completely resolved, and provided documentation of all the work he'd performed. I paid the repair fee and took the laptop home, but I couldn't shake the feeling that something was fundamentally wrong with the entire situation. That evening, I covered the webcam with electrical tape and began researching how to detect covert surveillance software. The diagnostic tools I downloaded found several programs I didn't recognize, applications that weren't listed in the standard software inventory, but were definitely present on the system. Most appeared to be related to remote access and file sharing, the kind of software that could allow someone to control a computer from a distance. I spent the next several days learning about digital forensics, about how to trace network connections and monitor system activity. What I discovered was disturbing. My laptop was regularly connecting to IP addresses I didn't recognize, uploading small amounts of data at consistent intervals. The connection logs showed that these uploads had been happening for months, long before I'd taken the computer to Trevor for repair. But the frequency and volume of data transfer had increased significantly since getting the laptop back from his shop. I started documenting everything. Screenshots of the network activity, records of the suspicious software installations, photos of Trevor's shop taken from the street. Built a comprehensive file of evidence, though I wasn't sure what I planned to do with it. That's when I decided to investigate Trevor's operation more thoroughly. Started walking past his shop at different times, observing patterns in his work schedule and customer traffic. Noticed that he seemed to specialize in devices with cameras, laptops, tablets, smartphones with front-facing cameras. Most of his customers appeared to be ordinary people dealing with routine technical problems. Students with slow computers, parents with virus-infected family laptops, elderly people who'd accidentally installed malicious software. All of them trusting Trevor to fix their problems and protect their privacy. One evening, I saw something that changed my understanding of what Trevor was actually running. Through the back office window, I could see him interacting with what appeared to be a live streaming interface. Multiple video feeds were active. But now there was chat functionality alongside the video streams. People were watching the feeds and commenting in real time. Not just watching, but requesting specific actions or camera angles. Trevor was responding to these requests, apparently controlling which feeds were visible and how the surveillance was conducted. This wasn't just unauthorized monitoring. This was a commercial operation, selling access to private surveillance footage to paying customers around the world. I recognized one of the video feeds immediately. It showed a bedroom that looked exactly like mine, filmed from the angle where my laptop usually sat on the dresser. The electrical tape I'd placed over the webcam was visible in the corner of the frame, but the camera was somehow still transmitting video from inside my flat. Trevor had installed multiple surveillance devices during the repair process. The webcam issue I'd originally brought to him was probably his doing in the first place, a way to identify potential surveillance targets and get access to their devices. I left the area immediately and went home to search my flat thoroughly. Found a tiny camera hidden in the smoke detector above my bed, another one built into what looked like a standard electrical outlet near my desk. Professional installations, nearly invisible unless you knew exactly what to look for. The devices were connected to my home Wi-Fi network, probably configured during Trevor's access to my laptop and password information. They'd been broadcasting footage of my private life to his streaming platform for weeks, maybe months. I documented everything with my phone camera, then carefully removed the surveillance devices without damaging them, kept them as evidence, along with all the digital forensics information I'd gathered about the compromised laptop. But when I tried to report the situation to police, I encountered a problem I hadn't anticipated. The officers I spoke with seemed knowledgeable about traditional crimes, but struggled to understand the technical aspects of what I was describing. Digital surveillance, dark web streaming platforms, cryptocurrency payment systems. It was outside their normal area of expertise. They took my statement and collected the physical evidence, but explained that investigating this type of cybercrime would require specialist resources that might not be available immediately. Said they'd be in touch once they'd consulted with their digital forensics team. That was 4 months ago. I've heard nothing back from police, and Trevor's shop is still operating normally. Same storefront, same repair services, same trusting customers bringing their camera-equipped devices to be fixed. I moved to a different flat across town, replaced all my electronic devices, took comprehensive security precautions to prevent future surveillance. But moving doesn't change what you know, and the knowledge of what Trevor is doing follows me through every ordinary day. The worst part isn't knowing that I was watched without consent. The worst part is understanding how many other people are probably being watched right now. People who trust their local computer repair shop to fix their problems and protect their privacy. Trevor's operation depends on that trust, on people like me who need technical help and assume that small business owners are fundamentally honest, on the invisibility that comes with running a boring, everyday service that nobody pays much attention to. I've started noticing other computer repair shops around the city, wondering how many of them might be running similar operations. How many ordinary-looking technicians are actually surveillance entrepreneurs, selling access to private footage through dark web streaming platforms. Sometimes I wonder if reporting Trevor to police was the right decision, or if I should have tried to expose his operation through other means: media attention, social media campaigns, direct warnings to his potential victims. But all of these approaches would require evidence that I'm not sure I could provide without admitting to my own illegal surveillance of his activities. That's the genius of operations like Trevor's. They create witnesses who are bound by their own complicity, People who can't report what they've seen without acknowledging their own borderline criminal behavior. I've never told anyone else about this experience. Not colleagues, not friends, not family members. What would I say? That my computer repair guy was running a surveillance operation and I discovered it by spying on his business. That I removed hidden cameras from my own flat but can't prove where they came from. But I'm telling you now, and I'm not entirely sure why. Maybe because the weight of keeping it secret has become too much. Maybe because sharing it might somehow make it less real, less immediate, less present in my daily thoughts. Or maybe because I've started to suspect that creating witnesses was always part of Trevor's business model. That people like me who discover what he's doing are meant to discover it. Meant to carry the knowledge forward through stories that can never be properly verified. Maybe the real product isn't just the surveillance footage, but the awareness that such surveillance is possible. The understanding that any electronic device could be compromised, that any repair technician could be more than they appear to be. Trevor is still operating his shop, still fixing computers and installing surveillance equipment, still running his streaming platform for customers around the world. And somewhere in Coventry, other people are probably walking past his storefront right now, thinking about getting their webcam issues fixed by a friendly, knowledgeable local businessman. Maybe by telling you this, I'm doing exactly what Trevor's operation requires to survive and spread. Creating awareness, planting seeds of paranoia, making people more conscious of the surveillance possibilities that exist in their ordinary digital lives. Maybe that's how these things work. Not just through the technical infrastructure of hidden cameras and streaming platforms, but through the social infrastructure of witnesses who carry the knowledge forward, who ensure that the awareness of such possibilities becomes part of the general consciousness. I still work at the primary school, still help children with their reading, still live a fundamentally ordinary life. But now I understand that ordinary life exists alongside operations like Trevor's, that the surface of everyday business conceals activities that most people never imagine are happening. And sometimes, late at night, when I'm alone in my new flat with my new laptop, I find myself wondering if Trevor was really working alone, or if he was part of something larger. A network of repair shops and surveillance operations, all feeding content to the same streaming platforms, all serving the same global audience of people who pay to watch strangers in their most private moments. That might be the most disturbing possibility of all. Not that one creepy computer repair guy was running a surveillance operation, but that such operations are common enough to sustain entire industries, entire ecosystems of people who make their living by violating the privacy of ordinary people who just needed their laptops fixed. Everyone has a shadow self, the person we become when no one is watching, when the mask slips and our private thoughts emerge. I always considered mine relatively harmless. Late-night rabbit holes of research on obscure topics, occasionally watching people in cafes, imagining their lives, sometimes typing out angry emails I'd never send. Normal stuff. At least that's what I told myself. I teach digital media studies at a mid-tier university. It's not groundbreaking work, but it keeps me engaged, analyzing how technology shapes communication, behavior, and culture. My research specialty is online community formation, particularly around niche interests. This focus has taken me to some fascinating corners of the internet over the years, though always as an academic observer rather than a participant. 3 months ago, I began a new research project on anonymity and digital identity. The plan was straightforward. examine how people behave differently in spaces where their real-world identity is disconnected from their online actions. I focused initially on anonymous forums, encrypted messaging platforms, and identity-obscuring applications. Standard academic research conducted within ethical guidelines, with IRB approval and proper protocols. What I didn't include in my research proposal was my growing curiosity about truly anonymous spaces, the layers of the internet inaccessible through standard browsers. I had read the academic literature on so-called dark web networks, understood their legitimate uses for privacy-conscious users, journalists, and dissidents, but I had never actually navigated those spaces myself. It represented a gap in my experiential knowledge, one that increasingly felt like a limitation in my research. So I installed a specialized browser, followed basic security protocols, and began exploring. The experience was initially underwhelming. The dark web resembled the early internet. Text-heavy pages with minimal design, slow loading times, frequent dead links. Most sites were marketplaces for illicit goods, financial services operating outside regulation, or forums discussing privacy technology and philosophy. Nothing particularly shocking or unexpected. About 2 weeks into my exploration, I discovered a subforum dedicated to discussing something called experience rooms. The conversation was deliberately vague, full of insider terminology and oblique references. Members debated the authenticity of various rooms, sharing technical criteria for evaluating legitimacy, but never explicitly stating what these rooms actually contained. The ambiguity intrigued me professionally. It was a perfect example of how communities develop coded language to both include insiders and exclude outsiders. One username appeared consistently in these discussions: Analyst Prime. Unlike most participants who either celebrated or debunked various rooms, Analyst Prime took a clinical, almost academic approach. They discussed psychological profiles of viewers and subjects, reference engagement metrics and response patterns, and occasionally mentioned a research framework they had developed. Their posts contained the kind of analytical language I might use in my own academic work, which perhaps explains why I found them credible when others seemed like sensationalists. After observing the forum for several days, I sent Analyst Prime a private message explaining my research interest in anonymous communities and asking for clarification about these experience rooms they discuss so analytically. I expected to be ignored or rebuffed. Instead, I received a prompt response, asking about my academic background and research methodologies. We exchanged several messages discussing psychology, digital ethnography, and observation bias. Analyst Prime eventually explained that experience rooms were live streaming platforms where viewers could observe people in various situations without the subject's knowledge. Most were fraudulent, pre-recorded content or paid actors pretending to be unwitting participants, but some, they claimed, were genuine. Analyst Prime described themselves as a behavioral researcher studying the psychology of both the observers and the observed in these environments. They offered to show me an authentic room for academic purposes. I should have declined. I should have ended the conversation, deleted the browser, and continued my research through legitimate channels. Instead, I told myself this was a unique research opportunity, a chance to understand a digital phenomenon firsthand, rather than through second-hand accounts. Analyst Prime sent me an address and access credentials for what they called an observation session, scheduled for 2 a.m. the following night. They explained that this particular stream would be appropriate for a first-time academic observer. No illegal activities, no explicit content, just authentic human behavior under observation conditions. They recommended I prepare by reading several psychological papers on voyeurism and surveillance effects, which they linked to normal web academic repositories. The legitimacy of these references lowered my guard further. At 1:55 a.m., sitting in my darkened home office, I accessed the address using the credentials provided. The site had a minimalist interface, black background, a video player in the center, a data panel to the right showing various metrics, and a small text field below for observer notes. No chat function, no visible usernames of other viewers. The video initially showed an empty room, white walls, hardwood floor, a single chair in the center. A timer in the corner indicated the stream would begin in 5 minutes. While waiting, I examined the data panel. It displayed numerous metrics. Current viewer count, 17. Average heart rate of viewers, 72 beats per minute. Average pupillary response, estimated engagement levels, and something labeled empathic resonance score. The sophistication of the analytics suggested serious technology behind what appeared visually to be a simple streaming setup. At precisely 2 a.m., a person entered the frame and sat in the chair. They were ordinary looking, dressed in casual clothes, their face visible but unremarkable. They seemed unaware of the camera, occasionally checking their phone or adjusting their position in the chair. Nothing dramatic or unusual happened. They simply sat, waited, occasionally showing signs of mild impatience or boredom. 10 minutes into this uneventful stream, I noticed changes in the metrics panel. Viewer heart rates had increased slightly. The empathic resonance score was rising. Most notably, my own heart was beating faster despite the mundane scene. A new metric appeared. Anticipation factor, 78%. I couldn't understand why watching someone simply sitting would generate anticipation, yet I felt it too, a growing tension without clear cause. After 20 minutes, the person in the chair checked their watch, stood up, and walked out of frame. The room remained empty for approximately 30 seconds. Then a different person entered and sat down. This new individual also seemed unaware of being recorded, also checked their phone periodically, also displayed mild impatience. The same scenario repeated with no significant variation. What changed dramatically were the metrics. Viewer heart rates increased further. Pupillary response showed significant dilation. The empathic resonance score dropped while anticipation factor rose to 91%. My own physiological response matched these trends. I felt tense, expectant, though nothing objectively tension-inducing was occurring. I recognized this as a conditioned response. Something about this particular setup, an ordinary person waiting alone in a room, had trained regular viewers to anticipate something significant. After 15 minutes, the second person left just as the first had done. The room remained empty again, briefly, before a third individual entered. As this pattern continued, I began to see subtle differences in how each person behaved in the apparently identical situation. Some seemed relaxed, others visibly anxious. Some checked the time frequently. Others seemed content to wait. The observer's metrics fluctuated with each new subject, suggesting viewers were making judgments, forming preferences, developing expectations. The clinical nature of the observation disturbed me more than any explicit content would have. The sophisticated measurement of viewer responses, the controlled environment, the rotation of unwitting subjects. This wasn't amateur voyeurism, but something methodical, researched, purposeful. I was witnessing what appeared to be a psychological experiment with non-consenting participants on both sides. The observed subjects unaware of the viewers. and possibly the viewers themselves unaware of being studied through their physiological responses. After an hour, I closed the stream and immediately sent a message to Analyst Prime expressing ethical concerns about the consent issues involved. Their response came quickly, thanking me for my participation and noting that my observer metrics showed particularly interesting patterns for a first-time viewer. They explained that my heart rate, pupillary response, and attention patterns had been measured through my device's camera, a camera I had never authorized to be activated. I immediately covered my webcam with tape and ran security scans on my system. Finding nothing obvious, I still felt profoundly violated. Analyst Prime sent another message, assuring me that my data would be used anonymously and offering to share the resulting analysis for my own research. They seemed genuinely unable to understand why I might object to being monitored without consent, even while studying others being monitored without consent. The cognitive dissonance was remarkable. I didn't respond to their message. Instead, I uninstalled the specialized browser, documented my experience in an encrypted file, and tried to process what I had witnessed. The next morning, I received an email to my university account, an account I had never shared with Analyst Prime. The subject line read, "Observer Study Follow-up." The message contained a link to what was described as your observer profile based on last night's session. Against better judgment, I clicked the link using a virtual machine on a secure connection. The page displayed a detailed analysis of my viewing patterns during the previous night's stream, which subjects held my attention longest, microsecond measurements of my reactions to specific movements or expressions, comparison of my response patterns to other first-time viewers. Most disturbing was a section labeled Observer Typology Classification that categorized me as a pattern recognition dominant viewer with above-average empathic suppression and researcher consistent cognitive framework. The accuracy of this analysis from just 1 hour of unknown surveillance was deeply unsettling. More troubling was the final section of the report, which predicted with specific probability percentages how likely I would be to discuss the experience with colleagues, 17%, report it to authorities, 12%, return for additional observation sessions, 64%, or attempt to investigate further independently, 89%. The last prediction proved immediately accurate. I began researching experience rooms through legitimate academic databases and cybersecurity resources. Most scholarly references dismissed them as urban legends or scams. Law enforcement bulletins mentioned them only as potential fraud schemes rather than actual surveillance operations. The few credible mentions described them as elaborate role-playing scenarios rather than non-consensual observation. A week later, I received another email, this time containing only a date, time, and link. No message, no explanation, just another observation session invitation. I ignored it. 3 days after that, another invitation arrived. Then another. The frequency increased to daily, then twice daily. Each invitation came from a different email address, making blocking ineffective. 2 weeks into this escalating pattern, I received something different, a link labeled Subject Perspective. When I accessed it through a secure system, it showed a video feed from my own office, recorded the previous day. The camera angle suggested it came from my computer's webcam, which remained covered with opaque tape. Somehow, they were still watching. I replaced my computer entirely, changed my phone, installed advanced security systems in my home, swept for hidden cameras and microphones, found nothing. Yet the invitations continued, now arriving through text messages, professional networking platforms, even comments on my academic articles, always with a date, time, and link, never with further explanation. After a month of this, I received a different type of message, an observation report similar to my own, but focused on a colleague in my department. It analyzed their viewing patterns, psychological responses, and behavioral predictions in the same clinical format as mine. The message implied that my colleague had been invited to an observation session because of their association with me. The final line read, "Observer networks expand through proximity patterns. Your data suggested 6 high compatibility potential observers in your immediate circle." I confronted my colleague cautiously, asking if they had received any unusual invitations recently. Their confused response confirmed they had no knowledge of what I was describing. I chose not to elaborate, not wanting to draw them further into whatever this was. But the implication was clear. My involvement had somehow marked those around me as potential participants. Yesterday, I received the most disturbing communication yet. Not an invitation or a report, but a video file. It showed a compilation of moments from my daily life over the previous week. Me teaching class, buying groceries, meeting with students, working in my office. Each clip was brief, captured from different angles and distances. Some appeared to come from security cameras or colleagues' devices. Others had no plausible source I could identify. The compilation ended with footage of me sleeping in my bedroom the previous night, shot from an angle that suggested a camera in the smoke detector. The file's metadata included viewing statistics. 27 observers had watched this compilation of my life. Their average heart rate, pupillary response, engagement levels, and empathic resonance scores were listed in precise detail. My existence had become content for the very system I had tried to study. This morning, I discovered a new application on my phone that I never installed. Simply labeled Observer, its icon is a minimalist eye design. I can't delete it. When opened, it shows only a counter currently reading 31 and a timer counting down from 24 hours. I don't know what happens when it reaches 0. I've turned off the phone, but found the same application appearing on my new laptop minutes later. I'm writing this account now as documentation and warning. I don't know who or what Analyst Prime represents. I don't know the purpose of these observation networks or why they focus so intently on expanding through my social connections. What I do know is that the line between observer and observed has completely collapsed in my life. Every moment now exists as potential content, every reaction as data for analysis. The most terrifying realization isn't that I'm being watched, is that I've begun watching myself through their framework, analyzing my own reactions, considering how they might appear to observers, modifying my behavior to affect the metrics I imagine are being recorded. My internal experience has been colonized by the observation paradigm. I've internalized the clinical gaze that was directed at me. The counter on the Observer app now reads 28. Whatever happens when it reaches 0, I doubt it represents the end of this experience. More likely, it marks a transition to a new phase, perhaps from passive subject to active participant in ways I can't yet imagine. The only certainty is that in a system designed to categorize everyone as either observer or observed, eventually everyone becomes both simultaneously. The feedback loop never ends. It only expands to include more unwitting participants, more data points, more patterns to analyze. Picture this. You're going through life, you have a few close friends, you're relatively happy and all is well. Then, one day, you borrow your neighbor's internet connection, and it changes everything. You never imagined it would lead you into the darkest corners of human behavior. that a simple act of digital trespassing could make you a witness to things that happen every day, just out of sight of people like us. I'm a night shift worker at a 24-hour Tesco in Birmingham, have been for the past 2 years, stocking shelves and dealing with the occasional drunk customer between midnight and 8 in the morning. It's not glamorous work, but it pays enough to cover the rent on my studio flat and leaves my days free for sleeping and not much else. The internet in my building has always been unreliable. The landlord installed the cheapest possible broadband years ago and hasn't upgraded it since. Most evenings when I'm trying to unwind before work, the connection drops out completely or slows to the point where even basic websites won't load properly. Around Christmas last year, I noticed that one of my neighbors had left their Wi-Fi network unsecured. The signal was strong enough to reach my flat, and the connection speed was significantly better than what I was paying for. I told myself I'd only use it temporarily, just until I could sort out proper internet service for myself. The network was called Deep Access 01, which seemed like an odd name for a home connection, but I didn't think much of it at the time. People choose strange names for their networks. I've seen everything from FBI surveillance van to pretty fly for a Wi-Fi in my building. For several weeks, everything worked perfectly. Better than perfectly, actually. The connection was faster and more stable than any internet service I'd ever used. I could stream videos without buffering, download files in seconds, browse multiple websites simultaneously without any noticeable slowdown. It was during one of these late-night browsing sessions that I first encountered something unusual. I was looking through Reddit, jumping between different communities, when I clicked on a link that seemed to take longer than usual to load. When the page finally appeared, it wasn't what I'd expected. Instead of the typical Reddit interface, I was looking at what appeared to be a directory listing. Rows of folders and files with cryptic names, organized by date and time. It looked like the back end of a website, the kind of administrative interface that normal users aren't supposed to see. I assumed I'd clicked on a broken link or encountered some sort of server error, tried refreshing the page, but got a different view of the same type of directory structure. Different files, different folders, but the same basic layout. Most of the folder names were meaningless combinations of letters and numbers, but a few had descriptions that caught my attention. Things like archive sessions and live feeds and request queue. The file sizes were enormous, much larger than typical documents or images. Curiosity got the better of me. I clicked on one of the folders labeled Archive Sessions. What opened was another directory, this one containing video files. Hundreds of them, organized by date and numbered sequentially. The file names didn't provide any information about their content, just timestamps and reference numbers. I selected one at random and clicked on it. The video opened in a basic media player, no fancy interface or streaming platform branding, just a simple window with standard playback controls. The video quality was surprisingly good, much better than I'd expected for files that seemed to be stored on someone's personal server. The content showed what looked like a basement or cellar. Concrete walls, minimal lighting, basic furniture. Someone was sitting in a chair in the center of the frame, though the image quality made it difficult to make out specific details about them. I watched for several minutes, waiting for something to happen. The person in the chair appeared to be unconscious or sleeping. No one else was visible in the frame, and there was no audio beyond a faint ambient hum. Eventually, I got bored and tried a different file. This one showed a different location, what might have been a garage or workshop. Similar setup, different person, same lack of activity. I began to suspect these were test recordings or placeholder content for some sort of streaming service. Over the next few evenings, I explored more of the directory structure, found folders containing what appeared to be live streaming software, payment processing systems, user management databases, everything you'd need to run a professional video platform, but hosted on what seemed to be a residential internet connection. The live streaming folder was particularly interesting. It contained software I'd never heard of, applications designed for anonymous broadcasting over encrypted networks. The documentation mentioned compatibility with Tor and other privacy-focused systems. That's when I started to understand what I was looking at. This wasn't just someone's personal media collection. This was the infrastructure for a dark web streaming service, the kind of platform I'd read about in forums, but assumed were mostly urban legends. I should have stopped exploring at that point, should have disconnected from the network and pretended I'd never seen any of it. Instead, I kept digging deeper, found a folder labeled Current Operations that contained what appeared to be real-time data, server logs, user statistics, financial records. The numbers were staggering. Thousands of users, hundreds of thousands of pounds in cryptocurrency transactions, server costs that would make most small businesses bankrupt. The user logs showed people connecting from all over the world, accessing content at all hours of the day and night. The financial records indicated that viewers were paying significant amounts to access premium content, with additional fees for what the system described as interactive services. But it was the content scheduling system that made everything clear. A calendar showing planned streaming sessions, each one tagged with location details, participant information, and viewer capacity limits. The language was clinical, bureaucratic, like something you'd see in a corporate project management system. Except the projects being managed were real people, and the calendar showed that a session was scheduled to begin in less than an hour. I found the live streaming interface and accessed it using credentials I discovered in one of the configuration files. The platform looked professional, with a clean user interface and robust streaming capabilities. There was a chat system, payment processing, viewer analytics, everything you'd expect from a legitimate streaming service. The scheduled session appeared in the interface as Location 7, Premium Interactive, max 50 viewers. The stream wasn't active yet, but there was a countdown timer showing roughly 40 minutes until it began. I waited, telling myself I was just curious about the technical aspects of how such a system might work, that I was investigating out of professional interest, not personal entertainment. When the timer reached 0, the stream activated automatically. The video showed a room I hadn't seen in any of the archived files. Looked like someone's living room, complete with family photos, children's toys scattered about, the kind of domestic space where normal people lived normal lives. A man sat on the sofa, facing the camera. He was clearly awake and aware, looking directly into the lens with an expression I'd never seen before. Not quite fear, not quite resignation, but something in between that suggested he understood exactly what was about to happen. The chat system activated as soon as the stream began. Messages appeared from viewers around the world, most of them numbers and brief phrases in various languages. Within minutes, there were nearly 50 people watching, all of them typing commands and instructions. That's when I realized what I was witnessing. This wasn't just a streaming service. It was an interactive platform where viewers could direct what happened to real people in real time. The chat messages weren't comments, they were orders. Someone entered the frame from off camera. They were holding what looked like a tablet device, which they showed to the man on the sofa. He read whatever was displayed on the screen, and his expression changed from resignation to genuine terror. The chat messages became more frequent and specific. I started to understand that the viewers were voting on what should happen next, with the most popular suggestions being implemented by whoever was operating the camera. The man on the sofa looked directly at the camera again, and I realized he could see the viewer count. He knew exactly how many people were watching, knew that dozens of strangers were deciding his fate through an anonymous chat system. I closed the browser and unplugged my computer from the wall. Spent the next 3 days calling in sick to work, barely leaving my flat, trying to convince myself that what I'd seen was some sort of elaborate performance art or psychological experiment. The production values had been too professional, the technical infrastructure too sophisticated for something genuinely criminal. But I couldn't stop thinking about the man's expression when he'd read that tablet, the way he'd looked through the camera, as if he could see directly to the people controlling what happened to him. Eventually, I contacted my internet service provider and arranged for proper broadband installation. Stopped using my neighbor's connection entirely, though I never figured out which flat it was coming from. The building has 12 units, and I've never been social enough with the other residents to know who might be running that kind of operation. I moved out 2 months later, found a different flat across town, told myself it was for completely unrelated reasons, better neighborhood, shorter commute to work, that sort of thing. But moving doesn't change what you know, and the questions followed me to the new address. Had I witnessed something real, or had I stumbled across an elaborate piece of interactive fiction? How do you verify something that exists entirely in the shadows, that leaves no trace in the legitimate world? That was nearly a year ago. I still work the night shift at Tesco, still live alone in a studio flat, still spend my evenings browsing the internet before work. But I've become much more careful about which networks I connect to, which links I click, which rabbit holes I'm willing to explore. Sometimes, usually when I'm stocking shelves during the quiet hours between 3 and 5 in the morning, I'll think about that countdown timer, about the professionalism of that streaming platform, the sophistication of the user interface, the global audience participating in real-time decision-making. The worst part isn't wondering whether what I saw was genuine. The worst part is knowing that somewhere right now, similar platforms are operating with similar audiences, and people like that man on the sofa are looking into cameras just like that one. And sometimes I wonder if my access to that network was really accidental. Whether someone in my building noticed my internet usage patterns and deliberately left their connection unsecured, knowing that someone like me would eventually find what they wanted me to find. Whether I was supposed to discover that platform, supposed to witness what I witnessed, supposed to carry that knowledge forward into my ordinary life as a night shift worker in Birmingham. I've never told anyone about this. Not colleagues, not friends, not the authorities. What would I say? That I used someone else's Wi-Fi and found something that might have been real? That I watched something terrible happen and then disconnected? But I'm telling you now, and I'm not entirely sure why. Maybe because the weight of keeping it secret has become too much. Maybe because sharing it might somehow make it less real, less immediate, less present in my thoughts during those quiet hours at work. Or maybe because I've started to suspect that creating witnesses was always the point. That platforms like that don't just exist to serve their paying customers, but to generate people like me who carry the knowledge of what's possible in the spaces between legitimate internet services. People who understand that the surface web is exactly that, a surface, concealing activities that most people never imagine are happening, right alongside their Netflix subscriptions and social media feeds. Maybe by telling you this, I'm doing exactly what whoever runs Deep Access, 01, intended from the beginning. Maybe that's how these things spread and survive, through stories told by people who stumbled across them accidentally and can never quite forget what they saw. Maybe the real product isn't the streams themselves, but witnesses like me who carry the knowledge forward, who plant seeds of awareness in the minds of people who might otherwise never imagine such things exist. I still live in the same city, still work the same shifts, still browse the internet during my free time. But I've never again seen a network called Deep Access 01, and I've never again found directory structures like the ones I explored that winter. Sometimes I wonder if they're still operating from somewhere in my old building, still running streams for global audiences, still creating new witnesses who will carry their own versions of this story forward. And sometimes, late at night, when I'm alone with my computer, I catch myself looking for unsecured networks, wondering what I might find if I started exploring again. That's perhaps the most disturbing part of all. Not the horror of what I witnessed, but the lingering curiosity about what else might be out there, just a few clicks away from the ordinary internet that most people think they know. I've been sitting on this story for nearly 3 years now. Every time I consider sharing it, something stops me. Maybe fear, maybe guilt, maybe the knowledge that once it's out there, I can't take it back. But after what happened last Tuesday, I need to get this off my chest. Some things you just can't explain to someone who hasn't seen what the internet really hides. It started with boredom, honestly. Nothing dramatic, no tragic backstory. Just a guy with too much time on his hands and a fancy gaming PC that could handle pretty much anything. I'd recently moved to Bristol for a job in IT security, ironically enough. I was living alone for the first time in one of those cookie-cutter apartment blocks they keep throwing up near city centres. The walls were thin enough that I could hear my neighbour sneeze, but somehow I still felt isolated. My friends were all back in Birmingham, and I wasn't great at the whole making new connections thing. So I spent a lot of nights at home, gaming or browsing the web. I'd known about the dark web for years, of course. Anyone in IT security does. I'd even accessed it a few times for research purposes during uni, checking out how certain black markets operated so we could better understand security vulnerabilities. Nothing sinister, just academic curiosity. But on this particular night, a rainy Tuesday in October, I was especially restless. I'd finished a 12-hour shift sorting out a ransomware issue for a client, and my brain was still buzzing even though my body was exhausted. That weird combination where you're too tired to do anything productive, but too wired to sleep. So I set up a secure browser, connected through a couple of VPNs, force of habit from work, and started browsing. At first, it was just the usual stuff. Marketplaces selling drugs, forums discussing privacy, sites offering counterfeit documents. I remember the soft blue glow of my monitor reflecting on my coffee mug, the one with the faded Liverpool FC logo that I'd had since uni. My eyes were getting heavy, and I was about to call it a night when a notification popped up on one of the forums I'd been browsing. Someone had messaged me directly, which was unusual. I'd been lurking, not posting. I wasn't even using a regular username, just a randomly generated string of characters. The message was simple, asking if I was looking for something specific. I almost ignored it. My IT security brain was throwing up red flags like crazy. But there was that curiosity again, that same itch that had gotten me browsing the dark web in the first place. I responded non-committally, saying I was just exploring. The conversation that followed seemed benign enough, just someone being friendly, asking about my interests, how long I'd been on the forum. Looking back, they were clearly probing to see if I was law enforcement, but at the time, it just felt like casual chat. I was distracted anyway, half watching a YouTube video in another window, and occasionally getting up to stretch my legs or refill my coffee. My flat had that faintly musty smell it always got when it rained. I never could figure out where the dampness was coming from. About 20 minutes into the conversation, they shared a link. Said it might interest me based on what we'd been discussing, which had drifted to the topic of how much of what people claimed about the dark web was urban legend versus reality. I hesitated. Clicking random links on the dark web is basically security suicide 101. But they mentioned it was a forum specifically discussing the myths and realities of services for hire on the dark web, supposedly debunking the hitman for hire sites as scams, which they mostly are. I was genuinely interested from a professional standpoint. I'd been teaching a module on digital security that touched on exactly this subject. My finger hovered over the trackpad. I really should have known better. I'd literally spent that morning cleaning up after a ransomware attack that started with someone clicking a suspicious link. But it was late, I was tired, and my judgment was compromised. I clicked. It took me to what looked like another forum, but more sophisticated than most dark websites. Clean design, proper formatting. None of the clunky early 2000s aesthetics that dominate most .onion domains. I had to create an account to view most of the content, which again set off alarm bells, but I used all my usual precautions: temporary email, generated password, fake details. The verification process was more thorough than usual, requiring me to complete a series of puzzles rather than just clicking a link. That should have been another warning sign, but I was mildly impressed by the security measures. Professional curiosity, I suppose. Once in, I browsed a few threads. It seemed legitimate enough. Discussions about various dark web services, debates about which ones were scams, analyses of how law enforcement tracked these kinds of operations. There was a whole section dedicated to service provider vetting that claimed to verify whether sellers of various illegal services were legitimate or not. I remember my eyes starting to sting from staring at the screen too long, and I rubbed them, noticing the stubble on my chin. I hadn't shaved in days, hadn't really needed to, since I was working remotely that week. Then I noticed a locked thread titled Verification Events. It had thousands of views, but only a handful of replies. Something about the clinical terminology made me uneasy, but I was already in too deep. I clicked it, only to get a message that this section was for verified members only. Below, it was a link to apply for verification. The application form was brief, asking about my interests and what I hoped to gain from verification. I was vague, saying I was researching the reality behind dark web legends for academic purposes. I didn't expect anything to come of it. These exclusive forums usually ignored new members, so I was surprised when, less than 5 minutes later, I received a notification that my application was being processed and I should remain online. While waiting, I got up to use the bathroom. The linoleum was cold under my feet. I kept meaning to buy a bath mat, but somehow never remembered when I was actually out shopping. When I came back, there was a new notification. My application had been provisionally approved, pending a demonstration verification session that would begin in 10 minutes. There was a countdown timer and instructions to ensure my connection was stable and secure. I should have logged off right then. Every instinct I developed over years in IT security was screaming at me to disconnect. But there was a strange sense of detachment, almost like I was watching someone else make these decisions. I told myself it was just professional curiosity, that I'd watch the demonstration, gather information about how these scams operated, and then report it through proper channels. I even opened a text document to take notes, as if that somehow made what I was doing legitimate research rather than dangerous stupidity. The countdown reached 0, and my screen changed to what looked like a video streaming interface with a chat panel to the right. A message appeared stating that the demonstration would begin shortly, and that this was a proof of capability session for new clients. No interaction or bidding would be permitted during the demonstration. This was observation only. The video began playing. At first, it showed an ordinary street somewhere urban. Could have been anywhere in Britain or Europe. Brick buildings, parked cars, streetlights casting orange pools on wet pavement. The camera appeared to be stationary but high quality, possibly mounted somewhere overlooking the street. A timestamp in the corner showed it was live footage, just minutes behind real time. I remember noticing condensation forming on my window as the rain outside grew heavier, creating rivulets that distorted the view of the building across the street. For several minutes, nothing happened. The chat remained quiet, except for occasional messages confirming that members were connected and viewing. Then a car pulled up, a dark-colored sedan, nothing distinctive. A man got out, looked to be in his 40s, wearing a business suit. He locked the car and started walking down the street, checking his phone. The camera followed him, which meant it wasn't stationary as I'd first thought. Someone was controlling it remotely, tracking this random businessman as he walked. I felt the first real stab of unease. This wasn't a demonstration of a scam. This was surveillance of an actual person. A message appeared in the chat, giving a brief profile of the man. His name, occupation, home address, details about his family, and below that, the reason he'd been selected. Allegations of embezzlement from a company pension fund. Money that belonged to people who had worked their whole lives for a secure retirement. The message explained that this was a contracted demonstration, the fee already paid by former employees who had lost their savings. The clinical tone made it all the more disturbing, like reading a weather report that happened to be describing a hurricane heading straight for you. I couldn't believe what I was seeing. This couldn't be real. It had to be staged, an elaborate performance to convince potential clients that they were legitimate. I almost convinced myself of that until the camera angle changed, and I saw a new figure enter the frame. Someone wearing dark clothing and a nondescript cap, walking on the opposite side of the street in the same direction as the businessman. The chat became more active. Comments appeared noting the operator's approach, discussing the technique being demonstrated. Some mentioned previous demonstrations they'd witnessed, comparing methodologies. I felt sick but couldn't look away. It was like watching a nature documentary where you know the gazelle is about to be taken down by a lion, but it's happening in slow motion. The businessman stopped at a corner, waiting to cross. The operator casually crossed the street, ending up just behind him. They were now both waiting for the traffic light to change. I remember holding my breath, my coffee forgotten and growing cold beside me. The ticking of my cheap wall clock seemed abnormally loud in the silence of my flat. When it happened, it was so quick I almost missed it. As the light changed and people began to cross, the operator moved directly behind the businessman. There was a slight motion, just a small movement of their arm. And then they were walking past, continuing on as the businessman took a few more steps and then suddenly stumbled. At first, it looked like he'd simply tripped. He put his hand against the building to steady himself, then touched his side where the operator had been. His expression changed from confusion to alarm. He looked around, seemingly trying to call out, but no one stopped. He slid down the wall to a sitting position, his briefcase still clutched in one hand. The camera stayed on him as people walked past, most not even noticing the man sitting against the wall. One woman paused, seemed to ask if he was all right, but then moved on when he waved her away. It took less than 3 minutes before his movement stopped completely. Not a single person realized what had happened. To them, it probably just looked like a drunk or someone feeling unwell. The operator was long gone, not even in frame anymore. The camera lingered on the businessman for another minute before the feed cut to black. A message appeared thanking viewers for attending the demonstration and stating that verification of new members had been completed. Those who wished to inquire about services now had access to the necessary channels. I closed my laptop immediately. I felt cold all over, my hands shaking so badly I could barely stand up. I just watched someone being murdered in real time. There was no question in my mind anymore that it was staged. The clinical efficiency, the complete lack of drama, the ordinary setting, it was all too real. I spent the rest of the night pacing my flat, desperately trying to figure out what to do. Go to the police and tell them what? That I'd witnessed a murder somewhere in an unnamed city, committed by someone I couldn't identify, against a victim whose name I only knew from an anonymous forum post. I had no proof, no recording. I hadn't thought to capture the stream, and even if I had, I'd have to admit to being in a place I should never have been. I decided to wait until morning to see if there was any news about a businessman found dead in the street. I checked every news site I could think of, searched for any reports of unexpected deaths or murders. Nothing. Either it hadn't been reported yet, or it had happened somewhere whose local news I couldn't access, or the thought that kept creeping back despite my attempts to suppress it. They were efficient enough to have removed the body before it was discovered. For days afterward, I was a wreck. I couldn't sleep, couldn't eat properly. I kept checking the forum, but my account had been deactivated. The link I'd been sent no longer worked. It was as if the entire thing had never existed. I considered anonymous tips to various police departments, but had no idea where to even begin. Which jurisdiction? What details could I provide that wouldn't immediately be dismissed as a hoax or the ravings of a paranoid mind? Eventually, I convinced myself that maybe it had been elaborate theatre after all. A convincing performance designed to scam people out of money for hitman services that would never be delivered. The alternative was too horrible to contemplate, that I had witnessed an actual murder and done nothing about it. I moved flats the next month, telling myself it was because I'd found a better place closer to work. In reality, I couldn't shake the feeling of being watched. Every time I opened my laptop, I imagined someone on the other end monitoring my activity. I changed my phone number, created new email accounts, scrubbed my online presence as much as possible. Professional paranoia turned up to 11. Life gradually returned to something resembling normal. I dated, made a few friends, even got promoted at work. The memory remained, but it became easier to dismiss as a bizarre experience that couldn't possibly have been what it seemed. Until last Tuesday, I was working late, finishing up a security audit for a client, when an email arrived. No subject line sent to my personal account. The new one I'd created after that night. The sender's address was a string of random characters. The message contained only a link and the words, "We've missed your observations. A new demonstration is scheduled." Below it was my home address, my current address, not the flat where I'd been that night 3 years ago. They'd found me. They'd been watching me all along. I've been staying at a hotel since then, paid in cash. I bought a new laptop that I've never connected to any of my accounts. I'm writing this as a record, a warning maybe, though I don't know who it will reach or how. If you're reading this, remember, the dark web isn't just a playground for curious minds or a marketplace for illegal goods. There are corners of it where the darkest human impulses aren't just fantasies, but services rendered with terrifying efficiency. And once you've seen them, they've seen you too. My hotel room door just rattled, like someone trying the handle. The reception desk isn't answering my call. I think I've run out of places to hide. Even now, 3 years later, I can't scroll through social media without my stomach lurching at the sight of those aspirational lifestyle photos. Perfect people in perfect settings, sharing their supposedly perfect lives. The sound of a notification ping sends me into a cold sweat. Sometimes I catch myself staring at influencers' vacation posts, wondering if they know what might be happening just beyond the carefully composed frame of their photos. It began with an email that felt like winning the lottery, an exclusive invitation to the Sylvan Circle Creators Retreat, a week-long networking event in a remote part of the Scottish Highlands. Only 20 content creators selected, all expenses paid, with promised connections to major brands and potential sponsorship deals worth tens of thousands of pounds. For someone like me, hovering at just under 50,000 followers and desperately trying to turn my travel content into a sustainable career, it seemed like the breakthrough I'd been chasing since dropping out of university 2 years prior. My parents had been skeptical about my career choice from the beginning, their only child abandoning a sensible marketing degree to photograph herself in scenic locations, chasing likes and brand partnerships. This retreat was my chance to prove them wrong, to show that the long hours of content creation and engagement building could translate into something legitimate. I remember my mother's concerned expression as I packed, her warnings about going somewhere so isolated with strangers. I dismissed her fears with the casual arrogance of someone who believed bad things only happened to other people. The journey to the retreat felt like progressively leaving the real world behind. First a train from Glasgow to Inverness, then a private shuttle through increasingly remote landscapes, and finally a narrow dirt track that wound through ancient pine forests to a modern compound of sleek cabins arranged around a central lodge. The contrast between the primal wilderness and the retreat's minimalist luxury created an unsettling dissonance that I initially mistook for exclusivity. Our hosts, representatives from what they called a private content investment collective, welcomed us with champagne and gift bags containing high-end tech accessories and personalized itineraries. We were an eclectic group: fashion influencers, travel content creators like myself, fitness personalities, a couple of gaming streamers, and even a minor celebrity chef. All of us shared the same hungry look behind our practiced smiles, the same desperate need to climb higher in the ruthless hierarchy of digital relevance. The first 2 days unfolded like a dream. Workshops on monetization strategies, professional photo shoots in stunning natural settings, one-on-one sessions with marketing experts who hinted at life-changing opportunities. We were encouraged to post about the retreat, though asked to keep the exact location private for exclusivity reasons. In the evenings, we gathered in the main lodge for elaborate meals and networking drinks, everyone performing their most charming, authentic selves, while carefully assessing the competition. The strange elements were easy to dismiss at first. The lack of reliable mobile signal didn't seem suspicious for such a remote location, and the satellite Wi-Fi that only worked through their monitored network seemed like a reasonable limitation of the setting. The numerous security cameras were explained as protection against overzealous fans who might have tracked prominent attendees. Even the daily medical checks were framed as a luxury service, ensuring our optimal performance during the intensive program. It was during the third night that I noticed the first real warning sign. Unable to sleep, I stepped outside my cabin for some air and saw staff members escorting one of the fitness influencers, a woman named Kaya with over 2 million followers, toward the administrative building at the edge of the compound. She seemed unsteady, almost sedated, supported between two men who moved with efficient purpose rather than concern. When I mentioned seeing this at breakfast, the retreat director explained that Kaya had suffered an allergic reaction and had been taken to receive medical attention. She would be rejoining us later, he assured everyone. But Kaya never reappeared. Instead, her belongings were removed from her cabin while we were out on a guided hike, and by dinner, it was as if she had never existed. No one questioned this openly, though I caught exchanged glances between some of the others. That night, checking social media through the retreat's network, I noticed something odd. Kaya's accounts were actively posting content, apparently showing her enjoying a spontaneous trip to Barcelona. The posts seemed authentic at first glance, but looking closer, I realized they were all created using previously captured footage, subtly edited to appear current. The following morning brought a new development. A mysterious leaderboard appeared in the main lodge, ranking all participants based on an unspecified scoring system. My name hovered near the bottom of the list, while others like Jamie, a charismatic travel YouTuber, and Eliza, a fashion influencer with a distinctive aesthetic, topped the rankings. The staff encouraged us to improve our standings through engaged participation, without ever clarifying what this meant. That same day, our activities took a darker turn. The workshop shifted from marketing strategies to discussions about loyalty and sacrifice for success. We were asked to complete psychological profiles, ranking our personal ethics and boundaries in hypothetical scenarios. During meals, staff circulated with tablets showing our real-time social media analytics alongside our leaderboard positions, creating an atmosphere of intense competition and paranoia. On the fifth night, after another participant, a gaming streamer who had vocally questioned the retreat's increasingly strange activities, disappeared under similar circumstances to Kaya, I decided to investigate. Waiting until after midnight, I slipped out of my cabin and made my way to the administrative building I'd seen earlier. A window left slightly ajar allowed me to hear voices from within, clinical discussions about extraction value and audience engagement metrics that made little sense until I managed to peer inside. What I saw continues to haunt my darkest moments. A sophisticated broadcasting studio where multiple screens displayed live feeds from our cabins, our workshops, even our private bathrooms. But most horrifying was the largest monitor, showing what appeared to be a dark web streaming platform where anonymous viewers were placing bids and commenting on the contestants. With sickening clarity, I realized we weren't retreat participants. We were unwitting performers in some twisted reality elimination game where being voted off had consequences far beyond lost followers. In one corner of the room, a medical area had been established where the missing participants appeared to be held in sedated states, cameras documenting everything. According to the on-screen metrics, the highest viewing numbers and bidding activity occurred during these elimination sequences. I couldn't see exactly what happened after the sedation, but the clinical tools arranged nearby suggested something surgical, something final. I backed away in silent horror, nearly collapsing with the shock of understanding. The entire retreat was a front for a dark web channel that monetized the exploitation and eventual elimination of desperate content creators. People so hungry for fame, they'd walk willingly into isolation, surrendering their privacy and ultimately their safety for the promise of recognition. The next morning brought the announcement of another departure. Jamie, who had been top of the leaderboard just hours earlier. As a staff member explained his sudden allergic reaction with the same practiced concern they'd used before, I noticed something chilling. Tiny adjustments in everyone's scores following the announcement. Highest gains for those who seemed most visibly affected by the news. We were being rewarded for our emotional reactions, our authentic distress generating engagement from unseen viewers. That night, I rose to third on the leaderboard after genuinely breaking down during a vulnerability workshop where we discussed our deepest fears. The retreat director personally congratulated me on my breakthrough performance, the gleam in his eyes revealing the double meaning in his words. I smiled through my terror, suddenly understanding the game well enough to play it, to perform distress without raising suspicion, to appear invested while planning escape. For 2 more days, I maintained this delicate deception, gathering information and searching for weaknesses in their security. I discovered that the elimination selections weren't entirely based on the leaderboard. They targeted those who asked too many questions, who seemed suspicious, or paradoxically, those generating the highest viewer engagement. The perfect victims were the ones whose disappearances would create the most compelling content without risking exposure. My opportunity came during a staged power outage designed to film our reactions to isolation and darkness. In the confusion, I slipped away from the group, using the maintenance access I'd identified earlier to reach the perimeter fence. The journey through miles of highland wilderness that followed, barefoot after losing my shoes in a stream crossing, using stars for navigation, feels like something that happened to someone else, a survival story from a person I no longer recognize. I eventually reached a remote farmhouse where a suspicious but ultimately kind elderly couple allowed me to contact police. By the time authorities reached the retreat location 3 days later, the entire operation had vanished. Buildings emptied, equipment removed, not so much as a footprint remaining. The investigation stalled with jurisdictional complications and lack of evidence beyond my testimony, which sounded increasingly delusional even to my own ears as days passed. The most horrifying epilogue came 6 weeks later, when I discovered that all the missing influencers' accounts remained active, posting computer-generated content that mimicked their styles with uncanny accuracy. Their digital ghosts continued accumulating followers, hawking products, maintaining the illusion of aspirational lives that had already ended. No one in their audiences seemed to notice the subtle differences, the absence of true humanity behind the carefully filtered images. I deleted all my social media that day. Sometimes I check on those accounts, watching artificial intelligence perpetuate the personas of people who wanted fame badly enough to die for it, wondering if their audiences will ever realize they're following phantoms. More disturbing still is the knowledge that somewhere, the Sylvan Circle has simply relocated, rebranded, and recruited a new cast of ambitious creators desperate enough to ignore every warning sign. Each time I see another viral challenge, another dangerous trend pursued for views, another isolated retreat promoted by smiling influencers, I want to scream warnings into the void. But who would listen? In a world where attention is currency and authenticity is performance, what could be more authentic than real fear, real elimination, real consequences? the ultimate content for a viewership numbed by endless performative reality. I didn't recognize my reflection when I first saw it. Not immediately. It took a few seconds of staring at the screen before I realized I was looking at my own face, slightly distorted by the camera angle, but unmistakably me. My living room was behind me, dimly lit by the lamp I'd left on earlier. The image was grainy, but clear enough. What wasn't clear was how this live stream existed at all. Let me back up. I'm a cybersecurity consultant, not one of those high-level experts who protects government networks or counters state-sponsored hackers. My work involves helping small businesses implement basic security protocols, conducting vulnerability assessments for local companies, and occasionally assisting with data recovery. It's honest work that pays the bills, but it's rarely exciting. 3 weeks ago, a new client contacted me, a mental health clinic concerned about patient confidentiality after several employees reported strange network behaviors. When I arrived at their office, the clinic director explained their concerns with obvious discomfort. Several therapists had noticed their session recordings being accessed at odd hours, despite the files supposedly being secured in an encrypted system. Nothing had been stolen or altered as far as anyone could tell, but the access logs showed viewing activity during overnight hours when no staff should have been working. My initial assessment revealed a surprisingly sophisticated breach. Someone had created a backdoor into their network that bypassed standard security measures. This wasn't the work of an opportunistic hacker or disgruntled employee with basic skills. Whoever did this knew exactly what they were doing. I isolated the compromised systems, implemented temporary security measures, and began the deeper forensic work of tracking the intrusion to its source. The digital trail led me through multiple proxy servers and anonymous networks. Whoever had accessed the clinic's files had taken elaborate precautions to hide their tracks. After days of careful analysis, I managed to identify a pattern in the connection timestamps. The access always occurred between 1 a.m. and 3 a.m., always on Tuesdays and Fridays, and always targeted the same subset of patient files: recordings of therapy sessions dealing with trauma, abuse, or severe anxiety disorders. My report to the clinic detailed the technical aspects of the breach and recommended comprehensive security upgrades. What I didn't include was my growing suspicion about the nature of the intrusion. This wasn't typical cybercrime seeking financial data or identity information. This was targeted surveillance of people's most vulnerable moments. The precision and pattern suggested something beyond simple data theft. Professional ethics dictated that I should complete my contract, submit my findings, and move on to the next client. But something about this case gnawed at me. The deliberate targeting of trauma patients felt predatory in a way that cybercrime rarely does. Most hackers I've encountered are motivated by financial gain or technical challenge, not the systematic observation of human suffering. After completing my official work for the clinic, I continued tracking the intrusion pattern on my own time. Using a secured system isolated from my personal network, I created digital breadcrumbs designed to attract the attention of whoever had breached the clinic's security. I set up dummy files mimicking the naming conventions of therapy recordings, embedded with unique markers that would help me trace anyone who accessed them. For 2 weeks, nothing happened. Then on a Tuesday night, my monitoring system alerted me to activity. Someone had taken the bait, accessing my dummy files through the same sophisticated methods used on the clinic's network. This time, I was prepared. As they downloaded my files, I deployed a specialized tracking script designed to pierce through proxy defenses and reveal connection origins. What I found led me to a series of encrypted channels on the dark web. Using anonymous browsing tools, I followed the digital trail to a nondescript forum that required Bitcoin payment for access. The page was minimalist, black background, simple text navigation, no graphics or branding. The site called itself The Witness Room and claimed to offer authentic moments of human vulnerability for discerning observers. I paid the entry fee using an anonymous cryptocurrency wallet and gained basic access to the forum. The site was organized into categories with clinical-sounding names: trauma responses, grief manifestations, anxiety episodes, confessional moments. Each category contained dozens of live streams and recorded videos. The view counts were low, usually under 50, but the payment required for each viewing was substantial. The first video I accessed showed a therapy session similar to those from the clinic. A person describing a traumatic experience to an off-camera therapist, unaware they were being observed by paying strangers on the internet. Other videos showed people alone in bedrooms or living spaces, experiencing panic attacks, crying, or engaging in compulsive behaviors. All appeared to be recorded without the subject's knowledge. The site's premium section required additional payment and verification. After another cryptocurrency transfer and a waiting period of 24 hours, I gained access to this restricted area. Here, the content was categorized differently: direct engagement, controlled scenarios, live requests. The first live stream I accessed in this section showed an empty room with white walls and a single chair. Text on screen indicated that the broadcast would begin in 17 minutes and that scenario parameters had already been established by primary observers. A chat window showed usernames discussing technical aspects of the upcoming stream: camera angles, lighting requirements, audio quality. The clinical detachment of their conversation struck me as more disturbing than explicit anticipation would have been. I didn't stay to watch whatever was scheduled to occur in that room. Instead, I methodically documented the site structure, user patterns, and technical infrastructure. The operation was sophisticated, with multiple layers of security and anonymization. This wasn't some amateur effort. It had the hallmarks of an organized network with significant resources. After gathering sufficient information, I prepared a detailed report for federal law enforcement. I included everything I had discovered about the witness room, its connection to the clinic breach, and my analysis of how the operation functioned technically. I submitted the report through official channels, expecting to be contacted for follow-up information. A week passed with no response. I sent a follow-up inquiry and received an automated acknowledgement, but nothing substantive. After 10 days, I called the field office directly and was told my report had been received and forwarded to the appropriate department. The agent I spoke with seemed disinterested, almost dismissive. Frustrated by the lack of official response, I intensified my own investigation. I created a more comprehensive mapping of the witness room's network infrastructure, identifying potential server locations and administrative access points. I catalogued user patterns, payment flows, and content distribution methods. Each layer I uncovered revealed greater complexity and more disturbing implications. The live streams weren't just recordings of therapy sessions or private moments captured through compromised security systems. Some appeared to be deliberately staged scenarios where individuals were placed in situations designed to trigger emotional responses. The controllers would manipulate environmental factors, sounds, temperature, lighting, while observers in the chat suggested specific triggers to elicit desired reactions. 3 weeks into my investigation, I discovered something that fundamentally changed my understanding of what I was dealing with. Hidden in the site's technical architecture was a secondary network, a parallel system that monitored the observers themselves. Every user of the witness room was being recorded while they watched. Keystrokes logged, webcams quietly activated, microphones capturing ambient sounds. The watchers were also being watched. This discovery led me to a deeper level of the operation, accessed through a different entry point entirely. Here, the content consisted entirely of recordings of people watching the witness room streams, close-up footage of faces as they observed others suffering, metadata tracking their viewing patterns, physiological responses measured through subtle analysis of facial movements and breathing patterns. This meta-observation had its own audience, paying even higher premiums for access. I was documenting this secondary system when I noticed something odd about one of the observer recordings. The timestamp showed it was from the previous night, during hours when I had been accessing the witness room myself. With growing unease, I opened the file. The video showed a man sitting at a desk, illuminated by the blue glow of a computer monitor. The camera angle suggested a webcam perspective, looking slightly down at the subject. His face showed subtle expressions of concentration, occasional discomfort, and clinical interest. It took me several seconds to recognize my own reflection, captured from my laptop's camera, that I thought had been securely disabled. The video continued for over an hour, showing me methodically investigating the witness room, taking notes, examining different streams. Occasional metadata appeared on screen. My heart rate estimated through facial blood flow analysis, my pupil dilation tracked when viewing disturbing content, timestamps correlating my viewing patterns with specific website areas. Everything I had done to investigate them had provided them with content for their meta-observation network. I immediately shut down my system, disconnected from all networks, and physically removed the camera and microphones from my devices. I swept my apartment for hidden surveillance devices, finding nothing obvious but remaining unconvinced. The realization that I had become content for the very system I was investigating created a nauseating feedback loop of paranoia. That night, I carefully constructed a new secure system using components that had never been connected to my home network. I used this to draft detailed reports for multiple law enforcement agencies, journalistic organizations, and cybersecurity threat centers. I included all my evidence, analysis, and personal observations, sending each report through different anonymous channels. 2 days later, I received an email to my personal account, the one I had not used for any part of this investigation. The subject line contained only a timestamp matching exactly when I had sent my reports. The body of the email was empty, but attached was a video file. Against all better judgment, I opened it on an isolated device. The video showed my apartment from multiple angles, views from devices that should not have existed, my television, computer monitor, phone screen, even my refrigerator with its smart display. All showed the same image. Me, sitting at my desk, drafting reports about the witness room. The footage zoomed in on my face, analyzing my expressions as I worked. Text appeared on screen. Subject demonstrates obsessive behavior patterns consistent with trauma response category 4B. Continued observation recommended. I abandoned my apartment that night, taking nothing electronic with me. I checked into a hotel using cash, bought a disposable phone, and contacted the few people I truly trusted. One friend in law enforcement agreed to meet me the following day. She arrived at our meeting location visibly uncomfortable. When I began explaining my findings about the witness room, She stopped me mid-sentence. Her department had received my report, she confirmed, but it had been flagged and reclassified almost immediately. She wasn't authorized to discuss the details, but her message was clear. Powerful interests were involved, and pursuing this further would have consequences. I spent the next week moving between hotels, using public computers to monitor for any signs that my reports had generated action. Nothing appeared in news outlets or public records. No investigations were announced. The witness room continued operating without disruption. 10 days after leaving my apartment, I received a text on my disposable phone, a phone whose number I had shared with exactly 3 people. The message contained only a website address. Against every rational instinct, I accessed it from a public computer. The page showed a live stream of the hotel room I had checked into that morning. The bed was empty, the room unoccupied. I was sitting in the hotel lobby as I viewed the stream. A timer in the corner showed the broadcast had been active for 3 hours. The view count displayed the number 7. The stream title was simply my full name followed by Observation Phase 2. That was yesterday. I've since crossed state lines, abandoned all electronic devices, and withdrawn cash to live on while I consider my options. I'm writing this account by hand, planning to have it typed and distributed by someone with no connection to me or this situation. I don't know exactly what the witness room is or who operates it. The technical sophistication suggests resources beyond typical criminal organizations. The apparent immunity from law enforcement implies protection or participation at institutional levels. The methodical nature of their observation network indicates purpose beyond voyeurism or profit. What I do know is that somewhere, right now, someone is watching a live stream of a person who doesn't know they're being observed. Someone is paying to witness another human being's vulnerable moments. Someone is analyzing reactions, cataloging responses, building profiles of both the observed and the observers. And increasingly, I suspect that the true purpose of the witness room isn't the content it provides to its users. The real product is the understanding of human psychology that comes from watching people watch others. The multi-layered observation that reveals patterns of behavior, predictors of response, blueprints of manipulation. I check for cameras everywhere now, not just obvious devices, but any object that could potentially house monitoring equipment. I vary my routines, change my appearance, avoid patterns. Still, I feel watched, not by supernatural forces or paranoid delusion, but by a system designed specifically to observe people like me, people who have glimpsed something they weren't meant to see, whose reactions to that glimpse are themselves valuable data. Tonight I'll move again, find another anonymous place to sleep. But before I do, I'll look directly into the nearest screen, television, traffic camera, ATM interface, it doesn't matter which, and I'll acknowledge the observers I know are there, not with fear or defiance, but with the calm recognition that in a world where vulnerable moments can be commodified, the most vulnerable moment of all is the one where you realize you've always been in someone's blind spot, always been visible to eyes you never knew were watching. What if I told you that clicking on the wrong link could change everything you thought you knew about human nature? That somewhere beneath the surface of the internet you use every day, there are spaces where the worst impulses of humanity play out in real time, watched by ordinary people who've stumbled too far down the rabbit hole. I'm a marketing consultant from Manchester. Nothing particularly exciting about my life. I help small businesses figure out their online presence, manage their social media, that sort of thing. Last autumn, between clients, I found myself with too much time and a dangerous amount of curiosity about the parts of the internet I'd only heard whispered about in tech forums. It started with a legitimate research project. One of my clients had been targeted by online harassment, and I wanted to understand how these campaigns typically operated. Someone mentioned that the real coordination often happened on the dark web, away from the scrutiny of mainstream platforms. Setting up Tor felt like crossing a line I shouldn't cross, but I told myself it was just research, professional development. The first few weeks were disappointing, to be honest. Mostly just drug markets and forums discussing things that would get you arrested if you posted them on Facebook. The whole thing felt less sinister than I'd expected, more like a slightly seedy car boot sale than the digital underworld I'd imagined. But then I started hearing about red rooms. The concept seemed absurd at first. Live streams where viewers could supposedly watch and influence violent acts happening in real time. Most people I encountered online dismissed them as elaborate hoaxes, digital urban legends designed to part gullible people from their Bitcoin. The technical challenges alone made it seem implausible. The bandwidth limitations of anonymity networks, the difficulty of maintaining stable connections, the enormous resources required to operate such services without getting caught. Yet some users insisted they'd encountered the real thing. They described details that seemed too specific to be complete fabrications. Hidden payment systems using obscure cryptocurrencies, invitation-only access requiring vouchers from existing members, sophisticated streaming infrastructure that somehow worked despite the limitations of anonymous networks. My professional instincts kicked in. How would someone actually build such a system? What kind of technical infrastructure would be required? It became a puzzle I couldn't let go. The same way I might obsess over a particularly challenging marketing campaign or branding problem. The research consumed my evenings for months. I learned about cryptocurrency mixing services, about layered VPN systems, about streaming protocols designed for unreliable connections. I discovered communities where people discussed theoretical approaches to anonymous video distribution, always careful to frame everything as academic security research. Around Christmas time, I found something that changed the trajectory of my investigation entirely. It was buried in a discussion about experimental streaming technology, presented not as anything sinister, but as a demonstration of new protocols designed for secure communications. The poster claimed it was a proof of concept for a system that could work in authoritarian countries with heavy internet censorship. The link led to a sparse login page. No branding, no explanation, just username and password fields. Below that, a note indicating that new accounts required an invitation code from an existing member. I should have closed that browser tab immediately. Instead, I spent the better part of January trying to work out how to get access. The breakthrough came through my legitimate work. I'd been helping a small cybersecurity firm with their content marketing, writing blog posts about privacy tools and network security. One of their consultants, someone I'd worked with on several projects, sent me a private message asking if I'd be interested in beta testing a new streaming platform designed for privacy-conscious users. The timing felt like more than coincidence. I accepted. The authentication process was more sophisticated than I'd expected. Beyond basic credentials, the system required verification through a custom application that generated time-sensitive codes. It reminded me of the security systems used by online banking, the kind of multi-factor authentication you'd expect from financial institutions. When I finally gained access, I was struck by how professional everything looked. Clean interface design, intuitive navigation, the kind of user experience you'd expect from a legitimate streaming service. There was a list of available channels on the left, chat functionality on the right, and a video player dominating the center of the screen. Most channels appeared to be offline. The active ones had cryptic titles, usually just random combinations of letters and numbers. Viewer counts were relatively low, rarely more than 50 or 60 people. The chat sections were mostly empty, with only occasional messages in languages I couldn't identify. I clicked on one of the active channels. The video quality was poor, as expected through anonymity networks, pixelated, choppy, with noticeable delays. It took several seconds to understand what I was looking at. A small room with concrete walls, lit by harsh fluorescent lighting. In the center, a metal chair with someone sitting in it. The person appeared unconscious or heavily sedated. Their head lolled forward, unresponsive to sounds coming from somewhere off camera. The chat section remained empty except for automated system messages noting the timestamp. I watched for perhaps 15 minutes, waiting for something to happen. Nothing did. The person didn't move. No one entered the frame. The chat stayed silent. Eventually, I switched to another channel. The second stream showed what looked like an abandoned warehouse. Concrete floors, rusted metal fixtures, industrial lighting casting harsh shadows. The camera was positioned to show the entire space, but like the first stream, nothing happened while I watched. No movement, no sound, no activity in the associated chat. Over the following hours, I sampled roughly a dozen different channels. Most showed similar scenes: empty rooms, unconscious or restrained individuals, industrial or basement settings. The production values varied dramatically. Some appeared professional, with multiple camera angles and clear audio. Others looked like amateur recordings from mobile phones or cheap webcams. What struck me most was the absence of the interaction I'd expected. Despite claims that these platforms allowed viewer participation, I saw no evidence of real-time control or influence. No voting mechanisms, no polling systems, no way for viewers to communicate with whoever was operating the streams. The chat functions existed but remained largely unused. I began to suspect I was looking at elaborate recordings rather than live content. The technical limitations that skeptics had pointed out seemed valid. Maintaining stable, interactive video streams through anonymity networks would require significant resources and expertise. Perhaps these were pre-recorded videos designed to create the illusion of live participation. But then I discovered a channel that shattered that assumption completely. The title was different from the others. Not random characters, but actual words. Fulfillment Session 47. The viewer count was significantly higher, over 100 people. The chat section showed active messages, though they were mostly numbers and brief phrases that meant nothing to me initially. The video showed a residential setting rather than the industrial spaces I'd seen before. Someone's sitting room, complete with furniture, decorations, family photographs on the mantelpiece. It looked normal, comfortable, like any middle-class British home you might visit. A person sat on the sofa, facing the camera directly. Unlike the unconscious subjects in other streams, this individual was alert, making eye contact with the lens. They appeared nervous but not panicked, as if they understood what was about to happen and had somehow accepted their situation. The chat suddenly exploded with activity. Messages appeared rapidly, too fast for me to read them all. Numbers, coordinates, simple commands. Most were in English, but I recognized fragments of other European languages mixed throughout. That's when I noticed something that made my blood run cold. The timestamp on one of the chat messages matched exactly the time showing on my computer clock. Not approximately, precisely, down to the second. These weren't pre-recorded videos. This was happening right now, in real time. Someone entered the frame from the left side of the screen. They wore dark clothing with their face obscured, but their movements seemed deliberate, controlled. They approached the person on the sofa and handed them what appeared to be a sheet of paper. The person read whatever was written there. Their expression transformed from nervous to genuinely terrified. They started to rise from the sofa, but the masked figure placed a hand on their shoulder, gently but firmly guiding them back down. The chat messages became more frequent and specific. I began to understand that they weren't just comments, they were instructions. The numbers corresponded to locations within the room. The brief phrases were commands for actions to be performed. The viewers weren't just watching, they were directing what happened next. The person on the sofa looked directly at the camera again, and I realized with growing horror that they could see us. Not individually, but they knew we were there, watching, participating. Their eyes held a desperate pleading that I'd never witnessed before in any film or television program. I slammed the laptop shut immediately. For nearly a week, I avoided my computer entirely, except for essential work tasks. I told myself it had been an elaborate hoax, a piece of performance art designed to disturb people like me who'd wandered into spaces we had no business exploring. The production values had been too polished, the technical execution too smooth. Surely real criminal operations don't invest that kind of effort into user experience design. But I couldn't stop thinking about that timestamp, the perfect synchronization between the chat messages and my system clock. The way the person on the sofa had looked through the camera, as if they could see directly to the people watching on the other side. After 4 days, I began checking local news websites obsessively. Missing persons reports, unexplained incidents, anything that might connect to what I'd witnessed. I found nothing, which should have been reassuring, but somehow made everything worse. I never returned to that platform. I uninstalled Tor, deleted the cryptocurrency wallets I'd created during my research, reformatted my hard drive multiple times. I changed all my passwords, switched to new email providers, even replaced my router with a different model from a different manufacturer. But the questions remained. Had I witnessed something real? Or had I been subjected to an elaborate psychological experiment? How do you verify something that exists entirely in the shadows, that leaves no trace in the legitimate world? 8 months have passed since then. I've attempted to return to my normal routine, focusing on client work, avoiding the darker corners of the internet entirely. But sometimes, late at night, when I'm working on a campaign or reviewing analytics, I'll notice the timestamp in the corner of my screen and remember that moment of perfect synchronization. The worst part isn't wondering whether what I saw was real. The worst part is knowing that somewhere out there, other people are still watching, still participating, still directing what happens to individuals whose faces they'll never be able to forget. And sometimes I wonder if there's a record somewhere of everyone who accessed that platform, everyone who watched what I watched, everyone who closed their laptops at the crucial moment. Whether my name is on a list, whether someone, somewhere, is still keeping track. I've become more paranoid about online security since then. I monitor my network traffic regularly, check my systems for unusual activity, maintain better operational security practices than any marketing consultant has any reason to need. Not because I'm doing anything wrong now, but because I can't shake the feeling that someone, somewhere, might still be watching me. The internet feels fundamentally different now. Every click, every page load, every moment of connectivity carries the weight of knowing what's possible in the spaces between legitimate websites. The surface web that most people know is exactly that, a surface concealing depths that most people never imagine exist. I still work in marketing. I still help businesses establish their online presence, manage their digital communications, build their brands. But now I understand that the threats aren't just technical or competitive, they're human. And the people who operate in those hidden spaces have resources, expertise, and motivations that go far beyond what most of us can comprehend. Sometimes I receive emails from technology companies, invitations to test new privacy tools, requests to review anonymity-focused platforms. I delete them immediately without reading past the subject line. I've learned that curiosity, even professional curiosity, can lead you to places you can never truly leave behind. The person on that sofa is still out there somewhere, or they're not. I'll never know which, and that uncertainty follows me through every day, every project, every quiet moment when I'm alone with my thoughts and my computer screen. That's the real horror of it all. Not knowing becomes its own kind of prison, and the people who build these systems understand that perfectly. They know that witnesses are bound by their complicity, that knowledge becomes a burden too heavy to share with anyone who might actually be able to help. I've never told anyone about this experience. Not friends, not family, not the police. Who would believe it? And what would I tell them? That I found something on the dark web that might have been real. That I watched something I shouldn't have watched and then fled. But I'm telling you now, and I'm not entirely sure why. Perhaps because the weight of keeping it secret has become unbearable. Perhaps because I hope that sharing it will somehow make it less real, less immediate, less present in my daily thoughts. Or perhaps because I've started to suspect that the real purpose of those streams isn't the content itself. Perhaps it's creating witnesses, people who carry the knowledge of what's possible, who spread that knowledge through whispers and implications and stories that can never be properly verified. Perhaps I'm doing exactly what they intended me to do all along. I'm writing this down because part of me hopes getting it all out might help with the nightmares. They've gotten worse lately, not just at night, but during the day too. Random moments when I'm queuing at Tesco or waiting for the tube, and suddenly I'm back there, watching those images flicker across that tiny screen, understanding too late what I was actually seeing. I need to confront this head on, so here goes. The reason I'll never step foot in a photo booth again. 6 months ago, I was working as a freelance web designer in Manchester. Not exactly living the dream, but getting by well enough. I'd actually developed a bit of an obsession with the dark web during my downtime. Nothing illegal, mind you, just fascination with how these hidden networks operated beneath the surface of the regular internet I worked with daily. I'd read countless articles about encrypted marketplaces, anonymous forums, and the mythical red rooms that supposedly streamed unspeakable content for cryptocurrency payments. I'd just landed a decent contract with a local startup, and to celebrate, I'd treated myself to a weekend in London to visit my old uni-mate, Harriet. It was meant to be a normal catch-up, some shopping, a few drinks, maybe a club, if we were feeling particularly energetic. Nothing extraordinary, and certainly not the real-world dark web encounter that would upend my life. Saturday afternoon found us wandering through Camden Market after a lazy brunch. I'd been telling Harriet about some of my dark web research over our Eggs Benedict, explaining how these hidden sites used special browsers and encryption to mask their activities. She'd seemed both disturbed and intrigued, especially when I mentioned how regular-looking websites sometimes served as fronts for much darker content beneath. The market was packed as usual, tourists and locals alike crammed into the narrow passageways between stalls. We'd been browsing for about an hour when Harriet spotted this photo booth, tucked away in a little alcove near the canal entrance. Not one of those vintage ones with a curtain, but a more modern setup, sleek black casing with red trim, advertising darkroom photos, a truly unique experience, in bold white lettering across the top. Something about that name, darkroom, tickled at my subconscious, reminding me of the dark web forums that often used similar wordplay in their naming. I remember thinking it looked a bit tacky, but something about it unsettled me. Perhaps it was the way it reminded me of those dark web interfaces I'd researched. Minimalist design with red and black color schemes that seemed to be a visual signature across many hidden sites. Harriet was insistent we should try it. She'd always been the more spontaneous one between us, dragging me into random adventures since our first year at university. The booth advertised some special filtering effect that supposedly created one-of-a-kind portraits you won't find on Instagram. Just edgy enough to appeal to the Camden crowd, I suppose. I joked to Harriet that it sounded like the kind of marketing you'd find on dark web services, exclusive content you couldn't access anywhere else, though I had no idea how prophetic that offhand comment would prove. There was something odd about the pricing. Most photo booths charge a few quid, but this one wanted £20, with payment only by contactless card. Harriet waved away my raised eyebrows, tapping her card against the reader before I could properly object. The machine whirred to life, its screen displaying a glitchy welcome message that flickered between English and what looked like Russian or some Eastern European language. The booth was designed for 2 people, but it felt uncomfortably cramped inside. The seat was oddly positioned, not centered in front of the camera, but slightly to the left, leaving an unusual amount of space on the right side. The interior smelled faintly of chemicals, not the photographic kind I remembered from school darkrooms, but something sharper, more antiseptic. I remember mentioning it to Harriet, who just shrugged it off as cleaning products. What really should have set alarm bells ringing was the unusual setup time. After Harriet paid, the screen displayed "preparing your unique experience" for nearly 2 minutes. Most photo booths are instant. Sit down, pose, flash, done. This one seemed to be connecting to something, loading data. I assumed it was just accessing different filters or effects. Finally, the screen changed, showing our images reflected back at us, but with a strange delay, almost like the feed was being routed somewhere else before returning to the screen. The countdown began. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. But instead of flashing for our photo, the screen unexpectedly split into 2 panels. The left panel showed us, awkwardly posed and smiling. The right panel initially appeared black, then gradually brightened to reveal what looked like another booth interior. But this one was different. The right panel showed a small room with harsh lighting. At first, I thought it was just displaying another random customer as some weird artistic choice. But as I looked closer, I realized the person on the screen wasn't posing or smiling. They were restrained somehow, their movements restricted, their expression one of unmistakable fear. The image quality was poor and grainy, but clear enough to see that whatever was happening wasn't normal. I remember nudging Harriet, pointing at the screen in confusion. Before either of us could properly react, the booth's interior lights dimmed slightly, and small red text appeared at the bottom of the right panel. Live feed, number 247. Bid starting at €500. Special requests accepted. As we watched, frozen in confusion, A series of usernames and amounts began scrolling along the bottom of the right panel. The numbers were climbing rapidly. 500 euros, 720 euros, 1,150 euros. With each higher bid, the person in the right panel seemed to become more agitated, straining against whatever held them. The horrible realization dawned on me slowly, like ice water trickling down my spine. This wasn't some artistic filter or edgy Camden Market gimmick. We were watching a live feed from the dark web, one of those infamous red rooms I'd read about, but always assumed were urban myths. And somehow, this innocuous-looking photo booth was a portal to it, disguised as a quirky tourist attraction. I felt sick, my hand fumbling for the curtain, desperate to get out. But as I turned, I noticed something that hadn't registered before. A small camera positioned in the upper corner of our booth, its red light blinking steadily. It wasn't pointed at the seat where we posed for photos. It was aimed at the screen, at us, watching the feed. With horrible clarity, I understood the booth's true purpose. It wasn't just streaming torture to random passers-by. It was capturing their reactions, their dawning horror as they realized what they were witnessing. The voyeurs were themselves being watched, their shock and disgust likely streaming to another audience somewhere in the darkest corners of the internet. I grabbed Harriet's arm, yanking her toward the exit. As we stumbled out of the booth, I caught a final glimpse of the screen. The right panel had changed angle, now showing someone approaching the restrained figure with something metallic in hand. The bids were still climbing, now into the thousands. Once outside, I wanted to find security, the police, anyone. But Harriet was reluctant. She kept saying we had no proof, that we'd sound crazy, that we'd paid with her card and might somehow be implicated. What if our information was now circulating on dark web forums? What if we were marked as witnesses? In my panicked state, her reasoning somehow made sense. I recalled articles about how these dark web operations maintained lists of potential threats, how they employed people specifically to eliminate loose ends. We compromised by agreeing to call the police anonymously once we were safely away from Camden. We made the call from Harriet's flat that evening, describing what we'd seen and the booth's location. The officer who took the statement seemed skeptical, but said they'd look into it. When we checked the next day, the booth was gone. No trace it had ever been there. The market stall owners nearby claimed no knowledge of it, insisting that space had been empty all weekend. I returned to Manchester convinced I'd stumbled onto something terrible, but ultimately beyond my control. I tried to put it behind me, focus on work, pretend it had been some elaborate prank or art installation designed to provoke exactly our reaction. Then the emails started. The first one arrived 2 weeks later, a message with no text, just an attachment. Against my better judgment, I opened it. It was a photo of Harriet and me, our faces captured in that moment of horrified realization inside the booth. Our expressions were circled in red, with crude ratings scrawled beside them. 8 out of 10, excellent shock value, next to my face. 6 out of 10, could show more disgust, next to Harriet's. More emails followed, always from different addresses, impossible to block effectively. Sometimes they contained more photos, our reactions from different angles. Sometimes they contained links, which I never clicked. The most recent, arriving just yesterday, was the worst. A split-screen image showing us in the booth on one side, and on the other, a new person in that same harshly lit room, with text overlaid, "Your recommended viewing, based on your previous interest." I've changed my email, my phone number, even moved flats. I've reported it all to the police, who have opened an investigation, but warned me these dark web operations are notoriously difficult to track. The perpetrators use sophisticated routing systems, Tor networks, cryptocurrency payments, and temporary physical setups that disappear without trace. One detective told me this was classic dark web methodology, blending virtual horrors with real-world access points, creating a network almost impossible to penetrate without specialized cyber units. What keeps me awake at night isn't just the memory of what I saw, or even the knowledge that someone is still watching me. It's the realization that these booths could be anywhere. In shopping centers, tourist attractions, music festivals, innocent-looking portals streaming unspeakable content to unsuspecting passers-by, while simultaneously harvesting their reactions for another layer of entertainment. And worse still, is the thought that haunts me most. How many people walked out of that booth before us, saw what we saw, and simply hurried away, telling themselves it wasn't real or wasn't their problem? How many walked away and said nothing, leaving the booth operational for the next curious shopper? I check every camera I encounter now, scrutinize every screen. I avoid anything with a lens or a display. Some might call it paranoia, but I call it awareness. Because the most terrifying thing about the dark web isn't that it exists in some shadowy corner of the internet. It's that its tendrils reach into our everyday world, disguised as ordinary objects, turning unwitting bystanders into both audience and entertainment. Sometimes I think I spot them. Certain types of vending machines with oddly positioned cameras, information kiosks with unusual payment requirements, even some ATMs that seem to process transactions slightly too slowly. Places where the digital world meets the physical, creating liminal spaces where the worst of humanity can bleed through. I received a text message this morning from an unknown number. All it contained was a photo booth emoji and tomorrow's date. I'm packing my bags tonight, leaving no forwarding address. But deep down, I know it doesn't matter where I go. In a world where the darkest corners of the internet can disguise themselves as innocent entertainment, where your reaction to horror becomes entertainment for others, there's nowhere truly safe to hide. After all, someone somewhere is always watching, and others are always willing to pay to watch. I remember the rain that night, not the soft, gentle kind that lulls you to sleep, but the harsh, unrelenting downpour that seems determined to wash away every trace of humanity from the streets. London had been suffering through 3 straight days of this biblical deluge, and I was desperate for a dry place with decent Wi-Fi after my flat's internet had gone down. That's how I found myself pushing through the door of Night Owl, one of those pop-up internet cafes that appear and disappear within months, the kind that exists in that grey area between legitimate business and something else entirely. I should have noticed the warning signs immediately. The blacked-out windows, the lack of other customers despite the weather, the way the attendant barely looked at me as he took my cash. £5 for unlimited time, no ID required, no questions asked. I was a university student back then, working on my dissertation about online communities and digital anthropology. I'd been spending months researching the surface web, but my supervisor had hinted that my work lacked depth, that I needed to explore the darker corners of the internet to truly understand the full spectrum of online behavior. Looking back now, I wonder if he knew what he was sending me into, or if he was just another academic who thought the dark web was merely an interesting theoretical concept rather than the nightmare I was about to experience. The cafe had about 12 stations, each isolated from the others by tall, opaque dividers. Privacy booths, the attendant had called them when I asked. I settled into booth 7, noticing the high-end computer setup. Much better than what you'd typically find in a place charging only £5. The chair was surprisingly comfortable, the keyboard mechanical and responsive. It felt like a setup designed for extended use, not casual browsing. I'd done my homework before venturing into the dark web, downloaded Tor, learned about OPSEC, read countless Reddit threads from people claiming to have explored the hidden services. I thought I was prepared. I thought I was being cautious. I remember thinking how silly all those horror stories seemed now that I was actually doing it. Just another internet connection. Just another browser. Just different websites. Nothing to be afraid of if you were smart about it. The first hour or so was exactly what I expected. Linked directories, forums discussing privacy, some marketplaces selling things that would make your average high street shopper raise an eyebrow, but nothing that shocked me. I took notes diligently, occasionally glancing around the empty cafe, relieved to have the place to myself. The rain continued to batter the windows, creating a white noise that almost made the environment cozy despite the harsh fluorescent lighting. Then, just as I was considering packing up, satisfied with my initial exploration, a message popped up in the corner of the screen. Not an email or a chat window that I'd opened, just text appearing directly on my desktop. The message mentioned something about Booth 7, always bringing in curious ones. I felt that initial spike of adrenaline, that primal response telling me something wasn't right. But I rationalized it immediately. The cafe must monitor their systems. The attendant had probably noticed me accessing Tor and was having a laugh. Perhaps this was even some kind of automated message triggered by certain browsing patterns. I ignored it and continued browsing, clicking through to a forum discussing digital anonymity. Another message appeared, saying they'd been watching me and asking if I wanted to see something real, mentioning Booth 7 was ready for a player. I should have left then. I should have gathered my things, walked out into the rain, and never looked back. Instead, I found myself typing a response, curiosity overwhelming caution. I simply asked who it was. The response was immediate. Some group called Run the Gauntlet, saying I was on their network and my session had been selected. Before I could respond, my browser closed itself and reopened, displaying a black page with a simple interface. A video player in the center, a chat sidebar on the right, and what looked like a scoreboard on the left showing numbers. The video feed showed an empty room with bare concrete walls, a table, and a single chair. The lighting was harsh, industrial. It looked like a basement, or perhaps an abandoned industrial space. At this point, I tried to close the browser, but nothing happened. I tried Ctrl-Alt-Delete, but the system didn't respond. I reached for the power button on the tower, but it was locked behind some kind of case. I considered simply walking out, but something held me there. Academic curiosity, morbid fascination, or perhaps just the paralysis of fear beginning to take hold. The chat sidebar was active with messages scrolling by too quickly to read properly, but I caught fragments about a new player in Booth 7, an unwitting participant, something about a London node being active, and starting bids at £5,000. Whilst I was still processing what I was seeing, a man entered the frame of the video. He wore a balaclava and spoke directly to the camera in accented English. I couldn't place the accent precisely. Eastern European, perhaps. He explained the situation without emotion, like he was reading a weather report. I was now part of a real-time game, selected because of my browsing patterns and location. Booth 7, he explained, was their London gateway, and tonight I wasn't just an observer, but a participant. The rules were simple and terrifying. A variation of Russian roulette. 6 players, 6 rounds. Each round, players would be randomly selected to face the gun. Those who survived would continue to the next round. Those who didn't, well, the implication was clear, without needing elaboration. The winners would walk away with their lives and a share of the money being bet on them by viewers. I was player 6, he informed me. The other 5 were in similar booths across different locations: Prague, Berlin, Moscow, Kiev, and Manchester. All of us had stumbled into this network unwittingly. All of us were now locked into our stations. He explained calmly that we couldn't leave until the game was complete. The booths were secured, emergency exits monitored. He even knew the police response time to my location, 11 minutes. The game would take 9. To demonstrate the reality of the situation, he pointed the camera toward a wall where 5 screens showed feeds from other booths. I could see the other participants, a young woman with purple hair frantically trying to get someone's attention outside her booth, a middle-aged man sitting perfectly still as if in shock, a teenager who appeared to be crying, and 2 others who seemed to be trying to break out of their stations. I felt my heart rate accelerating, my palms sweating as I realized the full gravity of what was happening. This wasn't some elaborate prank or digital simulation. The terror on those people's faces was unmistakably real. The first round began. The roulette selected player 3, the teenager, and player 5, a man who looked to be in his 30s. On screen, 2 men in balaclavas approached them, each holding what appeared to be real handguns. They placed the guns against the participants' temples. The chat exploded with activity. Spectators placing bets, commenting on the participants' reactions, discussing the odds as if this were just another sporting event. I was watching in numb horror, unable to look away, unable to fully process that this was happening in real time. The countdown began. 3, 2, 1. A hollow click from player 3's gun. Relief washed over his young face, tears streaming down his cheeks. Player 5 wasn't so fortunate. The sound was deafening even through my speakers, a sharp crack that seemed to reverberate through my entire body. I won't describe what happened next. I can't. Even now, years later, that image is burned into my memory in a way that no amount of therapy has been able to erase. The man in the balaclava returned to the center of the room, casually informing the survivors that round 2 would begin shortly. 1 down, 4 to go. My odds were improving, he noted, with chilling detachment. I was in full panic mode now, looking around desperately for any way out. The dividers between booths reached almost to the ceiling. The door to my booth had no internal handle. I tried shouting for help, but the booth seemed to be soundproofed. My voice felt muffled, contained, as if the air itself was conspiring to silence me. Round 2 began. The selector chose players 1 and 6. My number. My heart felt like it might explode from my chest. On screen, a man approached my booth, visible now on one of the wall monitors. I hadn't even noticed the camera above my station. He was coming for me, and there was nowhere to run. I heard the cafe door open and close, footsteps approaching. I was frantically looking for anything I could use as a weapon, but the booth was minimalist, just the computer, chair, and a small shelf. The footsteps stopped outside my booth. I could see a shadow beneath the door. I pressed myself against the far corner, as if those few extra inches might somehow save me. The door opened, and a man entered, tall, wearing a black coat, his face concealed by a balaclava, just like in the video. In his hand was what looked like a real pistol. He addressed me quietly as Player 6, London Node, telling me it was my turn. He approached slowly, methodically, the gun hanging loosely at his side. I was begging, pleading, offering money, anything. He didn't respond, his eyes visible through the holes in the balaclava, coldly assessing me. Eventually he spoke, his voice almost gentle. "Just a game," he said. "Someone always loses." I closed my eyes as he pressed the cold metal against my temple. In that moment, everything slowed down. I could hear the rain outside, the soft hum of the computer fan, my own ragged breathing. I thought about my parents, how they would never know what happened to me, how I'd become just another missing person statistic. The man counted down, 3, 2, 1. Click. Empty chamber. The relief that flooded through me was almost painful, a physical sensation that made my legs buckle. I slid down the wall to the floor, gasping for air. The man lowered the gun and turned to leave without a word. On screen, Player 1 wasn't as fortunate. Another crack, another life ended for the entertainment of unseen spectators. I won't recount the remaining rounds in detail. Each was a repeat of the same horrific pattern. By some miracle, or perhaps cruel twist of fate, my number didn't come up again. One by one, the other players faced their turns and lost, until only the purple-haired woman and I remained. Final round, the ultimate game, 1 bullet, 2 players. The chat was frenzied now, massive sums being wagered on which of us would walk away. The selector chose Player 6 again. Me. This time, when the door opened, I didn't beg. A strange calm had settled over me, the kind that comes when terror exceeds your capacity to process it. The man raised the gun again. I stared directly into his eyes, refusing to look away, refusing to close my eyes. If this was my end, I would face it. 3, 2, 1. Click. Nothing. Which meant... On screen, I watched as the purple-haired woman's expression shifted from hope to understanding to terror in the space of a heartbeat. The final shot rang out. Game over. The man in my booth lowered his gun. His words were few but clear. I had survived. My session was ending. He left, closing the door behind him. On screen, the host announced me as the winner. The chat exploded with messages, some congratulating, others expressing disappointment, all discussing the event as if it were just entertainment, not the systematic murder of 5 innocent people. The system unlocked. The browser closed itself. The computer returned to its desktop as if nothing had happened. After what felt like hours, but was probably just minutes, I managed to stand on shaking legs and push open the door of the booth. The cafe was empty. The attendant was gone. Even the sign outside had been removed, leaving just a blank storefront. I stumbled out into the rain, which was still falling heavily, now mixing with my tears as I blindly made my way through the streets. I went to the police, of course. They investigated, but found nothing. The building had been rented under a false identity. The computer in booth 7 had been wiped clean, with no evidence of what I'd witnessed. The other locations couldn't be traced. Without evidence, my story sounded like the delusion of a mentally disturbed student who'd spent too much time researching internet horror stories. I tried to find information about the other victims, searching news reports for missing persons matching their descriptions. There were too many possibilities, too many people who disappear without a trace every day. I'll never know who they were. It's been years now. I've tried to move on, to convince myself it was some elaborate hoax or hallucination. but deep down, I know what I saw. Sometimes, when I'm online late at night, I catch myself checking my desktop for unexpected messages. And whenever I pass an internet cafe with privacy booths, I walk quickly to the other side of the street, my heart racing at the memory of Booth 7 and the game I never agreed to play. The worst part isn't the nightmares or the constant paranoia. It's the knowledge that somewhere out there Run the Gauntlet is still operating, still selecting unwitting participants, still entertaining those who pay to watch. And every time it rains heavily, I wonder who's sitting in Booth 7 tonight.